If we could ask our captioner to send a test.
Good.
We're testing our captions. So if we
Yes,
could ask
please.
our captioner to send
All
a
right,
test.
good. Just let me know when you're good to go, Curtis. Thank you. Good morning.
On Tuesdays we wear pink. Oh, no, I forgot.
We're ready to get started whenever you are.
Okay, very good. Good morning. It's 9:32 this morning, Tuesday, January 28th. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. And if Curtis, may I please ask you to please call the roll to start the meeting.
Supervisor Abe-Koga,
Here?
Supervisor Yoon,
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas is absent.
No, she's
Oh.
here.
There she
Here
is.
you go. See? Perfect timing. And
President Lee,
yes, good morning. I'm here as well,
you have
President.
a quorum.
Yes, would you please rise, and may I have Supervisor Rennes, or Vice President Rennes, please lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next is our invocation, and I have the pleasure this morning of introducing Mr. Chris Norwood from the Milpitas Unified School District. It's my honor to welcome our friend Chris Norwood, who is currently serving as the president of the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Ed. A proud graduate of Milpitas School District, Trustee Norwood has served on the MESD board since 2014. He has over 20 years of experience in education, governance, and technology. Mr. Norwood is also widely recognized as a social change agent, championing greater educational and career equity with a strong emphasis on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Trustee Norwood is a passionate advocate for student success and empowerment, and his commitment to equity, leadership, and service exemplifies his dedication to families of Milpitas and the success and well-being of all students across St. Clair County. Thank you for joining us today, Chris.
I'm so sorry, Chris. Could we get his mic on, please?
Hello?
Much better.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. As President Adderley mentioned, my name is Chris Norwood. I'm a 52-year resident of Santa Clara County, product of Milpitas Schools from the Sunny Hills community in Milpitas, which was one of the first planned integrated communities in the United States. I currently serve as the chair of the Santa Clara County School Boards Association Legislative Action Committee, the chair of the Milpitas Economic Development and Trade Commission, and board president for the Milpitas Unified School District, where our #1 strategic goal is to build a culture of we. It is my privilege to offer this invocation today. Thank you, President Otto Lee, for the opportunity. As we embark upon this meeting filled with purpose and service, please embrace and recognize that today we are standing at the crossroads of two profound celebrations: the Lunar New Year, which starts tomorrow, marking the Year of the Snake, and Black History Month, which begins on Saturday, commemorating African American history, accomplishments, culture, and resilience. From this invocation, let us draw wisdom from the traditions, stories, and enduring lessons of both of these significant observances, reflecting on how they complement our shared humanity in hope and democracy. The Lunar New Year, rooted in centuries of tradition, is a time of renewal, reflection, and hope. The Year of the Snake holds significant symbolism in Chinese culture, representing transformation, wisdom, and intuition. The snake sheds its skin, embodying the courage to leave the comfort of the past to prepare for the future. We must prepare. Black History Month calls us to honor the resilience and the showcase of contributions of people of African ancestry in mathematics, science, agriculture, medicine, music, technology, aeronautics, aviation, sports, and more. Many of these contributions to the American fabric by people of African ancestry were accomplished by faith. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King famously said, "Faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase." I stand here before you as a product of faith. Ecclesiastes 3:1 says, "To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the sun." The Lunar New Year marks another season of hope and reflection. Black History Month provides us another season of remembrance and action. Together, they strengthen every forward step we take. Santa Clara County is one of the most diverse regions in the world. I'll say that again. Santa Clara County is one of the most diverse regions in the world. We are uniquely positioned and qualified to live out these lessons day by day, month by month, and year by year. Diversity is not just a characteristic of our community, it is its lifeblood. The traditions we celebrate and the histories we honor enrich the collective story of who we are and who we aspire to be. As we embark on the Year of the Snake, let us approach our challenges with wisdom, adaptability, shedding the old, and adapting to the new. As we begin Black History Month, let us support the work of Santa Clara County Black leaders such as Walter Wilson, Deborah Watkins, Leon Beachman, Virginia Jones, Andre Chapman, Dr. Ayodele Thomas, Jamal Williams, Linda and Tony Alexander, LaDoris Cordell, Milan Ballantyne, Rolanda Pierre Dixon, Pastor Jason Reynolds, John and Latoya Hilton, and so many more. Let us also memorialize the work of our own Black leader lost, Reverend Jethro Moore. Let us lift every voice as the African American hymn exhorts, ensuring that justice and equality are not just aspirations, but are lived realities. This is the rock we must stand upon. Confucius said, "It does not matter how slowly you go, as long as you do not stop." May this meeting and everyone after it be guided by wisdom, compassion, and shared commitment to the well-being of all residents of Santa Clara County, because we are always building a culture of we. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Trustee Norwood, for your very thoughtful comments and your long service to our community. Thank you. Moving on forth, we normally have adjournments, but today we don't have any today, and also 5 with commendation, also not seeing any. So we move right to item number 6, which is public comments. A quick announcement first is please submit your yellow card for public comment now. We will be making changes to the public comment period on matters not on the agenda at the future meeting. I also have an announcement regarding interpretation, and I would like our interpreters to translate the following into Spanish and also into then Vietnamese. If you're in the chambers and require Spanish or Vietnamese translation, translation devices are actually available at the back of the chambers. The clerk can assist you with the setup of the device. Translation is also available on Zoom using the interpretation button. Additionally, as a gentle reminder for public commenters, staff, and those of us on the dais, please speak clearly and at a measured pace directly into the microphone to ensure the accurate translation. Translator, please go ahead.
Buenas tardes. Se les recuerda que tenemos interpretación en español y en vietnamita y los dispositivos se pueden encontrar en la parte de atrás de la sala. Un empleado puede ayudarlo y se les recuerda que está disponible la interpretación en Zoom. Para las personas del público y para el personal, se les recuerda, por favor, hablar de manera clara y con un buen paso en el micrófono para que podamos tener una interpretación correcta. Gracias.
In Vietnamese, please.
Do we have our Vietnamese translator online? We're just having a technical difficulty. Bear
Okay.
with us one moment.
All right, let's give it a moment. Yes, Supervisor Young, please.
Kurt, if through the chair,
Yes.
if there is a Vietnamese translator online, I could provide the Vietnamese translation notice,
Okay.
if that would be helpful.
Sure. If the difficulty resolves, if not, I'm going to ask Supervisor Young for her expertise to get that translated.
Last call for our interpreter. We seem to still be having a problem.
Okay. Well, Supervisor Young, please proceed. Thank you so much for doing this.
Sure. Kính thưa quý vị, nếu mà có ai
Oh, good. Okay, I hear you now. Yes, go ahead, please.
This is a Vietnamese interpreter. Sorry, I was having a trouble with my audio. Could you repeat that
Yes.
one more time, please? I really apologize for this.
Yes, we are talking about the translation devices that's being available at the back of chambers, and that it's available on Zoom as well, and asking that you would translate that into Vietnamese so that the listener would know that those translations are made available simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dạ thưa các quý ông bà, ở đây thì có sẵn thiết bị phiên dịch phía đằng cuối phòng. Nếu ông bà cần đến phiên dịch, hãy vui lòng đến ghi vào tờ giấy và lại nhận thiết bị phiên dịch từ phía cuối. Nếu ông bà muốn phát biểu thì hãy vui lòng ghi vào tờ giấy tên của mình để chúng tôi sẽ gọi theo thứ tự. Xin cảm ơn.
All right, thank you very much. So now moving to our public comment. This is the item that's reserved for the public to address the board on any items that is not on today's agenda. Any member of public who wishes to address the board on these items should request to speak at this time, filling out a yellow speaker card and return to a clerk at the back of the room if you are in the space here in the chamber. However, if you're on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand to be recognized. For today's meeting, we will continue to have the current process of first recognizing the speakers in the chambers first, followed by those on Zoom. Curtis, how many speakers do we have in chambers and also on Zoom?
We currently have 7 speakers in chambers and 4 hands raised on Zoom for 11.
Okay, let's give another minute just to make sure people are able to get the cards in. I see people feverishly in the back writing some cards, so I'll give another few seconds.
0. All right, that takes us to 8 cards in chambers and 4 hands on Zoom for a total of 12.
Okay, 8 in chambers, 4, so we have a total of 12. That means we will be able to allow each speaker to speak for up to 2 minutes each, correct?
Correct.
Right, let's close the queue and let's go get started. Thank you. Start in chambers first.
All right, calling our chamber speakers, we have Patricia Cruz. We have an individual who did not write their name. Tanya York. Natasha Walker. Seferina Fernandez. Mark Trout. Jonathan Cook. And Raymond Gaines.
Hi, my name is Patricia Cruz. I'm being an IHSS provider in Santa Clara County for more than 6 years. I am currently being a healthcare for Sora Batkovic. It's a person who I care every day. And I want to share my experience on this job. It's amazing to care these people, to help and bring all their needs. And living in this area, it's amazing, but it's a little bit hard to live and bring all my needs at home. It's amazing to live in Bay Area, but it's very expensive, very hard to take care of all my needs at home. I love this job, and now I hope we can do something for us, for all my people doing this job.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, come on up.
Good morning. My name is Tanya York. I've been an IHSS provider here in Santa Clara County for 26 years. I care for my youngest sister who suffers from mental retardation, paranoid schizophrenia, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, and she's legally blind. The federal government keeps a registry of people like my sister. They are considered to be the sickest of the sick. There is a long-term care crisis here in California. As the demand for care continues to increase, workers will be asked to do more. IHS workers provide essential services to community members in need. We care for older adults and people with disabilities. Last year, countless individuals went without the essential care they needed from in-home caregivers due to a shortage of workers. In 2023, more than 3.3 million authorized care hours went unused in Santa Clara County, pointing out a shortage of providers for seniors and disabled individuals in need. We're about to start bargaining for a new contract that will help us address this crisis, but the Board of Supervisors has the opportunity to do something now. You can give us the 8 cents left over from our last wage supplement. This is money that we can utilize now, money that will help us afford the basic necessities we need as we continue providing essential care to our community members. Thank you.
My name is Natasha Rocker. Thank you for hearing me today. I come to you actually with a grateful heart because I have been a caregiver here in California for only a little over 2 years under IHSS. And the reason for that is because I moved from Texas for this program. We moved from Texas, sold our home because we were going to lose our home because we had no services. The funding was on this massive wait list. I don't know what the state was doing with the federal money. I have no idea, but not in control of that. So my story is very long because of that. I have a daughter that is 22 years old right now. She is autistic, moderately functioning, and she has a language processing disorder. She needs 24-hour care. And because she needs that 24-hour care, it makes life very difficult. Don't get many breaks, et cetera, for my family. My husband and I don't get to go on vacations like normal people do. That's not a thing normally. So the wages, while they have helped us tremendously, believe me, I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth, and I'm, like I said, very grateful to you and the taxpayers of California for providing this. And my husband does work, and I also work a part-time job. They're just not going to be able to keep pace where they are right now. That's not something that's going to happen. We're ready to bargain in good faith. So, and I am a leader of SEIU 2015, the bargaining team as well. So the increasing aging population that's here in California and as well nationwide is 30%. So anyhow, the bargaining of our contract is important.
Thank you very much.
But this is an amazing opportunity.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Seferina Fernández. Soy cuidadora de cuidado en casa gracias al programa de IHSS que ha apoyado a mi hijo. Cuido a mi hijo. Mi hijo tiene varias deshabilidades, está deshabilitado, tiene esquizofrenia paranoide y PTSD y muchas cositas más. El programa me ha dado un poco de horas. No lo puedo dejar solo, soy su mamá y no lo dejaría solo nunca. No puedo buscar otro empleo porque tengo que estar al cuidado de él. Pero como yo hay muchas personas más que ocupan del programa y es necesario pues seguir en él seguir trabajando para cuidar personas en casa. Yo busco otra persona a quien cuidar. Y si no tuviéramos el apoyo de IHSS, sería muy difícil cuidar a nuestros familiares en casa. Desafortunadamente, en 2046 habrá un 25% de personas que se podrían retirar del cuidado en casa. Necesitamos esos 8 centavos para poder seguir cuidando a nuestros familiares y seguir ejerciendo esta profesión que nos gusta bastante, porque no nada más es ir a cuidar a una persona, es querer hacerlo de corazón, es humanitario y es muy bonito cuidar a alguien, poder ayudar, porque el que no ayuda para vivir, no sirve para vivir, algo así dice el dicho, ¿no? El que no sirve para vivir, algo así. Pero muchas gracias por la oportunidad y espero que IHS siga adelante apoyando a los familiares en casa. Muchas gracias, bonito día para todos. Eso es todo.
Sí, and the Spanish translator, please.
Good morning, my name is Seferina Fernandez, and I am a home caregiver. And I have been using the support of IHSS because my son is having different disabilities and different disorders. Among others, he's having schizophrenia and PTSD. I use those hours. I am his mom. I will never leave him alone. I never would. But I take care of him. And as me, there are so many other people using this program, and we need this program to continue. We need this care at home for our people and our families to continue. We need the support of IHSS for different reasons. And unfortunately, in 2046, there will be a 25% of population that would be able to retire from this program. So we really need these 8 cents. We need to take care of our family. We need to take care of we need to continue of this profession of taking care of our beloved persons, not because we just want to work or we just want to live with it. This is a profession we love. We need to take care of our people because this is something human. And as the saying goes, the one that is not useful for taking care of others is not useful for anything. So thank you very much, and I hope this IHSS program will continue because we need really to support our families at home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Raymond Goins. I'm with Silicon Valley Debug on the Coalitions for Justice and Accountability, and I'm on the executive committee of the NAACP San Jose Silicon Valley branch. I wasn't going to speak today, but when I was driving at a stop sign, I read an article saying that you guys are considering the cuts to our public defender's office and the resources that they have. But yet, in the same breath, you guys are going to consider building a new jail or implementing tasers in our county. So it doesn't say that you guys don't have the funds to allocate to the right place. You're considering building a new jail, but you're considering cutting the resources that's going to help the people that's going to fill that jail, right? All you guys are educated, college informed, I'm saying, and know what you're doing. You got here from by being smart. 1 + 1 = 2. You tell me how that math adds up. You can't say that you don't have money to harm people by the same decision that you're going to make by cutting the funds that's going to help them. The forgotten community here in Santa Clara County needs to be helped. The 2 board members, Ms. Young, Ms. I don't know how to say your last name, but specifically to you, I've heard that you are police friendly, that you're heavily backed by the police and law enforcement. I don't know if you've ever been to a community where I come from, right? I don't know if you know people that look like me, but I'm the byproduct of a failed system in which the police suppress, right? I want my criminal justice system started off because I asked the county for help, and they sent me to juvenile hall. The police did. And my life of crime propelled from that point forward. So when you think about objectives and ideas that are police-friendly, you have to hear the whole community and understand that there's another side to that token. We need everybody's vote for a better community. We are a wealthy county. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Actually, you could just stand next to the podium. Yeah, the mic is built in. Go ahead, sir.
Great. My name's Jonathan Cook. I'm a communications dispatcher with Santa Clara County. I dispatch for police, fire, and medical. I'm also the SEIU 521 steward, chief steward for our department. I'm here to address just some of the concerns that have been coming out with some of the changes that have been happening with the allocation on 3 separate fronts of increased activity with the Sheriff's Office PSOs, with our Nurse Navigator program, and more recently with the LAFCO acquisition of South District in conjunction with Cal OES Region 2. These are 3 facets that impact 3 separate dispatching communities. Our workers on the front lines there, our communications dispatchers are passionate about their jobs. We deal with everything from barking dogs to babies who aren't breathing. And it kills us every time that we have an ambulance not available to dispatch to a call for what we would call a pediatric echo. This is somebody's child who's not breathing. Or every time we have new work, new PSOs that are coming out, and we're untrained and unprepared to deal with the impact of that, with the growing resources necessary for the security of all county offices and buildings. In fact, if there's an emergency in this very chamber, me and my coworkers are the first people to get contacted for help. Region 2 is another issue where we are unprepared and behind the 8 ball, so to speak, and we are imploring you as you continue forth with allocation of resources and expanding necessary community resources and security to not forget that we are an integral part of that system, that we are not aside from these hospital acquisitions and these expansion of services. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a tough job, dispatch, yeah. All right, thank you, the new leader of the supervisors, for cutting some slack. Some people came, a little bit late, and you let them talk, and I know your predecessor was strict on that 9:30 cutoff, so thanks a lot on behalf of them. I would like to talk about the 3 biggest lies of COVID, in my opinion, for the last 5 years. And I would encourage everybody here to say to Calvary Chapel, who was one of the few churches that stayed open during COVID, hey, we're sorry, you don't owe anything, and just give them $50,000 or whatever for all the trouble that you caused in regards to closing it down. See, the reason why Christians go to church is in Hebrews 10, it says, forsake not the assembling of yourselves together, as the manner of some is. So there were some Christians that did not go to church, but Paul said, no, or whoever wrote Hebrews said, no, that's not right. Forsake not the assembling of yourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another, and so much the more as you see the day approaching. But the 3 biggest COVID lies is the death rate, okay? The death rate itself in 2020. And then the PCR test, which was made by Carrie Mullis, that's another big lie. And then the idea that my vaccine doesn't work unless you get vaccinated. That's another big lie. Think about that one. My vaccine doesn't work unless you've been, vaccinated. So the death rate in 2020, wow, 24 seconds it was the same as in 2019, 2018, 2017. So the PCR test doesn't work according to Carrie Mullis, and Deborah Burke said if you die with COVID, you die from COVID. So obviously that upped the amount. It's much, much lower. Now, she's saying now about the bird flu.
Thank you. And do we have any more in chambers, or are we going to Zoom?
That concludes our in-chamber speakers. We will go to our Zoom speakers. Our first speaker is Andy Tomlin. Please accept the unmute.
Hi there. Hi, I would just like to talk about the housing plan. I know the county's been working to get the housing element approved, but at this point, we're still over 2 years.
Excuse me, sir, this item you're talking about actually is on the agenda later today, so this is actually not the right time to talk about it, so if you would hold, we'll get there a little bit later. Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you. Next speakers?
Our next speaker is Andre Thomas. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Andre Thomas, and I'm a senior paralegal with the county and chapter vice president for SEIU Local 521. I'm here to ask you to please remove the extension of extra help hours, item number 38, from consent and allow SEIU an opportunity to meet and confer. The reliance on extra help workers in our hospitals is getting a little out of hand. Of the 222 SEIU extra help workers proposed to be extended, many of them are working 60 hours or more per pay period. It's great to have extra help workers who wish to serve our community by providing essential services. However, the purpose of extra help should be to fill in for sick days, PTO requests, and leaves of absence. When our extra help workers are exhausting their allotted hours and the county wishes to extend our hours year after year, we got to ask ourselves if extra help is being used appropriately. We haven't had an opportunity to meet with the department and figure out the answers to our questions. Again, would you be so kind as to pull item number 38 from consent and allow us an opportunity to meet and confer? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gerald Weib. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning. My name is Gerald Wiebe. I'm a community outreach specialist with the hospital system. I'm also a SEIU 521 chief steward. I am also asking that we remove item number 38, the extension of extra help work hours, for the same reasons that Andre spoke. We were just starting to meet about this with the county, but we didn't have enough time because we weren't afforded the 20 working days that are in the memorandum of understanding for us to be able to bargain on that. Based on the notice that we received, this shouldn't have gone to the board until tomorrow. Due to lack of planning with the department, they failed to be able to meet with us and bargain on the impacts to our workers. We were looking through the list of people that were looking to be or recommended to be extended, and as Andre said, none of them are up against the deadline of maxing out at their 1,040 hours. I remember years ago when the whole extra help was negotiated in the contract, that's what it was, just extra help. It wasn't to fill holes in the schedule. It was to support and supplement things that are going on. A lot of these employees are working 60 plus hours per week, per pay period. I started out as extra help here in the county 15 years ago. I love it. Let's afford these members, these individuals, the opportunity also to be able to become regular county employees. So I'm urging you to pull item number 38, the extension of extra help work hours, from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Z.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I've been begging for help for quite a long time now. My kids are being sexually abused, and I can't get the county to provide a screening for them. It's critical that they do get a screening, because if they don't get a screening, then they can't be protected. And it's just a real shame that the county is treating my kids this way, and there are many other children in this county who are also being treated the same way. And it's really unacceptable that it is this way. I don't know who else to ask. I know that there's a conflict of interest. My former attorney, she wants the sexual abuse to continue, and I mean, how many times do I need to ask you? I mean, don't you guys care about what's happening to children in this county? I mean, don't you guys have kids of your own where you guys feel a little bit of empathy when I tell you that my kids are being sexually abused and I can't get anybody to stop it? Please, please, help my children, please. You guys have my contact information. Please help my children. Thank you for your time.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Curtis. Before I move on, I just want to mention that the proposed change that we're doing for the future about the public comments is that we'll take sign-ups up to 30 speakers during the public comment period on matters not on the agenda at the very beginning of the meeting. If there are more than 30 speakers who request to speak, they'll be heard at the end of the meeting in another comment period designated for comments on the matters not on the agenda. Members of the public who are chambers and request to speak will be able to speak first since they're here, and then followed by the Zoom speakers. And we'll begin this new format for public comments on matters not on agenda starting in the February meeting. In order to, this change is really made to respect those who are here to speak on items on the agenda, because we always have items as everybody has seen and familiar with. We have more than 100 items on every agenda practically. And so I just want to respect those who actually come in here to be able to address those issues and not having to wait potentially hours before they could speak. So that's something we will propose to do, and we'll see how that would work. Moving along, item number 7 is the approving the consent calendar and changes. And I'm going to go ahead and ask Curtis, clerk, would you please read the proposed changes to our consent calendar?
Certainly. We have a request from President Lee to consider item numbers 9 and 10 concurrently. Item number 9 is to approve referral to administration to report to the board with options for consideration relating to the expansion of home visitation services in the county, utilizing the recommendations included in the first 5 Santa Clara County feasibility study for expansion of home visiting services for children. Item number 10 is to receive report relating to the first 5 feasibility study for the expansion of home visiting services for children. We have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to hold item numbers 15 and 16 to February 4th, 2025. Item number 15 is to receive report relating to a countywide community violence prevention strategic plan, including options for establishing a community violence prevention fund. Item number 16 is to receive report relating to an analysis of staffing needs to continue and improve support for the South County Youth Task Force, including options to reassign duties to other classifications. We have a request from administration to hold item number 21 to February 25th, 2025. Item number 21 is to receive report relating to the Hub Operations Plan, Youth Serve services to be provided, and hours of services. We have a request from administration to hold item numbers 22, 23, and 24 to date uncertain. Item number 22 is to receive report relating to county fuel cell generators. Item number 23 is to receive report relating to methods of implementing an integrated services model. And item number 24 is to receive report relating to options to waive or reduce fees for residential chimney removal projects. We have a request from President Lee to hold item number 25 to date uncertain. Item number 25 is to receive report relating to options for consideration regarding Board of Supervisors appointment of Santa Clara County Board of Education members and or the election of the County Superintendent of Schools. We have a request from administration to hold item number 51 to February 4th, 2025. Item number 51 is to approve request for appropriation modification number 120 in the amount of $700,000, increasing estimated revenue and expenditure appropriations in the Office of the County Executive and Department of Planning and Development budgets and transferring $427,919 from the Office of the County Executive and Department of Planning and Development budgets to the General Fund Contingency Reserve relating to the California Energy Commission's Local Government Building Decarbonization Challenge Grant Funds. We have a request from Supervisor Jung to remove item number 76 from the consent calendar. Item number 76 is to approve request for appropriation modification number 86, $303,019, transferring funds within the Office of the Public Defender budget and making net zero changes to estimated expenditure appropriations in the Office of the Public Defender budget relating to the elimination of positions as part of the office's budgeted attrition plan. We have a request from President Lee to delete item number 80D. Item number 80D is to adopt commendation for the Korean American Community Services. We have a correction to item number 90. The item should read as follows. Adopt resolution of the Board of Directors of the Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District initiating proceedings and setting a public hearing on April 22nd, 2025, to consider the formation of Service Zone 4 for the former territory of the South Santa Clara County Fire District, contingent on Local Agency Formation Commission approval of the proposed reorganization of the South Santa Clara County Fire District. Finally, I have an oral summary of changes to compensation or benefits for certain local agency executives. Executive Leadership Salary Ordinance number NS-20.24.11 was approved on first reading on January 14, 2025, and will not be finally approved until it is approved for a second reading, which is agendized to occur at today's meeting under item number 99. Per Government Code, Section 54953, the following is an oral summary of the positions for which the proposed salary adjustments are required to be disclosed. NS-20.24.11 increases the flat rate salaries of the assessor, district attorney, and sheriff by 0.33%, effective on and after March 3rd, 2025, or 30 days after the date of final ordinance adoption, whichever is later. The new biweekly salary for the assessor position will be $11,147.26. The new biweekly salary for the district attorney position will be $16,176.08. The new biweekly salary for the sheriff position will be $13,608.49. That concludes my updates.
Thank you very much, Curtis. And I see Supervisor Young. Do you have any comments or questions about the consent calendar, please? Go ahead.
Thank you, President Lee. From a process standpoint, how would you like us to proceed if we have comments versus questions, or just do it all together?
Sure. I think what I would like to ask, if you have any additional items you would like to change off the consent calendar, go ahead and voice it now, and then afterwards we could then do the comments. Would that work?
Fantastic. So I'd like to hold item 17 to the second meeting in April. This is to give staff the opportunity to provide a more robust report. I think there's a lot of opportunity here, and that even though some of the work outlined is underway, I'd like to ask that OLSC work with the County Council and key stakeholders to develop a more fulsome report back with additional recommendations for the board to consider.
And you said item 17,
Item
right?
17.
So that's the working conditions at the residential care facilities report.
Yes.
That's one? Yes,
Mhm.
okay. All right, good.
To the April 22nd meeting.
April 22nd, all right.
Great. And then as for item 76, I pulled that off of consent. That should be item 76 and 77 together, pulled off consent.
Okay, and 77. And you want those heard together?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we'll add that to the end of the agenda for today.
Yeah.
All right?
Thank you, President Lee, and I'll hold for my comments.
Good, thank you. Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg, please.
Thank you. And a process question as well. When I was the president, I encouraged any of us, if we had questions or direction on an item that's on consent, that we would pull it off of consent, and that if an item was going to remain on consent, it would have just simply comments without direction or changes. Is it your intent to continue that?
I think that's fine. I don't really have a huge from one or the other, but whatever is most efficient, what I'm trying to do. Yeah, thank you.
My experience was that it just got confusing because we would start to have discussions on items that were remaining on consent, when my understanding was that the purpose was to not have discussions because they were on consent.
Thank you.
All right, so confirming that. Regarding item 44, which is the revision of job specifications for Director of County Health Services, I would just like to note that any document revisions or updates, including job specification updates, should include a red line version to help facilitate the swift and straightforward identification of changes. Second, consistent with my prior vote, I will be abstaining from item 99, which is the rate adjustment for the assessor, district attorney, and sheriff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments on the consent calendar? I'd like to Supervisor Young first, and go ahead.
So thank you. So for item 54, I don't want to pull this off consent, but I'd like to ask that the Fairgrounds Management Corporation provide us, our offices, with a full copy of the event schedule so that we can help promote it as well. And then on item 63, again, not trying to pull it off consent, but pointing out that this property is not in my district, but I'd like to request an off-agenda report that outlines the community engagement process once tenants have moved into the building. This report should include how information on how the Office of Supportive Housing and partners like PATH work with neighborhoods and surrounding communities on issues that may arise. And on item 65, just want to put out there a huge thank you to staff. I'm excited to see this partnership with the City of San Jose. And and for future reports on the East Street location, please include information about working with neighboring residents, similar to my off-agenda report request on item 63.
Okay, great, thank you. And Vice President Alvarez, please.
Yes, so I'm also wondering about the direction versus comments on consent.
Sure.
Because if we are taking further direction, we need to pull it off. I don't know if that's something that Tony is going to guide us on, or is that something that our chair has the purview to decide? And of course, if the chair is his decision.
I see James' lights is on, so James, go ahead, and if Tony wants to chime in, go ahead.
What was happening, and there was a discussion around this a couple of years ago, but what was happening is that there ended up being lengthy back and forth on items during the consent calendar update, and often that there was lack of clarity on direction that was then being provided on items. So it's administration's strong preference that if there are back and forth questions, or if there's direction related to items on consent that's other than, a request for information, something, for example, like provide the events calendar or something, that's very straightforward, right? But if there's requests for additional direction on the item, that it just be pulled off consent so that we can actually have the discussion and have clarity.
Okay, so then I think that if we are going to request additional information or an additional report, I don't know if we want to agree that we would then pull those items under consent, because otherwise we just make comments under those consent items. But I would prefer to keep it cleaner that way, because if somebody provides further direction on a consent item, then let's just pull it. And if there's a discussion, then there's a discussion. Otherwise, I think just keep it to comments and no direction or requests for new information. Otherwise, it becomes a point of discussion. This is where I'm at. Obviously, you as the chair, you can decide what it is. I just want to make sure that's what we had worked out last time, and we had kind of done both things, and so it's under the chair's the purview to decide what it is that you want, but I want to make sure that I'm clear.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you so much. I really appreciate the input from my colleagues. I think it's important to kind of keep the meetings moving quickly and efficiently. I think that's one thing I'm trying to do, but at the same time, we want to keep the record clear, right? Curtis wants to make sure the record's cleared, and Tony will be happy that we're not having a lot of changes and whatnot. If it's on consent, it really should be something go through very smoothly. So I think short comments, and even I would say for directions, if something very clear, very short, I'm okay with just getting rid of it at the consent level. Once you, like James says, once it gets into potentially back and forth, then I think we really do need to pull it to make the record clear. So I appreciate all the comments from my colleagues, and we'll continue where we are right now, and let's see how that goes. Ultimately, I just want to make sure that the record is very clear. That's very important, and the public, of course, have the opportunity to speak on these items. Sometimes it goes so fast, the public might actually lose track of what we're doing, right? At the same time, so I want to make sure that's very clear to the public as well, to make sure the meeting is transparent and understandable to everybody. All right, I do have one question, actually, James, regarding the consent item. Now that I don't see any more lights from my colleagues, is on item number 38, there have been a couple of speakers who talked about not getting enough time to look it over. And is there an urgency we need to approve that today, or do you think we could punt this to one meeting next week? Because actually, next meeting is only 1 week away. Is this something we could punt it to next week?
So the my understanding of what happened is that the contract provides for 20 days' notice. Due to the holiday, there was a miscalculation. Notice was provided 19 days instead of 20. The contract also provides that the union's supposed to meet within 10 days of the notice. So I think there's issues on both ends from that perspective. The item could be held. I cannot tell you exactly what the impact is, but the individuals who are on here would not be able to, in the interim period, proceed with further hours. So, anyway, I think that there was, yes, a one-day issue because of the holiday, but there's an issue on both ends in terms of not also meeting the 10-day requirement to meet.
So if that's the case, if we held it for 1 week for next Tuesday, this is something, Tony, you think it will be fine, or you think there'll be significant impact to our work right now?
Well, I don't think Tony could tell you the operational impact. I mean, it's certainly legally fine to hold it, I would think, but what I'm just saying is I can't tell you at this time the operational impact, but certainly the board can hold it.
Okay, all right, thank you. So if that's the case, I will ask to have this held till next meeting on February 4th for item number 38. All right, clear as mud, everybody? All right, I'll go ahead and open up the, first of all, let me entertain a motion on approving this
Move approval of the consent calendar.
as amended.
Second.
Moved by Ellenberg, seconded by Young. And let's open up the public comment. Curtis, go ahead. How many speakers do we have on this item?
Looks like we have one speaker on Zoom.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes. This is about the item number 7, which are talking about the consent calendar right this moment. And for the everybody who wants to speak on the consent item, I would really appreciate if you could speak, identify exactly which consent calendar item, the number, before you make your comments. Thank you.
All right, our speaker is Ben Z. Please accept the unmute.
Yes, I'd like to speak to item number 99. I don't think that the district attorney, he deserves a raise. I mean, what was it, $16,000 bi-weekly or bi-monthly? I mean, that's quite a lot of money. And I mean, we have a budget shortfall, and the main reason why is because he's abusing his power to help sex traffic my children. He's concealing the sexual abuse of my kids by filing charges against me, and also during these proceedings that he filed against me, he's allowing my former attorney to cause me great bodily harm with physical assaults, to pressure me into taking actions into the proceedings that he filed against me. I mean, this is just, it's nuts that this is going on in this county, that this district attorney is allowing such criminality to go on. And not only that, but there was only one person in the district attorney's office who was willing to put a stop to it, and that was Daniel Chung, and he got fired because of it. And so he's getting a raise, and the county is throwing money at fighting Daniel Chung's litigation and paying him to stay at home. A perfectly good deputy district attorney, staying at home, paying him to stay at home. I mean, this is just, it's crazy that we're gonna give him a raise. I mean, if you want to find all this information, Google Jeff Rosen petition, and on the first page, you'll see something about sex trafficking, and it'll give you all the information that I talked about. Please don't give him a raise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
All right, let's take the roll.
I just want to
No, sorry, good, James.
just clarify in terms of impact, 79 employees will not be able to work between now and the next board meeting related to item 38, just so folks are aware.
Whoa, that's a problem. So the issue of item 38 is that Because if it's not being approved, this is something that would affect individuals' work schedule between now and next week, is what you're saying.
That's correct. Those are individuals who are at the 1040 cap and cannot accrue additional hours without board approval.
Okay, yeah, that's very significant issue. And I certainly don't want to have people not able to work, especially when they're scheduled to do so. So I will go ahead and ask to put item 38 back onto consent. Yes, go ahead, Tony.
Can I just ask that
Please.
you get the approval of the motion maker and seconder to adjust the motion to
Oh,
reflect
yes, thank
that?
you. Yes, to the maker and
That's
the
fine.
second.
Will not hold it.
Yeah, regarding not holding
Yeah.
item number 38, correct? Yes,
Yeah.
you agree to it.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
okay, thank you. All right, let's go and take the vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes, with an abstention on 99.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes, with the same abstention on 99. Thank you.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries.
Okay, it passed unanimously on the consent calendar item. Then we move to the item number 8, which is a public hearing item that's not to be heard before 10 a.m., and now certainly it's after 10. We will first have staff present the report, and then I will then open up for the public hearing, allow for questions from board members, hear the public comment, close the public hearing, and then finally entertain a motion. Good morning.
Good morning, President Lee, board members. Jacqueline Anciano, Director of Planning and Development. We return to you today, bringing back the housing element of Santa Clara County. With me this morning is Principal Planner Michael Meehan, who will make the presentation to the board, Deputy Director Lisa Mikhail, and County Council Representative Miriam Sendag. Michael?
Good morning, President Lee and Supervisors. Michael Meehan, Principal Planner with Planning and Development. Thank you for the opportunity to present on this item this morning. I'd like to begin with an update on the status of the county's housing element. As you may recall, the county is required by state law to adopt an update to the housing element every 8 years to account for population growth and to promote housing access and availability for all. In addition to being formally adopted, the housing element for each jurisdiction must be deemed compliant with state law by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. In pursuit of this determination, county staff has met with HCD staff more than a dozen times to ensure that the county's housing element is in full compliance. The board first adopted the housing element update in October 2023 and adopted a revised draft last month, December 2024. On December 31st, HCD indicated that it had no new comments and that the draft adopted by the board in December would be deemed in compliance with the addition of some minor final revisions, which have now been drafted by county staff, already reviewed by HCD, and are before the board today. To expedite this process of finalizing the housing element, the Planning Commission was rescheduled to accommodate bringing the final product before the board as soon as possible. On January 17th, the commission met and unanimously recommended that the board adopt the revised housing element as reviewed by HCD. Should the board choose to readopt the revised element, the final product would be resubmitted to HCD for its concluding review and certification. HCD has indicated that with the minor final revisions before the board today, the county would be formally deemed in compliance with state housing element law. This final draft is predominantly the same as the draft that was reviewed and adopted by the board last month and includes only minor additional clarifications requested by HCD, which are summarized here on the slide. Additional clarifying analysis of non-vacant lots included in the housing sites inventory, expanded background and discussion related to housing mobility, and minor clarifications of information previously provided. In response to HCD's request for more information on how the county promotes housing mobility, staff revised existing programs. However, no new programs have been added since last adopted by the board, and no new housing sites have been added since the original draft of the element was published in May of 2023. As noted earlier, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended that the board readopt the revised housing element. Staff also recommends that the board readopt the element in the form presented today, which HCD has now reviewed and has indicated meets the requirements of state law, inclusive of the proposed minor revisions of the draft that was adopted last month. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you for your attention to this item this morning. Department staff and county council are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Let's see, do we have any clarifying questions first before open up the public hearing? Go ahead. Yes, Supervisor Abigola.
Thank you, President, and thank you, staff, for your presentation and for all of your hard work. I know how challenging this process has been. I just wanted to clarify, if we vote on this today, does that deem this process complete, or do we still have to wait for HCD's final certification?
Through the chair, Michael Meehan, principal planner, the formal process is that we would receive a final certification letter from HCD. So this would be the final action taken by the county, at which point we would expeditiously resubmit this draft. HCD would then have up to 60 days to issue that final certification. However, in many cases, it's a much shorter time period. But that final letter would be the conclusion of the process.
So then, in terms of builder remedy projects, does the window close today, or do we still have the potential 60 days until HCD certifies?
I'll defer to county council on that.
I'll ask Miriam Sondag, Deputy County Council, to respond to that question.
Certainly. The answer to that is unfortunately rather complicated and would refer to an off-agenda memo. However, yes, we need to wait for HCD to issue their certification letter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I see no lights on the dais here, so I'll go ahead and move forward to the public hearing portion of the meeting. First of all, do we have any individuals who would like to make a comment regarding this issue? If you do, please come forward. Have you submitted a yellow card to speak? Yes, okay. Good, all right. So Curtis, how many do we have?
So we have 3 cards in chambers. Looking over to Zoom, looks like we have 1 speaker on Zoom.
3 in chambers and 1 on Zoom. All right, so we will have 2 minutes each.
All right, I will call our speakers in chambers first. We have Rajiv Ranjan, Katie Stubstad, Balu Sharma.
Yes, please. There's a mic built into the podium, so just go and speak at it. Yes, correct, yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to express our appreciation for the hard work that has gone in trying to get the housing element approved. We know this is a complex and difficult task, but it's crucial to recognize that we are over 2 years behind schedule. We're in the 6th round. Vice President Arenas, we are in your district, and without an approved housing plan, we are still vulnerable to 10 or 20 townhouses getting built in the lot next to us. This puts us in a bind, and I believe, the county potentially has potential legal liability here. But to move forward and to get this thing closed, here's what we request, and I think we heard the right thing today. Firstly, we heard that HCD has already reviewed what we are planning to send to them, and they've agreed, right? So that's great news. we know to dot an I and cross a T is a 3 to 6 month process. So we want to get it right today, whatever we approve. And I don't know what the process is to submit to HCD, but I'd like to see it later today. You know, if we have the ability. I don't know. Get rid of the bureaucratic process, right? We don't know the uncertainty, and then follow up with HCD and see what process they have to expedite it. You know, we have the relationships there, so follow up with them, please. And then, I don't know, right after they approve, is there anything else we need to do to readopt any resolution? So we need to get that done as well. As soon, the day they approve it, we should be in this chamber so that none of the people in the county are exposed anymore. Thank you for your time and your commitment to resolving this.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Katie Studstead, and I live in the unincorporated area of San Jose on Sutton Drive. I urge the county to approve a housing plan to responsibly build appropriately in single-family housing areas where multi-unit complexes may be built via builder's remedy. Please approve a plan that doesn't allow these multi-units to be built where they do not fit, do not belong, and will ruin our small street vibe that we in San Jose enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rajiv Ranjan. I am a resident of Santa Clara County for over 30 years. We've been living in an unincorporated area. My property is very unique. We are in unincorporated area. It's an urban area, but it's not an urban service area. It's right adjacent to the city. So we've been trying to build few homes, and we have not had luck. It's a nice property. It's got flat area. A lot of engineering work has been done. So I hope your housing element solution helps me. But when I look at what was submitted, looks like county is passing the buck. They're putting another layer of requirement. They're moving a lot of these areas incorporated. They're saying the city should take it under themselves. So I hope it helps my case, because I would like to, I'm close to retiring, and I would like to build a couple of homes in there, and I've had this property for the longest time. So my request to you is look at carefully in there before we go ahead and vote in there. There's clearly shortage of homes, right? Our tax dollars keeps going up. You guys keep increasing the property taxes. So, if we have more homes, you're gonna get more, which helps with everything else, right? So I hope you look at this carefully before you approve that. And I appreciate you guys put in a lot of effort, but guys, I'm struggling for the last 6 years, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving to our Zoom speakers. Our first speaker is Steve Rispoli.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I am also a Sutton neighbor, and I do not live I'm in the city next to the island that is in question with the Sutton Drive thing, build, which Baloo and Katie spoke to. Trust me, I know that process is very long. There's over 1,400 pages of documentation associated with this plan. I urge you guys to please approve it. I do know that considering that 60 days, if there's anything that we can do to urge expedition on part of HCD, please let us know. We've spoken to senators, we've spoken to mayors. I will go ahead and do whatever I need to do and my neighbors need to do to get this approved. And please, next cycle, please start early. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
All right, that is the end of the queue, and go ahead and close the public hearing. All right, so do any of my colleagues here would have a question on this item? I see a bunch of lights. So yes, Vice President Arenas, please.
Thank you. I also don't need coffee because that woke me up. I was already awake. First of all, I just want to really thank our planning department and everybody who participated. I know that you've all been working really hard at getting this done. And through no fault of your own, and I think concerns with some of the cities that are within our county that had some concerns and created a bit of a roadblock. And I'm airing this out because it's not, there's a lot of things that happen to get us from point A to point B, right? And good work sometimes will get us there, but unfortunately there's other interests that are involved that delay our submission or elongate that approval, right? Because of that, I'm really just grateful for you keeping an eye on the prize, which is getting all of this done and submitted once again. I want to make sure that we are very clear with our public and our residents, and I thank those folks who showed up today. Thank you for coming in and sharing your concerns regarding the builders remedy projects, which I know there's 37 of those builders remedy projects, and I wanted to ask our staff, I want to say 26 of those are in South County in my district. Am I correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah. Well, lucky us, right? We are also mainly responsible for complying with our housing charge, if you will. So a lot of the housing will be built in my district, and that's mainly through the Pleasant Hills golf course development, and so that's in San Jose. And the way that what we targeted originally was that site so that we wouldn't target 8 other sites throughout the south part of our county, correct?
Through the President, Lisa Mikhail, that's correct.
And the reason, I know you know this, the reason I'm stating all of these things is because I want our residents to also walk with us in terms of where we were before and how we got here. And like I said, almost every municipality had some level of feedback that from HCD that made them hold on to their housing element and, pull their hair out, really, because that meant that folks could step in with a builder's remedy project and get into the line, right? And so we were very thoughtful. You were all very thoughtful in terms of making sure that we protect a lot of our open land and that not one area gets all the impact. Unfortunately, one area is going to get a lot of the impact that's in my district. But we were hoping to avoid a lot of the south part of the county, right? Now, I just want for clarification and for my residents to understand that the builder's remedy projects don't go away simply because we get certified, correct?
Through the President, Lisa Mikhail, that's correct. We have a responsibility to process the applications.
Okay. And so what I wanted to ask you is to take us through what the process will look like after. So, and you touched on this. This will go back to HCD. They will review and at some point really certify. So even if we vote on this right this very minute, it doesn't mean, that it goes automatically through the air over to HCD and we're like, we're good. There's still a process. What does that process look like? And is there an opportunity for more builders remedy projects to get submitted?
Through the President, if I could just ask a clarifying question, Supervisor
Please.
Reyes. Are you asking the process for the housing element or builder's remedy or both?
Both.
Sure. For the housing element, we submit this version if adopted today by the board. A resolution would accompany that submission, and then we await for their formal certification letter. Then we move into formal implementation of the housing element and the programs that are identified. That's going to take the course of the next 8 years. There are some mid-cycle reviews there that we would be responsible to adhering to. That's the summary of the housing element and the programs.
And what is, I'm so sorry, Lisa. What is that time frame between when we send this back to HCD and that they certify with a letter back to us? Do we have an idea what that looks like?
Yes, we will submit it as soon as possible. We just need the finally signed resolution. So we will follow up with staff respectively for that resolution to be signed, and then we will submit it right at that moment.
Great. No, I imagine.
Hours or days, so.
Yeah, I imagine you're just going to lick that stamp and send it off right after we vote. And so what I'm looking for is the time frame. Like, do you think that that would take about a month, 2 months?
Sure, I followed up with HCD, and their planning manager responded. They said that they have 60 days, but they will try their best to respond earlier, but did not commit.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'm going to rephrase my question. What are the next steps for builders' remedy projects? So the ones the 37 that are on our list, including almost around 26 from our specific district, what is the process for them?
If I could just interject briefly, Supervisor Arenas, I just wanted to note that each project, each builder's remedy project will be subject to a case-by-case analysis, and there may be variations in the project. Happy to have a high-level overview of the conversation here, but just wanted to note that caveat.
Yes, no, I understand that, and I did see that that memo. But this is for the sake of our residents to understand what that looks like, because I want them to also understand that those projects will continue to move in this process that has already been set up. It doesn't mean that they get deleted, that they have to start all over, or that they have to resubmit without a builder's remedy clause there. It means that they get to complete their project with a builder's remedy. So if you could just give me a really quick overview of what that looks like, just so that our residents understand.
Sure. So as Mr. LaPresti noted, each project has its own
Right. Of course.
specific sets of variables and process associated. Generally speaking, each individual that submits a preliminary application or becomes vested has the ability to process a formal application. When they have a limited time frame that they can submit a formal application, it's 180 days. Once an application is deemed complete, we then move into California Environmental Quality Act process. It's likely that most of the projects that we're seeing in the rural areas would necessitate an environmental impact report if they're not exempt in any way. So that process may take a few years. And then it would come before public hearings, so the Planning Commission, and if appealed, the board.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So our residents can continue to follow along those projects, especially provide some feedback, as CEQA always has that opportunity to capture some of those concerns and feedback from our residents. So I would say to my residents that even though some of these projects will still continue to move forward, and like you said, each project is very different, has a different kind of timeline, overall, there's still an opportunity for our community to reflect their concerns, their wants, their needs regarding some of these projects. And so I would just tell my residents to keep your eyes out. We will please continue to engage with my office so that we can all learn at the same time, because this is the very first time we are going to process a builder's remedy projects, right? All 37 of these. And unfortunately for some of my area, that means that they're going to be in agricultural land, and some land that typically would be off limits, or at least would have some parameters that developers would have to follow. So anyways, not all is lost, but I would ask our residents to continue to be involved. And lastly, the last thing that I'm just going to ask is if you could please follow up on the off-agenda memo that we asked last time. And I really appreciate everything that you're all doing. I know this is all very convoluted, and you've made it real simple for all of us to follow, to understand. And I know that you'll continue to keep us informed as we go through this process. As difficult as it's going to be, there's still a process involved. So thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to approve the housing element update. Hoping I get a second.
I'm happy to second.
Here motioned and seconded? Yes, motion.
Second with much appreciation and wishes for all due speed.
Okay, motion by Rennes and seconded by Allenberg. Yes, clerk, we got that. Okay, good. I see a light on. Yes, Supervisor Abacoga.
Thank you, President. And again, I want to thank staff and appreciate the Vice President's comments coming in late into this process. I appreciate the history. This whole process, frankly, for all jurisdictions has been really quite almost unbearable, to be frank, is my feeling. I come from a jurisdiction that missed the deadline by 3 weeks because we thought we were told we were complete, and then at the last minute we're given a whole set of new items to do, and I've just heard that from many, many jurisdictions. So my request is that I would love to I appreciate hearing from staff, and maybe we can do it through the Hewlett Committee, your experience with the process and feedback. I would like to be able to provide feedback to ABAG, to MTC, and really try to advocate for a better, more streamlined, less staff-intensive process when we come up with the next cycle, which is only 5 years away now or 6 years away at this point. So I look forward to the ongoing conversation and would appreciate your help in advocating for some real changes to this. With that, thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no lights, I'll just make my brief comment. So first of all, I just want to thank staff, Jacqueline, your team for this hard work. And when I say hard work, this is something that's been going for more than 2 years from the original submission practically. We've had three times being rejected. So I'm saying hopefully this is 4 is a charm. The 4th time, so hopefully this will be it for us, because obviously this bill of remedy is throwing a huge ruckus on our planning process of how we try to mitigate the impact of new development around the surrounding areas. So I just want to say thank you so much for putting this together, and let's put a bow on it and hope HCD will approve it quickly. Thank you very much, and without further ado, Curtis, let's take the roll.
Supervisor Abacoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes, with great appreciation to staff. Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye.
Motion carries with 5.
Great, thank you very much. Next item, I believe, is number 9 and 10 will be heard jointly together. And this is the item relating to the home visiting services for children. And we will hear the staff presentation and hear from the public on this item. And I'll come back to my colleagues for the comments or questions. Yes, hello there.
Can I just
I'm sorry.
confirm?
Yes.
Item 9 is my referral.
Correct.
But I would like to hear item 10 first, so that we have the study on which the referral is based. So item 10, if I could give just a quick introduction.
Please, yes,
That's
go
all
ahead.
right, is to
Yes.
receive a report from First 5 Santa Clara County relating to that entity's feasibility study for the expansion of home visiting services for children. I first proposed this study through an inventory item that was sent to the board for approval in May of 2023. Thank you to my colleagues who were part of that approval. My goal was to better understand the current landscape of home visiting services and the opportunities through which our county could do more for young children and their families. I am very appreciative of First Five's leadership and your dedication to identifying gaps and proposing recommendations to sustain and expand home visiting programs. First Five Santa Clara County has been a strong and constant advocate for families with young children for more than 2 decades and has served as a convener for the local home visiting program for the past 5 years. As a First Five commissioner, I am proud of the impact our local agency has had in the early childhood space and for their skill in working with our administration, with community partners, and with our managed care plans to improve health, equity, and social outcomes for our children. So I am pleased to introduce the team that is sitting before us today. Jennifer Cloyd is the Chief Executive Officer of First Five Santa Clara County, Kelsey Batnager, Director of Health and Wellness, and Emily Firam, Community Health and Wellness Program Officer. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Supervisors. I'm Jennifer Kelleher-Cloyd from First Five, along with my colleagues, Kelsey and Emily. As Supervisor Ellenberg just stated, we completed a home visiting landscape analysis and feasibility study in part due to our role as the backbone organization supporting our Santa Clara County Home Visiting Collaborative and our role as one of the primary investors and operators of several home visiting programs in our community. We are actually joined here today by several of those partners in our collaborative who truly made this report possible with their participation, including Public Health, our Parent-Child Plus teams, and Planned Parenthood. Kelsey and Emily will give a short presentation on the study, and then we are available to answer your questions.
So first, I'll start by just defining what we're talking about when we talk about home visiting programs. In the report, we talk about a number of different programs that vary in terms of who's eligible for them, the type of provider that delivers them, the program goals, the intensity, but the thing that all home visiting programs have in common is that these are services that are delivered in the home. They go to the family versus what happens with many service where the family goes to the service. And this really allows for relationship building, intensive support, and for the provider to really get a full picture of what's going on for the family. And across the board, home visiting programs do 3 core activities. They do some kind of assessment of child and family needs. These can be health assessments, developmental assessments, assessments of family needs. They do some kind of parent education and coaching, and they connect families to other resources in the community. And we have done extensive evaluation of home visiting programs locally, and there's really a body of national research looking at home visiting programs that show that these are impactful programs. They reduce incidents of child abuse and neglect. Participation in home visiting programs is associated with improved maternal and child health outcomes, increased school readiness, and return on investment studies show that home visiting programs are really cost effective, with return on investments estimates ranging for $1.75 to over $5 for every dollar spent.
All right, and now we get to the very exciting work that is happening in our county. Here you see a list of home visiting programs that are part of our home visiting collaborative. We have another program that actually joined this fall as well. And you can see that if you look at the home visitor type, home visitors really are a diverse workforce. So you have folks like public health nurses, you also have therapists, and you have early learning specialists, many of whom are actually parents who have received home visiting services themselves in the past, and then they've gone on to become home visitors. And on this list, one thing we really noted throughout this report is that the programs in our county are really moderate to high intensity. So these programs are meeting families either for longer periods of time, longer duration of visits, and more frequently. We noticed that we don't have any low intensity services in the county, but we really are doing a great job of serving families with the highest need. A bit about our report methodology. We really relied heavily on the Home Visiting Collaborative partners to support us in sharing about their programs. We were able to talk to home visiting staff, who are the folks who are actually going into families' homes, as well as families who receive home visiting services. We spoke with consultants to develop a fiscal map and cost model. They're national consultants, prenatal to 5 fiscal strategies. We also collected specific data about where home visiting services are taking place in the county, what kinds of trainings home visitors across these very diverse programs are taking, and we spoke with other counties who are implementing home visiting programs as well. So here you'll see our zip code map. The first thing you might notice is there's shaded areas on this map. The darker the shade represents the higher level of disparity compared to the rest of the county. So that's things like number of children or percent of children 0 to 5 on Medi-Cal or infants born with a low birth rate. And then the green dot that you'll see, the size of the green dot indicates the number of children 0 to 5 who are receiving home visiting services in those zip codes. And you can also, of course, use the map interactively. You can look by program as well as specific zip code. And from that map, we were able to take a deeper look into kind of how families are being served. And one main thing we noticed is that in those zip codes where there are children, a higher percentage of children 0 to 5 on Medi-Cal, there is an opportunity for further saturation. So I want to highlight that the programs are making a very concerted effort in these zip codes, particularly in South County, East San Jose, and a little bit of North County. But because of the large population of children 0 to 5 on Medi-Cal, there's just a lot more room to provide more services there.
And so as Emily mentioned, for the report, we did 2 types of fiscal analysis. So first, we created a fiscal map, which is really a catalog of the available funding sources that support home visiting, and that helps us look at whether we're leveraging all major known funding sources and where there's opportunity to maximize. And so the full fiscal map with a list of all the funding sources can be found in the report, but really high-level takeaways from that analysis are that we're doing a really good job in Santa Clara County of leveraging the major federal and state known sources that support home visiting, and the pie chart shows that. Almost, more than half of total funding comes from federal and state sources, but there's also really, really significant local investment in these programs. Most of that funding comes from the county through 3 departments: public health, behavioral health, and social services, and also First 5 makes a large local investment in these programs. Moving on to the cost model. So with this, we analyzed each program. We looked at their salaries, the intensity of the program, the caseload, infrastructure costs, supervision and leadership staff, to help us develop a true cost per child for each of the models. And this can also be used to extrapolate for expansion. And then utilizing our cost model, we ran 2 scenarios. The first was just the true cost of services, utilizing our current salaries and capacity. And you'll see that the true cost comes out to just over $36 million. Current funding is just over $35 million, so there's just over $1 million gap. And when we see this, this means that providers are likely cutting corners to make things work. And they told us this in their listening sessions. They might be serving more families than program fidelity, or they might be cutting back on training and infrastructure or supervision costs to make things work. We also, as we were doing this report, identified that many home visitors in our county, depending on family composition and other sources of income, are likely not making a living wage. And so the collaborative felt it was really important to quantify where that gap was and what that would take. And so we did that for the study. We developed a living wage scale. You can read about how we did that in the report. And there we identified that there's over a $6 million gap. And then diving into just the current funding landscape, a couple of things to highlight. First Fives historically statewide have made large investments in home visiting programs, and that's certainly true in our county. Our revenue has declined significantly over the last decade with declining tobacco tax revenue. There's also some uncertainty about CalWORK's home visiting funding. The state budget that passed last year included some significant cuts from that funding source, which didn't end up manifesting, but it's definitely something we're keeping our eye on for the future. And then finally, two new funding sources where we see opportunities, Medi-Cal and CalAIM, which Emily is going to dive into in our recommendations, and then the Families First Prevention Services Act. This is already being utilized to expand the Parent-Child Plus program this fiscal year.
So in terms of our recommendations, we have 3 layers of recommendations. First would be to sustain, then enhance, then expand home visiting services in our county. I'm really going to focus on 2 of the recommendations today, number 2 and number 7. So starting with number 2, in terms of sustaining our programs, we really see an opportunity to partner with managed care plans to be able to leverage those new Medi-Cal benefits, CalAIM, to support these programs. So we see a lot of alignment in terms of what home visiting attempts to do and what the managed care plans hopes are for their members in terms of ensuring timely screenings, making sure that children are attending their well-child visits and really have their medical home, and thus reducing, emergency room visits and costs for other medical interventions. And some of the benefits we could explore using are the community health worker benefit, enhanced care management, dietetic service and family therapy, as well as doula benefits. And just to note that a challenge we foresee is that for these, to be able to do these benefits, we need a supervising provider to provide administrative support, which can be quite burdensome, as well as the reimbursement rates are relatively low for the cost of service. And we know that in other counties, folks have been able to negotiate higher reimbursement rates with their managed care plans. So that is something to explore. In terms of recommendation number 7, we recommend developing a targeted, universal, short-term home visiting model, which would really serve the Medi-Cal population. Shortly after giving birth, we would potentially propose a couple visits, really to be able to connect with those families, and if there is need, connect them to other home visiting services that are already existing in our county. We have a program, Baby Gateway, which helps eligible families with newborns by signing them up for Medi-Cal while in the hospital, and so we see a lot of alignment there, as well as utilizing these CalAIM benefits to make this kind of program happen. And definitely other counties across the state are beginning to implement this kind of model, so we see this as an opportunity for expansion. With that, I think that concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Lambert. Oh, actually, does Vice Chair, you want me to start first? Vice President?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Supervisor Lambert.
Thank you. Before I introduce the referral, I'm happy for anyone that has questions on the report itself to ask those questions, and then we'll go to the referral. Everything okay over there?
Good.
Please go ahead.
Oh, I was just noting the support of our president with the tie.
All you.
Yes, I got the memo. Yes, Vice President Arenas, yes, go ahead.
I don't have questions on the report. Before I introduce the referral, I'm happy if my colleagues have questions on the report that they want to ask. What I would like to do is have those questions answered, then introduce the referral, then go to public comment, and then come back. Does that work?
Yeah, okay. Yes, so questions. Go ahead, Vice President Arenas, please.
Thank you so much. I just want to note, I know we were having a side conversation, but yesterday my colleagues and I, or some of us, are wearing pink, and in support today, our president is wearing pink, as we are a majority of women on the board, and so I just wanted to note that support, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so some of my questions have really to do with kind of the mechanics of this. First of all, absolutely believe in home visitation. And as you know, I've worked for First Five for about 12 years.
Yes.
And so I had the opportunity to see how the unfolding and participate also as well in the system of care that we currently have now for our children 0 through 6, especially the Medi-Cal reimbursement that happens with a lot of the services that are provided. So and that creates a level of sustainability for programs, right, and services. Absolutely believe in that mechanic, the mechanics of that, and I want to make sure that I am just clear about how that's going to happen. And so I know the managed care programs or managed health plans, excuse me, are going to be the I think you called it a service. Are they going to be the supervising provider, or will First Five be that supervising provider?
So I think we really don't have an answer to that at this point. We really are in sort of exploratory conversations with at least 2 of the 3 managed care plans and have another conversation coming up soon with Kaiser. It's really been done differently in different jurisdictions, and I think a lot of it depends on the preference of the direct service providers. In some counties, those community-based organizations aren't in a place where they feel they can uplift the administrative burden of that. So they have asked either an intermediary such as a First Five, or there are also entities that are created simply to serve as the administrative intermediary. So we don't really have a recommendation yet about who should be the supervising provider. And also it will depend on which of the benefits are being utilized, because there's different requirements for like community health workers than there are for enhanced care management. So some of that really, the mechanics truly do depend on the source, as well as whether or not funds need to be blended or braided. Some CBOs aren't able to, for example, leverage things like Medi-Cal administrative activities funding, whereas government entities like First Five can. Some county entities can't receive philanthropic dollars in the same way that a CBO or First Five might be able to. So I think it will really depend on the design of the program and the source, and I think we'll really need to listen to our providers about what they need to make it feasible and sustainable to operate and handle the billing and administrative burden, if that's the direction that we end up going.
Got it. Well, you know, we are currently also exploring, not within the home visitation, but within the rental assistance drawdown of that benefit for our folks. And we haven't gotten there yet, and I'm sure it has a lot to do with the conversations that you just talked about now. And so I'm going to ask our county executive in terms of, I know that you know this business in terms of leveraging Medi-Cal monies. This is unexplored for us, but I'm guessing from what your comments that you are in contact with other counties that are already drawing down either one of those 2 features from CalAIM. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, we've been in conversations with a couple of different First Fives that are collaborating with counties or managed care plans. Both of them, or all 3 of them, are operating a little bit differently. And I actually can't say yet if the money is officially flowing or if they're still in the design and uplifting mode to get all of the administrative pieces underway. So we're meeting the 3 leading counties that we've been talking to are First Five Monterey, First Five Marin, and First Five Yolo. All 3 of those designs are slightly different. And they're working with different managed care plans as well.
Yeah, no,
it's complicated. It's and messy, I
so
will say.
Easy. Okay. One of the things, well, let me just take a step back before I'll ask our county executive to give me some input around this. Because we're all, as a system, the many systems that are getting used to what CalAIM is doing and how to draw down some of those benefits for recipients. we're trying to figure out, we're trying to develop those relationships with those managed care plans. We're trying to figure out what works for both sides, and especially for the recipients, right? And for the families and the children. And so I know that you're one step ahead in terms of having a collective voice among the home visiting network, but I want to recognize that it is also not monolithic, right? And there's a lot of needs. So I'm glad to see that the study allows for us to begin to mold this universal model, right, on this strategy that really works for our community. In the way that we've discovered as of late that Promotora's model really is efficient and effective for outreach and developing relationships and bringing resources into the family unit. The same is true of home visitation. It's very effective in providing some really early intervention and support for families. And so there's a deep belief on my part for home visitation. I'm really grateful for the work that you're leading in this. But with that, I will also say is that your home visitation model and needs in the feasibility study and what will come from the product of all of this will cover children beyond age 6, correct?
Yes, I mean, I think there are home visiting programs for older children, and certainly even we see in the programs that we stand up now that obviously the whole family is a part of the constellation of the visit. There are fewer home visiting programs designed for older children, largely because of their participation in school, but there are curriculum potentially available that do span larger age ranges, and certainly all of the home visiting programs in our collaborative do really approach the entire family as part of the work.
So that is one thing that I would like to make sure that we highlight and I incorporate and have a heavy recommendation in ensuring that our school age, as parents, it's so much easier to receive a program, a service when our children are younger. We have, we obviously are the caregivers of those children, and they have less autonomy in terms of what they can and can't participate in as they get older. You recognize that in your comment, but that is where we actually, when we talk about going upstream and in connection with our violence prevention initiative, this is what for me is really effective and really important, right? And I want to make sure that Latino children, especially boys, are very much focused in home visitation as part of that upstream strategies that we're using. And so I want to just make sure that is definitely part of the model and not forgotten. The children who are a little older, our youth that are a little older, we need to make sure that it's a home visiting model that works for them, right? Obviously, it's not going to look the same for a 5-year-old that it does for a 13 or 14-year-old, but we need to meet them wherever it is that they are. Okay, so, so I was going to take this back to James. There's an ease in me and of course a vote of confidence in First Five because I've seen this done before in terms of leveraging Medi-Cal reimbursement, the MA activities, so that there could be a level of sustainability for programs and services that are rendered for families. I know that you know how to do this, we are, and I know that we know how to do this because you do it with us, right? So the contracts come indirectly to us, and so what I'm wondering from our county executive is to hear if there's any concerns or if there's is there any work already on the county side to address home visitation and to leverage that funding through CalAIM, and I forget the ECM category, or whichever of the two categories, it doesn't matter, wherever we can draw down funding. And I know we have a gray cloud over us today because of what has already been, is in the works in terms of cutting federal funding. But if we were to imagine that that was not going to get impacted, and let's live in that world for a minute, what would your concerns be, if any?
Sure. So I think what I would say is this. Obviously, there's a lot of changes afoot right now with these funding streams, and undoubtedly there will be some significant changes in the next few months. What we can do as part of the report back here is make sure we come back with our best thinking in terms of the best way to identify mechanisms, including what entities, first 5, county, others, to maximize, the different funding streams and any, potential, impacts that there could be, and be able to bring forward kind of the comprehensive information in light of the current conditions at that time.
Maybe this is a good moment for a motion, because Supervisor Arenas, what you're asking for is exactly in line with where I'd like to go. So is it all right if I
Perfect. Please,
do that
take it
and
away.
then add in? So thank you for asking, I think, all of the right questions. As your presentation highlighted, the need to leverage new funding to support and expand home visitation seems quite self-evident. Our county's most economically vulnerable children, those whose families are Medi-Cal recipients, are receiving the lowest saturation of home visitation services. That was perhaps not a shocking but disturbing data point that you provided in the report. And of course, since we know that home visitation supports improved outcomes in both maternal and child health and development, I think we are obligated to do better by those children in every way that we can. We know that the state began to implement CalAIM reforms in 2022 to expand healthcare delivery beyond traditional iterations and locations, and CalAIM acknowledges that healthcare must be, and it's in their mission statement, quote, more coordinated, person-centered, and equitable. To me, at the heart of that statement are the community health workers and enhanced care management, whose services can help bridge the gap between delivering quality care and providing true wellness services. I know Medi-Cal billing is constantly described as complex, can often act as a barrier to expanding services. We are smart people, and what's being proposed today is neither new nor unique. There are several examples of other first 5s across the state, either leveraging or developing a program to leverage the community health workers or ECMs to support home visitation services. So I think a key to successful implementation, given those multiple funding streams and service partners, is really a trusted lead agency. I know we haven't made a determination today. In fact, the purpose of the referral is to direct administration to really take a deep dive and look at this. And in fact, we've given them a fairly long runway of about 9 months, not because this isn't critical, but we're buying a hospital. There are a few other things happening politically, and just so many unknowns that it makes sense to do this methodically and get it right. Of course, First 5 is an historic funder and supporter of the programs. I know that you've already initiated some conversations with our Medi-Cal managed care plans to explore leveraging the benefits. So my referral, and this is my motion, would direct administration to report back with options for consideration regarding implementing the recommendations described in the First 5 feasibility study, incorporating opportunities to expand home visitation services, including to perhaps anticipate your support, Supervisor Arenas, including looking at a wide age span of children through supporting the leveraging of CalAIM benefits. So I would
Second.
thank you so much. I think I did that correctly. Yes, thank you very much for the support, and would love to hear from the public as well.
Sure. All right, so just motion by Ellenberg and seconded by Arenas. Yes? All right, with no further question and comments, with a motion.
President
let's-
Lee, could I just clarify?
Yes, please, Tony.
Is that motion as to 9 and 10 combined?
Yes, thank you. I don't think I said that clearly. Let me try to do that better.
And
I
just,
think I didn't say it, but I did mean to include acceptance of the report. So hang on, I'm going to do it right. Okay, my motion is to receive First Five's report and approve direction to administration to report to the board with options for consideration relating to the expansion of home visitation services in the county, utilizing the recommendations included in the First Five Santa Clara County feasibility study for expansion of home visiting services for children. Are you good to still second that?
Second.
Whew.
Okay, let's go. Curtis, how many speakers do we have?
We have 8 speakers in chambers and 7 speakers on Zoom.
You say 8 plus 7, that's 15, right?
15 total.
And now, Tony, just want to confirm, up to 14 is 2 minutes and 15 is 1 minute, am I correct?
on actual items, Supervisor, that would be up to you, I believe. You've expressed an interest between 11 and 20 of doing 1 minute.
Okay, all right. If that's the case, let's do 1 minute per speaker. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're at 8 on Zoom, so we'll just give our last call for our Zoom speakers.
Yes, please.
All right, looks like we're holding at 8. I'll start calling speakers in chambers.
Thank you.
For our in-chamber speakers, our first speakers are Maria Garcia, Leslie Serrano, Stephanie Ceja Gonzalez, Sunny, and Ethan Mahimanathan.
Good morning, Lee and members of the board.
1 second. I think the mic's not working very well there. Let's make sure it's working. Let's pause for the second.
Hang on. Give it a try now.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee.
Much better. Let's rewind the clock, please. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee and board members of the board. I'm providing a public comment today to support Agenda Item 9. My name is Leslie Serrano. I'm an early learning specialist at the CCSCC. I would like to share an experience with a family who has a child with learning disabilities. This mother is Elizabeth, who's a devoted caring for her daughter, Abigail. Elizabeth has often conveyed to me how much she values home visits we conduct. These sessions have shown to foster to love learning for Abigail and engaging activities. After completing each activities, Elizabeth takes great joy in displaying Abigail's accomplishments on the wall, which gives excitement and pride to Abby. Additional to Abby facing challenges with language and speech, the Parent Child Plus program has provided Elizabeth with effective tools to support her daughter with growth and addresses her needs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee and members of the board. Thank you for addressing this vital issue. My name is Maria Garcia, representing Catholic Charities, and I'm speaking in support of Agenda Item 9. Parents in the Parent Child Plus home visiting program have shared their gratitude with me, saying things like, without the support of the early learning specialist who encouraged me, I wouldn't have gained the confidence to know I could teach my child so much. Home visiting is crucial, not just for a child's language and social development, but also for parents, many of whom may not have experienced the importance of learning through play as children. This ultimately strengthens the relationship and bond between parent and child, which will support the child throughout their academic journey. Thank you.
If I can call a few more names: Arlen Mora Barron, Liliana Estrada, Mindy Asper.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee and members of the board. Thank you for addressing this vital issue today. My name is Stephanie Steja, and I am providing public comment today in support of Agenda Item 9. I have been fortunate to have received home visits through Parent-Child Plus at Catholic Charities while I was going through one of the most arduous episodes in my life. Being a stay-at-home mom with 3 little kids and battling chronic atypical depression, Parent-Child Plus did not only provide me with tools and materials to better support my children's emotional and intellectual development, they motivated me to seek help for myself, encouraged me to advocate for mine and my children's mental health, and gifted me with purposeful, uninterrupted time with my children. Sometimes all I needed was someone to tell me I was doing a good job. And our early learning specialist did that and much more. I am forever grateful to Parent-Child Plus. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee and member of the board. I am providing public comment today, support of Agenda Item 9. My name is Sunny Lei, and I am represent Catholic Charity in the Parent-Child Plus program, a home visitor. I have a privilege to work with Farm and her son, Ethan. Farm moved to the U.S. a few years ago, and her son was diagnosed with speech delays. At the start of our visit, Ethan struggled to form a sentence longer than 3 words. Despite nearing his 3rd birthday, through our session, we have focused on strengthening his communication and verbal skill. Now he constantly asking his mom when Miss Sunny will come. During our visit, he excited engaged with his mom in late, inviting both his mother and me to participate. Witnessing Ethan's transformation has been truly rewarding, and I am honored to be the part of his journey. Thank you for listening.
Buenos días, Supervisor Lee y miembros de la Junta. Gracias por abordar este tema vital. Mi nombre es Liliana Estrada. Hoy haré comentarios públicos en apoyo del tema 9 de la agenda. He tenido la suerte de recibir visitas domiciliarias a través de Parent-Child Plus en Caridades Católicas. Hoy hablo como mamá que participó en el programa y verdaderamente me siento agradecida de haber podido ser parte de este programa, el cual me brindó demasiado tanto a mí como a mi hija. El que me hayan dado las herramientas y los recursos para poder fomentar el aprendizaje temprano en casa y poder ayudar a mi hija a tener un buen desarrollo en sus habilidades sociales, lenguaje y todas las áreas de su desarrollo. El también crear ese vínculo temprano e interacción. Ahora aplaudo nuestros grandes logros y me siento orgullosa de presenciar el impacto tan grande que hay en nuestras vidas. Ella ahora asiste al preschool, las maestras y las mamás de los demás niños reconoce el gran avance en cómo colorea, corta y realiza sus trabajos. Gracias.
Gracias. Yes, the translator, please.
Good morning, President Lee and members of the board. Today, I'm very happy to talk about this important issue. My name is Liliana Estrada, and I'm here to talk positively about item 9. I have received visits from parents and other Catholic members, and I'm here to see the development that we have achieved with this program in my family. I'm very thankful because me and my daughter have had a lot of support. We have had different tools for early development at home. Also, my daughter has had different development regarding social and language areas. And also, we have had this early development and a great achievement. So I'm very proud to be here and to see the impact that this program has had in our lives. Also, the preschool teachers and and other mothers are very impressed about this, so I'm really thankful for that. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee and members of the board. I am providing a public comment today in support of Agenda Item 9. My name is Arlene Mora Barron, and I am representing Catholic Charities. In the Parent-Child Plus program, I had the opportunity to work with the first-time parent who was feeling overwhelmed and isolated. Through our home visits, we worked together to provide tools and support based on the family's needs. The mother was hesitant to receive early intervention services for her son, but with encouragement and support, she took the step. I'll never forget the moment we celebrated her son saying his first words. Seeing this mother grow more confident and empowered has been such a rewarding experience. This is just one example of how the Parent-Child Plus program doesn't just prepare children for success in school. It builds confidence, fosters connection, and strengthens family bonds. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mindy Asper. I'm the program manager for the Teen Parent Support Program, a partnership between Planned Parenthood Marmonte and the Santa Clara County Public Health Department. We've been providing this program with home visitation for the last 17 years to pregnant and parenting teens and their babies and families. When 17-year-old Adrian, whose name has been changed for privacy, joined our program, he was disconnected from school. He was seeking employment and was concerned about the well-being of his baby boy. His case manager guided him to re-enroll in school, seek resources related to his son's custody, and obtain a part-time job and an internship. Present day, Adrian has physical custody of his son and has prioritized improving his parenting skills. He completed his high school and is now enrolled in community college. Adrian's goal is to become a social worker and help out his community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move over to our Zoom speakers now.
Yes, please.
Our first speaker is Janelle Garcia. Please accept the unmute.
Hello. Hello, my name is Janelle. I've been a home visitor for about almost 4 years in the Parent-Child Plus program with Somos Mayfair. I am giving public comment today in support of Agenda Item 9. Last year, a family completed the program with me. This family in particular started the program with concerns for their child because he was nonverbal. After providing the ages and stages questionnaire, creating a referral, taking those results to their doctor and demanding an official evaluation, the child was diagnosed with autism. Alongside therapies and home visiting, the family learned different ways to communicate with him, teaching him sign language, learning transitions, and ways to support self-regulation. The mom said one time sometimes after work, I felt so exhausted and I didn't have energy to play with him. But when you come into the space, it helps me and make sure that he's happy to be playing with me. So I urge you to consider this expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Salas. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee and all board members. My name is Liz Salas, and I'm the Early Learning Supervisor with Somos Mayfair, and I oversee the Parent-Child Plus Home Visiting Program. I'm here today to express my strong support for Agenda Item 9. In our work, one of the most powerful takeaways we learned is the incredible resilience of our caregivers have. They are, without a doubt, the first and most important teachers in their children's lives, and their homes are their first schools. I've seen firsthand how parents, grandparents, and caregivers develop leadership skills through this program, and many of them have transitioned from participants to home visitors themselves. The connections we build through these home visits are invaluable. They're rooted in trust, support, and empowerment. The impact is undeniable. We have many families returning, new children, new opportunities for early referrals and resources. The difference we're making is truly meaningful. I urge you to consider the expansion with the first 5 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daenerys Cervantes. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, good morning. I'm Daenerys, an early learning specialist in the Parent-Child Plus Home Visiting Program within Somos Mayfair. Today, I want to show my support of Agenda Item 9 by providing a public comment. I believe this program has helped a lot of caregivers gain confidence and knowledge in providing their little ones with a pathway to success. From the moment their children are born to the first day of kindergarten is the most critical time, and what better way than to have a home visitor support in the safety of their own home. This program gives caregivers the opportunity to learn the importance of early literacy and school readiness. They witness the change in their children's learning through play. I personally have seen the changes in this that this program does. It's such a beautiful thing to see a child and their parents strengthening their connection and eagerness to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Portillo. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Andrea Portillo, Director of Early Learning with Somos Mayfair. I'm here to express my strong support for the recommendations listed in the feasibility study for expansion of home visiting services, which would support adequate and sustainable funding for critical services for children and family. Like you heard today, home visiting programs meet with families with young children 0 to 5 in their homes or in other places that are familiar with the family to support healthy development and parent-child relationships and assist families with accessing community resources. Through our Parent-Child Plus programs, our early learning specialists don't just provide essential supports to children, they empower parents as the first teachers and advocates of their families. Now more than ever, our early learning specialists play a pivotal role connecting families to much needed wraparound services and resources, as well as empowering and moving families out of isolation to community. I strongly encourage you to take action on the recommendations provided in the report and the accompanying referral. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nayeli Sedano. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Nayeli Sedano. I'm honored to represent Somos Mayfair and our community. I'm here wholeheartedly to support Agenda Item 9. My youngest child was born the day that our state had the initial shelter-in-place order in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we participated in the home visiting program, Parent-Child Plus hybrid model. Her father also actively participated, and our overall experiences were short of remarkable. At the start of the home visiting program, my daughter had limited vocabulary and social skills. The pandemic made things even harder for our young ones and parents. Throughout the program, she learned to bond and trust another adult, her home visitor, build long-lasting joy for reading and learning while having fun. But the best part was having intentional, healthy, and quality time and support together. These programs have profound impacts, from children overcoming developmental challenges to blossoming into curious and adventurous young learners. I believe that every child in our county deserves access to these life-changing programs. I urge you to seize.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Courtney Armstrong.
Good morning, President Lee and members. My name is Courtney Armstrong. I'm calling on behalf of First Five Association of California. We are pleased to express our strong support for the recommendations that were listed in the feasibility study to facilitate the expansion of home visiting services for children in Santa Clara County. As you've heard, First Fives across the state have pioneered home visiting approaches and coordination for more than 2 decades. And the association provides policy research, capacity building, and advocacy to help ensure that home visiting programs are connected and thriving throughout the state. We work with managed care plans and Department of Health Care Services to try to increase access to those services, and we're really excited about the direction that was recommended in the report, and happy to voice our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marina Martinez. Marie,
Hello.
please go ahead.
Hello, good morning. My name is Maria Martinez, and I am actually speaking on behalf of Agenda 9. I am a parent-child plus parent, currently in the program right now, and I have nothing but good things to say about the program. They have greatly impacted my daughter, who does have, she's currently nonverbal, and Parent-Child Plus has provided the guidance and support to actually take her into to get tested. So they've actually provided a lot of support, and I would like to support the expansion of this program because I think it's very necessary for our, not only for our community, but for the rest of the parents who are out there also struggling. The visitations alone, since she's nonverbal, have been a great help. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rocio O'Connor. Rocio O'Connor, can you accept the unmute, please?
Hola, buenos días.
Go ahead.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Rocío Cana, soy parte del programa de Somos Mayfair. Y me gustaría apoyar la agenda número 9. Mi hijo Isa, y cuando él tenía 1 año y medio no hablaba, y a los 2 años formó parte del grupo de Parent Child Plus, y hoy ha hecho una gran diferencia en su vida porque gracias a las visitas a casa él pudo tener una relación con otra persona aparte de su familia y de sus hermanos. Y quiero darle las gracias a este programa porque gracias a él nosotros tuvimos darnos cuenta que tenía un problema con su habla.
That concludes public comment.
Yes, and the translator, please, on the last comment.
Good morning, my name is Rocío Gana, and I'm part of Somos Mayfair. I would like to support item 9 because my son Isa, when he was 1 year old, he was nonverbal. When he was 2 years old, he formed part of the group, and it made a huge difference thanks to the visits at home and the relationship he was able to form with others besides their family. I would like to give thanks to this program and also to help me with a speech program with my son. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausted our speakers list. I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. We have a motion and a second. I see a light on. Yes, Vice President Arenas.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I know that we had this conversation previous to public comment, but I wanted to just thank everybody for coming and letting us know just the wonderful work that you're doing with children and families and the differences that you're making. I know some of you are the folks who are providing the service, but some of you are parents or one and the same sometimes, right? And so I just want to, I'm just absolutely grateful for all the difference that you make for a child. I understand at a very, very deep level those differences because I had a child who also needed a lot of support at the beginning of his life. And so I just want to thank you for making that difference for our kiddos. Quiero agradecer a las personas que hablaron. Si es usted una trabajadora o un papá o una mamá, le agradezco por su opinión y más importante por permitir que nosotros estemos informados de el desarrollo de sus hijos y la diferencia que hizo este programa en la vida de usted o de su niño o niña. Yo también personalmente tuve un niño que necesitó mucha ayuda al principio de su vida y agradezco profundamente el servicio de cual estamos hablando y me da un poco de pena que no esperamos a escuchar todo este comentario antes de nosotros tener nuestra conversación, pero les agradezco muchísimo que tomaron el tiempo y que aportaron su testimonio. Muchas gracias.
Lo que ella dice.
So that's the translation of just what she said from Supervisor Ellenberg. All right, anything else? Okay, very good. Curtis, let's go take the roll.
Supervisor Abaikoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes, and with my gratitude as well to all of the public speakers that came out today.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well. Thank you very much. Yes, okay, moving to next item is our 11, receiving the report from our county executive. James, take it away.
Good morning, President Lee, members of the board. One item that I wanted to report on and share with the board that we're working feverishly on, as the board is aware and many of the public, much of the public is aware, late yesterday, the Federal Office of Management and Budget issued a memorandum freezing federal funds. There's considerable uncertainty around the scope of this action. However, based on a 52-page long spreadsheet that OMB has distributed, it appears countless social services, programs and many, many, many others, things like child welfare, child support, Title IV-E, HUD programs, DOJ grants, Title I for education, Head Start. Many, 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 many programs are all subject to this freeze. Several of our departments have reported that even though the freeze is not supposed to take effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Time today, several departments have already reported that they've been locked out of federal payment portals.
Wow.
We are working hard to assess impacts. We're also receiving reports from some programs and service providers that they've received stop notices from the federal government to cease further activity under their contracts and programs, including significant programs that affect social services such as refugee assistance programs here in our county. We will keep the board updated on these impacts. At this time, I've provided direction to agencies and departments of the county to continue programs, services, and contracts as is while we assess the impact. But as the board is well aware, the county is heavily dependent on direct and indirect federal funding for health and social services programs, as well as a variety of other programs. Many departments have a significant portion of their programs and funds dependent on federal sources. We will be very, very closely monitoring the situation, taking in the information that we have and proceeding accordingly. But the potential scope of impact, even for short freezes on some of this funding, is very significant because, as the board is also aware, we don't have significant cash reserves as an organization. And so pauses of funding also have a significant impact for us. So we will report more as we're able to confirm and validate. The most concerning thing from my perspective is the action that's been taken is patently unconstitutional. Article 1 of the Constitution vests spending power with Congress. In fact, it's the most important power that's vested with Congress. The OMB memo asserts an extraordinary, unprecedented, sweeping exercise of executive authority over federal spending. It's absolutely unprecedented, patently conflicts with Article 1. Unfortunately, it appears that that leaders in Congress, including, for example, the chair of the House Appropriations Committee, have said that they don't have concerns, which is utterly mind-boggling, given what we're talking about. Like I said, we'll continue to keep the board updated. We're working to learn more about what's happening. Supposedly, the freeze isn't supposed to take effect until 2 o'clock our time today, but like I said, already several departments are seeing that they're locked out of payment portals. So that's what we're working on now, and something that should concern everybody in the entire country. That concludes my report.
Thank you, James, on that unhappy note. And I just want to ask James if there's going to cause cash flow issues because of these emergency or urgent orders coming through. Would you please update the board in the future so we're aware of these implications?
We will. I mean, that's some of a lot of what we need to assess. It's very evolving. So, for example, the OMB memo only exempted Social Security and Medicare. An FAQ came out today saying they're exempting Medicaid, which is, of course, huge for our hospital. But then at a press conference moments ago, the White House press secretary said she didn't know if Medicaid was exempted, even though the FAQ that was distributed earlier in the morning clearly stated Medicaid was exempted. So, as is the case with a unprecedented, hastily done action like this, there's confusion even within the federal government. And of course, one of our concerns is that in addition to the actual scope of what might be intended, which is in and of itself extraordinary, that agencies and departments at the federal level will freeze much more than even that in an abundance of caution, so to speak, on their end as they try to even figure out what they've been told to do. But regardless of whether, for example, Medicaid is or isn't included, even the list of specific grants and other funding streams that are included is sweeping and extraordinary, and even temporary pauses would have a very significant effect. So we will monitor all of this. Like I said, we'll take action accordingly, but everyone in the country needs to recognize what we're talking about here, which is an absolute extraordinary assertion of executive authority to dictate and control federal spending, and is something that should gravely concern all Americans.
Thank you, James. I see, Greta, your light's on as well.
Yeah, I was just going to add, there's going to be so many developments on this throughout the day, and consistent with the comment that the county executive just made, I'm seeing the New York Times reporting that, notwithstanding the fact that a memo was just issued saying Medicaid would be excluded from this freeze, the New York Times is reporting that the Medicaid portal is down in all 50 states and inaccessible. So consistent with not only the patently unlawful actions directed by the federal administration, just as mentioned, there's also a tremendous amount of chaos, fear, concern, and disruption that's occurring as a result of this action. I think we're going to see that both locally and nationally, and we're also hearing a lot of concerns from our nonprofit partners, from our staff across departments, just caused purely by the uncertainty and chaos associated with this order. So did just want to flag that, and of course we'll continue to both monitor updates, including during this board meeting, and be in communication with our staff, but keep both the board members and the public as updated as we possibly can, as we're also trying to make sure we're doing everything we need to do to protect our interests as best as possible.
Thank you, Greta. I see a couple of lights. Vice President Ellenberg, Reneth, please.
God, this is so somber. So we just approved, the home visitation program, and so are we going to continue to explore that drawdown from Medi-Cal? What do we, whether it's home visitation or any of the other services that CalAIM?
Well, I want to distinguish kind of short-term and medium-term, long-term. Short-term, we're trying to assess what's paused, what impact that has on immediate programs and services, including county cash and revenue, and I'm sure every other governmental entity in the country, school districts, others, are going to be making those same assessments. The intention of the OMB memo is to then examine these programs purportedly for compliance with a litany of executive orders, and our working assumption is that the intent is to then modify those programs with conditions or other things to, for example, direct the elimination of DEI activities or environmental activities or other programs that are the subject of all of those series of executive orders, and that those would come out on a program-by-program basis after review. We'll then have to respond to all of those individual items. In terms of the longer-term projections of what happens with CalAIM or other drawdown, that's something that we'll have to assess after Congress moves forward with whatever reconciliation bill is being worked up. The House Republicans have proposed a long litany of cuts to healthcare and social services programs to fund tax cuts. The list is extensive, and most items on that list are county safety net programs and services, primarily in healthcare. And if those kinds of cuts go through Congress, it will, without question, radically transform funding streams, including Medi-Cal. So we'll have to see what that is and what that looks like and return with adjustments accordingly. So that's a long way of saying we do not know. But if anyone's paying attention to what's going on, I think we should all recognize that we're likely to get a number of significant challenges associated with federal funding, particular healthcare related funding.
The other, well, you know what, I'll leave it for, I'm just gonna give a heads up. I also worry about how this administration is going to utilize some of our recent approvals that we had in November, particularly Prop 36. As I'm seeing that they're really combing through in a way that is significant to safety net services, and then of course villainizing folks. I think we've seen what some of the deportations overall is, you know, they're murderers and rapists and drug lords and whatever. And so I'm just afraid that Prop 36 is going to be utilized in a way that is going to really hurt our brown and black community. But I can also, I don't know if we already have something in place that is taking a look and having a greater analysis of Prop 36 currently.
I can speak briefly to that. We have provided some preliminary information related to the impact of Prop 36 at the Public Safety and Justice Committee. We're planning to provide additional information with the help and support of the Public Defender's Office and the District Attorney's Office, as well as other local law enforcement partners who are currently collecting data on local impacts of Prop 36's implementation. And we'll be happy to, in addition to bringing that to Public Safety and Justice, provide additional information to the full board on impacts of Prop 36.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Hearing and not fully understanding what it means to say that the Medicaid portals are down in all 50 states, I want to know what we are messaging to our community members. Does this mean that if somebody has Medi-Cal insurance and they go to a hospital or a doctor right now, that insurance is not valid? Or hopefully that's incorrect. But what are we telling? What is our message to the public right now?
Right now, our message to the public is that people should continue to access programs and services as normal.
They will not be turned away if they are Medi-Cal recipients.
They will not be turned away.
And how does this factor into the pending purchase of Regional Medical Center, which of course is highly dependent? I mean, the design of our and the structure of our purchase absolutely contemplates not only Medi-Cal reimbursement, but reimbursement at the higher supplemental level.
We do not know, and we will not be in a position to know for quite some time.
Specifically, we're not going to know before we purchase the hospital.
That's correct. And we have a signed purchase agreement, so the purchase is moving forward. We actually had virtually 100% of regional employees submit their job applications last week, and things are moving along smoothly on that front, and we'll continue to move forward. You know, any assessment that we'll have to make in light of changes to Medicaid will be holistic and would have to occur regardless.
Right, and I would like to encourage you, James, to use whatever county channels are appropriate to message the fact that residents with Medi-Cal should still continue to use all of our county facilities and that they will not be turned away. There's still going to be a fear. There's a fear that if we're wrong, they will then be billed for whatever the services are. So this is really tremendously destabilizing for a lot of our population, and I'm not confident that we can message in a way that is reassuring, but we absolutely have to be very intentional. And I would certainly think through all of our offices too, we would be echoing whatever the county is putting out.
I think without question, one of the specific intents behind these actions is to be destabilizing. One of the challenges we have, of course, we can clearly message that people will not be turned away from any county services. That's true for folks who are currently uninsured too, right? Whether you have Medi-Cal or don't have Medi-Cal, and that will remain the case. What we can't clearly communicate is the exact scope and impact of what this will have on the county and on our ability to provide services. And that's because we can't even get clear answers, as we've shared, for example, regarding federal Medicaid. And we know that states and many, many other entities across the country are similarly situated and trying to figure out what's going on. But what people do know is when they're logging into certain federal portals to draw down federal funds, they're locked out. And if they continue to be locked out, that has obviously a significant cash flow impact on the state and on us and on many others. So we'll keep the board updated, but this is deliberate chaos. It's, like I said, patently unconstitutional and is an effort to weaponize federal funding in a truly extraordinary way that, of course, harms not just those most in need, which it does, but these are programs that touch every single American.
Yes, Supervisor Young.
I'm going to try to share my comments without being extremely upset or having my feelings get the better of me, but approximately 60% of our county funding comes from state and federal resources and sources. From the time that this meeting started this morning to this presentation, Medicaid portals and other payment portals have already shut down across all 50 states. We, the board and the administration, are squaring off with a federal administration that is determined to destroy this country. And this executive order has not even taken effect yet officially. At 2 p.m. when this order takes effect, is there a possibility for us to be on the verge of a financial cliff?
Not immediately. You know, we obviously do have cash on hand in the sense that as all the time, right, money coming in and going out in the county organization. And we will closely monitor that situation. A lot of the money that we receive that's federal is received via the state, and a lot of it is payment in arrears, and so some significant portion of funding, the state already has federal funding in hand but hasn't yet passed on to us. So these are all interrelationships that we will have to monitor very closely. But nothing imminent will happen to the county organization at 5 p.m. today. However, if pauses on these federal funding streams continue for even a matter of weeks, not talking months, I'm talking weeks, then we will be in a different situation. So nothing will happen today, nothing will happen tomorrow, but we have to monitor the situation very closely because we don't have significant working capital reserves, and so in a matter of weeks, if there's a significant cutoff in funding, we will have significant impacts.
Presently, in light of these ongoing developments, I ask for your flexibility as the chairperson of this board if there is necessary a need to step away for briefings based on developments happening in real time, please do so.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Yes,
And the board may see me continue to step away as you have this morning to deal with what's going on.
And I just appreciate Supervisor Ellenberg and James, as you have said, you repeated multiple times during this report out that our services do not stop. We are not turning away any of our patients, our clients, any of our vulnerable family members and community members who rely on the county for services.
Yes, Supervisor Bekuga.
Thank you, President, and thank you, County Executive, and I appreciate Supervisor Young. That was my my question is, or actually at this point, my request would be to, and I assume you are planning to, but to update us probably on a daily, at least a daily. Update us daily on this. It looks like there's even possibility of pulling back funds that have already been provided. Is that?
Yeah, so there's a number of other actions happening. First, we will, of course, keep the board updated, especially as we get clarity on some of these pieces. Like I said, for example, on Medicaid, we've heard different things over the last several hours, and
like
once there's some clarity on where it lands, that obviously is a huge impact for us. But we will keep the board updated, and we've provided direction to county departments to make sure we're updated on what they're seeing. Separate from kind of withholding new obligations, new disbursements, we do know that there are some programs where the federal government has issued stop orders, basically telling contractors to cease further work under the program because they intend to cancel or discontinue. And that in addition to that, there's been direction provided for certain programs to attempt to claw back funding. Those efforts don't appear to be as across the board. They appear to be more specific. And there's a variety of different legal challenges, but of course, funding that we have in hand is funding that we have in hand, and so, in those circumstances, those would be situations where the federal government would need to initiate some affirmative steps to try to claw money back or to, stop further activity. What's concerning about this broad OMB directive is it stops the flow of money out, and that's something that we don't have control over, right? So they really are different categories of things. We are aware that some contractors, federal contractors, have received stop orders. Not aware at this time of any county departments or programs that have received a stop order.
Thank you. And I know we had the legislative priorities later on today, and I imagine we will have more opportunity to talk then, and some of our priorities are probably going to shift some. So thank you. Thank you for the report.
Thank you. I mean, as we all have learned from school, that Congress supposedly has the power of the purse to decide how to spend money. And what we're looking at here is, to me, is a true executive power of abuse. And it's breaking what is truly working. It's a self-inflicted injury that's clearly avoidable. And it seems like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, given the public messages being given. And we certainly will be looking very carefully on what we can do to absolutely protect everybody in this county, and we're not going to raise fear for folks while we deal with all these issues. And potentially there might be other interventions, maybe judicial, whatnot, that would come along to hopefully we could stop this type of self-inflicted injury moving forward. Okay, thank you. Thank you, James. Yes, Tony, go ahead.
Before I get into the closed session report, I'll just say in reference to the prior discussion that the county council's office is sprinting to understand the impacts of this and understand what legal recourse we have. We're in conversation with a number of partners. Just during this discussion, news broke that 23 attorney generals filed a lawsuit seeking a temporary restraining order against this memo, which issued yesterday. There's also a temporary restraining order filed earlier in the day by the American Public Health Association. So I think we're going to see a lot of legal activity around a memorandum and executive action that, as the county executive said, is plainly unlawful and unconstitutional. James, did you want to chime in with something
I'll
else?
just add another piece of breaking news. Apparently, Cal OES has said that public assistance and disaster recovery projects are on hold, which is truly absolutely extraordinary given what's going on elsewhere in California. So, like I said, rapidly evolving, but this is really, insanity.
As for the closed session report, at the January, at the January 27, 2025 closed session meeting, by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to initiate or join litigation in 3 matters. The names of the actions and the defendants, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once litigation is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Tony. Moving on to next item. 13 is held until after 2 p.m., so let's go out to item number 14, recommendation relating to Valley Homeless Healthcare Program.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Lee and members of the board. My name is Chrissy Rouse. I'm an assistant nurse manager working with VHHP, and I'm here with Celine Ho. In our board packet today, we have our quarterly update on our quality metrics. Although we do monitor over 15 metrics, we focus on 3 that we believe are most impactful to our patient population. We have our colorectal screening, our hemoglobin A1C monitoring, and then our depression screenings. The report also includes a response to the referrals regarding the sliding fee discount program, so we're open to any questions you may have.
Great, thank you so much. I don't see any questions from my, Supervisor Ellenberg, go ahead.
Sure. First of all, I'm just having trouble regrouping, given all of the information that we're absorbing, and yet trying to proceed with business as usual because our people are depending on us to do so. I understand that addressing the high HbA1c rates amongst the unhoused population is complex, and respect that it's a continued long-term goal. Given how far off the Q3 results were from the 2024 target HbA1c rate, how quickly do you think we can expect to pilot the Home First Shelter? How quickly can we expect the pilot at the Home First Shelter to begin, and how will we communicate the details of the pilot with unhoused patients?
Thank you. Good question, Supervisor Ellenberg. We actually already started the pilot, so it should reflect in our next
great.
report.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if the pilot goes well, we plan to initiate it at our other clinic sites, our brick and mortars as well.
Great. And do you know how many participants you already have?
I don't have that information, but we can get that.
Okay, great. I'm happy to hear it next month and give you some time. On a separate note, I've talked previously about the benefit, what may be a benefit, of administering long-acting antipsychotic medications in the field through the backpack medicine team. I've just read articles about how that may be impactful in a variety of locales, and I would certainly think we could make a case for expanding our backpack medicine team, particularly since so many community members who are unhoused are experiencing mental health challenges, bless you, and aren't always willing or able to visit clinics. Is that, so first, is there a case to be made for adding more psychiatrists? And if there were, do you think that this is a viable line of treatment to pursue or be thinking about?
Yeah, I think great question. I think it's a good idea. Also, it's important to note that our primary care providers also prescribe antipsychotics and are comfortable ordering those. So
Long-term, that people can just do once a month or so? Okay.
correct, yeah. And if they do need to consult, kind of what we do now is do it remotely. So if it is a new patient who needs to establish care with psychiatry, the primary care provider, internal medicine provider on backpack will reach out to the psychiatrist to do a remote visit and then continue the care.
So the care could be administered in the field following a remote visit?
Correct.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for some good news today. That's all I have.
Yes, Vice President Arenas.
Thank you. So I'm asking about the outreach to our immigrant population. I know that I've asked you this before. I'm still, I think, waiting for that off-agenda report around the farm worker outreach. As you've heard, things are getting really difficult, and I'm going to assume even more more difficult, so it makes your role even more important, right? So to really meet people where they're at, what is it that you are going to be doing in order to increase outreach and to be more responsive? So either additional site visits, how are you shifting?
So we've been working together with County Council as well on how we can protect our clients and provide a safe space. We plan to start in March with our backpack outreach and with the staff that we've had in previous years, so the patients already know them, or most of the patients know them and trust them. So that's how we plan to carry on with that. I don't know if you had anything to add.
Yeah, and I think it's very important for us to let our clients know that we are continuing our services. That has not stopped until we get any further direction. We're really relying on word of mouth. We are not advertising where we're going to be, but we're really using our community outreach folks that have connections to the community to let them know that we're going to be out providing services to them.
Okay, I just need to know that there's an increase, and so if you could have that as part of that off-agenda report that I have asked previously. I appreciate that you're working with County Council on how to protect clients, but there's already a decrease. Even I was talking last night with somebody from Parents Helping Parents. Their calls are low, and that's parent support for their children, right? The Law Foundation, their housing calls are also on the decrease. And so, and there's a couple of folks who told me the same thing. And so I'm just noting, I wanted them to know what that difference is over a period of time. Maybe it's one day off, but if people aren't even calling, I'm guessing they're not going to show up in person. And actually, somebody told me last night that some of the parents that were going to come in today for an item weren't going to, were planning to, but no longer will be coming into the chamber because of fear of being targeted. And so I'm asking you to really be diligent about how you are going to, one, increase that outreach and that connection with folks, and and I appreciate it, you're not going to publicize it, you're going to do word of mouth, but that's also very difficult to do, right? It's like herding cats, right? Because you expect people to show up. So I really would like to have an offline conversation with you about this, especially for South County, as we have the only farm worker population, and they have a target on their back. So if people who are living in non-farm areas are behaving this way, even with calls, I can't imagine. I can only imagine. I've only, President Lee and I were in a listening session, and there was a particular young person who showed up and spoke on behalf of her parents. So I'm just asking you to have an offline conversation with me. I want to learn what it is that you're doing
to continue outreach and meet people where they are. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And how about, yes, Supervisor Abacoba? Yes.
Thank you, President, and thank you. It's a really impressive work that's being done, very exciting to see. I was particularly interested in the uncontrolled diabetes, the pilot program have launched. Is that, I was wondering how many folks are participating and to this date, and then the rate of which patients are continuing their treatment after they're diagnosed.
Thank you, Supervisor. I don't have that information right now, but I can get it to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. How many speakers do we have on this item?
We have no speakers on this item.
All right, I'll go ahead and close the queue and close the public comments side. Let's see, do we have a motion, colleagues?
Move receipt of the report.
Second.
Excuse me, Supervisor Ellenberg, just to clarify, the recommended action goes beyond receive report. Did you mean to move the recommended action on this?
I sure did.
Okay, great.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, moved by Ellenberg and seconded by Arenas. No further comments. Let's go take the vote.
Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries.
Thanks, move and passed unanimously. Now, item 15, 16, and 17 have all been held for future meeting. So we're moving straight to item 18, which is our 2025 Legislative Policies Report. And I believe we have our Deputy County Exec, David Campos, today.
Good afternoon, President Lee, Vice President Arenas, Supervisors. I am joined by staff from the Intergovernmental Relations Office as well as the Office of County Counsel. And if I may, before I begin, I'm just going to ask them to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mary Hannah Weir, Lead Deputy County Counsel.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Elaine Chen, Program Manager with IGR.
Good afternoon. Erin Evans, Legislative Deputy County Counsel with the Office of the County Counsel.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to begin by noting that it's been a very hectic few hours for the IGR and County Council teams. We were up pretty late trying to figure out what was happening as the memo that was referenced earlier was issued, and we're working closely with our lobbyists and representatives in Washington, D.C. to ascertain the impact of what is happening. But we are here today to request review, discussion of a very critical document, which is the legislative policies document, the most updated version of this document, which, as had been noted before, had never really gone through a comprehensive review of these along the lines of what we have done. And I want to begin by thanking all of the county departments that were engaged in this process. This is a process that has been going on for more than a year, and many representatives of those departments were asked to be here, and some of them are here, but I also want to note that many of them are not able to be here right now because they're in the process of figuring out the impact of the federal action as we speak. So we will try to the best of our ability to answer your questions as specific issues come up, but just understand that that's the reality of what we're facing today. So we will do our very best. But this document essentially outlines the policy positions of the County of Santa Clara as ultimately voted upon by the Santa Clara Board of Supervisors. This reflects the best thinking on a number of issues from the dozens of county agencies that do the work of the county, and it provides guidance for those of us who are representing the county legislatively in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C., And the goal of this document is to be able to have guidance on how to move quickly and swiftly on important pieces of legislation at the state and federal level without having to come back to the board, to discuss every one of the thousands of pieces of legislation that are introduced at the state and federal levels. And as you can see, based on what happened at the federal level last night, the ability to move swiftly is really critical to be able to effectively represent the interests of the county at both the state and federal levels. When we talk about the legislative platform of the County of Santa Clara, we're actually talking about 4 different pieces. And I just want to make sure that we provide that context so that you understand where this document that you'll be asked to vote upon fits in those 4 pieces. The first piece is the policies document, which again is what we're talking about today, which outlines the general guidelines, principles, a whole number of issues that come before the Board of Supervisors and that are presented at the state and federal legislative levels. The other piece are the priorities, which are normally approved by the Board of Supervisors in the fall of the calendar year. And these priorities came to you and were approved in November of this past year. The next piece are the initiatives, which are specific bill ideas, legislative ideas, that are put forward by the Santa Clara Board of Supervisors through IGR based on input from the different departments and based on the vote of the authority given to us by the Board of Supervisors. And again, that also was approved in November of this past year. And then the last piece, the 4th piece, is a funding piece, which is both a state and federal piece, where we as a county request specific amounts for targeted programs that we are requesting funding for through our delegation, whether it's the state delegation or the federal delegation. So if we can go to the next piece. So in terms of legislative priorities, and I want to acknowledge here Aaron Evans-Fuden, who's here to discuss any specific issues around the priorities and our bill ideas. What the Board of Supervisors approved are what you see out there. Again, beginning with the importance of protecting local revenue, maintaining state and federal funding. And as you can imagine, given what happened last night, this is a very critical priority for us, and it's already something that the board and we collectively were anticipating would have to be an issue. And as Supervisor Avikoga noted, we are definitely having to spend a lot of time on this particular focus. Of course, health and safety has been a priority and continues to be. Healthcare financing, as you know better than we do, so much of what the county does relates to healthcare, and so funding at the federal and state level is critical to our financial stability as a county, and that becomes a priority, and we work very closely with the health system to protect that funding. And then something that the board has identified is the issue of advancing equity, and that's something that we do at both the state and federal levels, and will continue to be a priority, especially given the atmosphere at the federal level today. And then behavioral health has been an issue. Both the President and Supervisor Allenberg have made that a cornerstone of our work as a county, and that will continue to be the case. If we can go now to the legislative initiatives, and Aaron is here if you have any specific questions. Maybe, Aaron, you can provide sort of a brief summary of the ideas that we are working on, and just so you know, the timeline by which all of this has to happen is very tight, so we're in the middle of promoting these ideas and finding authors for them.
I'd be happy to, thank you. Erin Evans-Fuden, Legislative Deputy County Counsel. So as directed in your November board meeting, we've been seeking authors on 4 different legislative proposals, and so far we have 1 introduced bill that is county-sponsored. Assemblymember Ahrens has decided to author AB 243, which is the systems-involved youth bill to assist youth that are involved in either the juvenile justice or child welfare systems to assist them in seeking financial assistance for higher education opportunities. So that one is fortunately in print, and the legislature will hopefully start considering it in a matter of weeks. The second priority that's on your screen is flexibility for transitional shelter care facilities for temporary placements in emergency circumstances. This bill is, I guess I'll characterize it as still under consideration. We're seeking an author to carry this legislation. It has not yet been introduced. Third, seeking to extend the CHAFA grant, and this is actually, we're making, I hope, good progress on this front. This is something that we hope can be managed through the legislative budget process. And then finally, expanding tools to support local agency enforcement and collection of wage theft judgments. Senator Wahab has agreed to author this legislation. It is currently being drafted by Legislative Council. And actually, let me take a step back. Our county council team has drafted the bill that you authorized in your board meeting, and it has to go through a formal legislative drafting process with the legislators' council. So that process is currently underway.
And thank you. And if I may add one note on the presentation, there is an additional substantive item that we've included in the legislative policies because we don't believe that we currently have the authority to pursue this idea. But this has to do with actions that can be taken to protect mixed status households, where you have households where you have some members of the households that are undocumented, and there's the potential of separating the parents from the children, from the U.S. citizen children, based on our consultation with community members, review by county council, discussions at the state level. We believe that law right now currently does not give you all the tools that you need to protect those families and protect the parental rights of those parents, which is why we're seeking the approval to pursue the idea of a standby guardianship that actually allows parents to identify a standby guardian in the event that they have to be deported. And again, this is something that we believe is needed and that it's time sensitive given what's happening. And we currently don't have that option, and we believe that we should have that. But we again note that normally we wouldn't bring this item to the board, so quickly. But in light of what's happening, that's the one addition that was made in the last few days, just for your information. So I don't know, Mr. President, if you have any questions.
Yeah, so regarding this specific last item regarding the standby guardianship, is this something you bring to us next week to vote on, or are we actually doing today?
It's included in the language.
Okay, great.
And by the way, I have Casey Halcon, Deputy County Executive, who has been working with our county council team, who are more than happy to provide any greater detail or more in-depth discussion of why this tool is important if you would like to have that conversation.
Absolutely. No. Thank you so much for your report here, and especially given what's going on. I mean, we're only day 7 since inauguration, and see how much chaos has already started, right? And this is something that clearly is something that we anticipated would be a problem, and I'm so glad that you've worked so hard to put this, bring and brought forward to us, and we look forward to support and vote on this down the road, later in a few minutes. Yes, do you have any questions from my colleagues? I don't see any lights.
I do have a couple of other notes just to say, if we can go to the next slide. Budget advocacy, we continue to monitor what's happening with excess ERAF. As some of you may be aware, there was no proposal to once again pursue excess ERAF by the state, given that there was a budget surplus that was reported by Governor Newsom. Given what's happening at the federal level, not clear, how that changes the equation, but we will continue to monitor that piece, and we'll keep you informed. So with that, I'm going to turn now to Elaine, who's going to give you sort of more information about the policies document and to show how that aligns with the timing of the legislative calendar about the state and federal level. So Elaine?
Thank you, David. So our legislative policies document is divided by policy committee. As David mentioned earlier, it provides IGR the guidance and authority to engage legislation as it is introduced, as well as regulatory or budget policy positions. It allows us to communicate our support or opposition, and the generalization of the statements allow us to quickly react to emerging issues. And staff and the Board of Supervisors may, on a case-by-case basis, add emerging policy issues. For example, last year, IGR was directed to engage SB 915 by Senator Cortese, which is related to providing local agencies the authority to regulate autonomous vehicles. And so that was added to the policies document. And so the calendar before you is just key dates of the legislative timeline. And so December 2nd, the legislature kicked off and bills began being introduced. And then another key date here is that the bill introduction deadline is February 21st, 2025. So this timeline provides a quick overview of the process of how we got to our 2025 legislative platform development. And so last January, the board directed us to review our IGR policies document, which started in May. And throughout the summer, we met with departments, got their feedback on the legislative policies document, as well as seeking bill ideas. And we came back to the board in November with the bill ideas, and we went to the various board policy committees in October in time for and so the bill proposals were approved by the board in November in time for the December 2nd date that was mentioned earlier. And so this slide just is a visualization of how the state legislative process is aligned with our county process, where we kick off our development of the upcoming year's legislative platform as the legislator enters their recess. And this gives us time to be ready to seek bill authors in December when the legislature begins. And so this timeline is just a continuance of the previous slide, where it just provides key engagement times for when IGR works with our departments to engage bills when committee hearings are set or when bills are on the floor. And so quick overview of the types of changes including in the legislative policies document is a newly added front section that clearly outlines the county's missions, core values, and framework for how our policies are used. Edits are usually made to reflect new or emerging issues or deleting obsolete or resolved issues, as well as clarifying language. And so we also realign the document to reflect the county's organizational structure. And so now I will turn it over to Mary to talk about some specifics.
Just finally, we did and also want to make sure that we recognized in bringing this forward to the board that the federal legislative arena has changed quite a bit. And so we wanted to highlight a few on this slide, additional policy statements that were added to various chapters in recognition of the field that we're in now. And so specifically, we added several pieces to the Children, Senior, and Families chapter related to serving our immigrant populations and ensuring equitable access to health care. Similarly, in the healthcare sections, adding provisions related to promoting comprehensive and accessible healthcare, including gender-affirming care and reproductive care. And finally, we wanted to just recognize that that's also why we are bringing forward this additional request to sponsor a legislative proposal. It's in recognition of the challenges that we're facing as the federal administration shifts immigration enforcement priorities.
That concludes our presentation, supervisors, and happy to take any questions. And again, thank you to all the departments who were a part of this process.
Great, thank you very much. Let's see, I'll go ahead and open up the public comments if anybody would like to speak. Do we have any speakers?
We do not have any cards in chambers. We do have one speaker on Zoom.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes.
All right. Our speaker on Zoom is Ben Z.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm glad to see that County Council is prioritizing health and public safety in helping draft legislation. There is one thing that, we should focus on in this county. I mean, if County Council could work with any state legislators on helping stop the sex trafficking of children through our legal system. It's happening to a lot of parents in this county that, either in family court, children are being sex trafficked, or even in the district attorney's office, the sexual abuse of children is being covered up. And not only that, but we have issues with our district attorney. He's concealing the also physical assaults against me. I mean, that's a health-related issue. I mean, I've been poisoned so many times that my testicles have atrophied, all my organs are damaged, the shape of my face has changed. I mean, you could Google Valerie Houghton sex trafficking. You could see a picture of the injuries that I sustained. And County Council, you're aware of it. I don't know why County Council doesn't intervene. I filed a complaint with them. Perhaps we need state legislation because something's preventing them from acting. And I mean, perhaps if we could pass some state legislation, we could protect more residents in our county, more children. I mean, I can't get a screening for my kids because we don't have legislation. I hope they change. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Yes, I'll go ahead and close the speaker side. Let's see, Vice President Arenas, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and extremely grateful for that last addition to take a look at guardianship for standby guardianship for our children and families. It would be really important for us to recognize how many of those, I don't know how we would quantify it, but is there any way that we've recognized in the past mixed households that from maybe the last administration when they were targets?
A few years back, through the chair, Vice President Arenas, there was an estimation that we had about 150,000 undocumented individuals in the county, the 2 million people. That may be an underestimation. And, what percentage of those would be mixed status, not really sure, but you're potentially speaking about thousands and thousands of families.
How about, are you taking into consideration asylum seekers that were allowed to enter and we've seen recently be returned?
I don't believe that number took that into account, so it's probably a larger number.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I know that we need to, regardless of the number, but I know it's significant, that we need to invest in terms of messaging and how we get the service to folks once it becomes something that is, obviously we're just beginning, but I think that we over on this side need to start thinking about how do we message to families so that they can be prepared, right? And this is part of what all of the providers are doing currently. It's part of what County Council is also doing with our school districts, right? And we're seeing in the moment just a lot of things actually taking place, right? I think the first run of the administration was like practice, and now it's like operationalizing all of that talk. And so I would, aside from what you're proposing, I think for us on this end, I'd love to see how we can coordinate efforts throughout our whole district to target our community in a very diligent way. And I know the county council is doing this through the school districts, which I think is very, very smart to do. I just feel like I'm not coordinated enough with the rest of the system. Like there was something that was reported yesterday about ICE being outside of St. Louis Hospital. And, we still aren't, press and go in terms of when we see things happening in the moment. So I know what you're proposing to us is a little further ahead. But in the interim, we need to find some steps that can help alleviate some of those concerns for parents and ensure that we curb some of the fraud that happens when people feel desperate and feel, just an intense amount of fear. And so it begs the question for us as policymakers to figure those pieces out. And so I'd love to have a offline conversation with a county council or a county executive about that. But bringing it back to longer term, I really hope that we find somebody to carry all of those. And of course, I'm available to help convince anybody if we put our best charming self out there, so we can have folks really take some of our bills on, which I know they have in the past, and with your support have crossed the finish line. And one more time, and I don't think I'll tire myself from saying thank you for 3035, for AB 3035, because I think it's absolutely where we need to be going. But it is also a community that will have a constant target on their back, and how to get that work done without putting additional targets on their back is, I think, what we need to figure out internally. I have a supplemental memo, a memo that I developed, and I apologize to my colleagues for last minute, but as things happen, and these typically I like to put things out a little sooner. The recommended action that I have here, and I think what is missing is to accept the report. But aside from that, these are just some little fixes. And so I'm just going to take my colleagues, if you will, if you'll allow me, take you through the document so that way, I know it looks lengthy, but it's not too much. So in front of you have recommended action, so direct administration to amend the 2025 legislative policies document 2. And so really here it's just to be more inclusive of gender, and so we just replaced his or her to their. That's a quick fix. I know it looks lengthy, but that's all it really is. 1II is really just including trauma-informed treatment to make sure that's the focus of that. And this is related to the short-term residential treatment programs. The 1II is section 6, and we I wanted to make sure that we go beyond what is the minimum in terms of the ADA requirements, and that's all that reflects. Now moving on to 1B, add to Chapter 2, Children, Seniors, and Families, Section 3, efforts to implement child welfare reforms that prioritize safety, well-being, and the stability of children. And I think that is kind of self-explanatory there. And BII is on aging and adult services, a centralized and coordinated information system for caregivers, which is, those were a couple of things that when we looked at independent living homes and conditions, we saw that some of the folks who came in and spoke with us, those are some of the recommendations. That's what we heard, and not just around the condition of the homes, but also some of the questionable ways that those caregivers are treated. And so I think we just need to have a centralized and coordinated information system for those folks, so that that we can keep track of what is out in our own backyard. And then the next one, item 2, is really what I'm looking for, and this is just in general. I don't subscribe to have a certain agency, company, contractor, consultant named in any proposal or recommendations, and so I wanted to first lead with being very general about that, because I think at that point, the Santa Clara County Office of Education was named solely, and then it was like everybody else. So I wanted to just illustrate those other agencies and spell them out a bit. And that really was all that's about. And that's it. And this is my reasons for this is just a little bit of the background if you want to read a little bit more. But that's all that's involved in that particular item. And so anyways, I'm going to move to accept the report, including the supplemental memo that I just went over.
Okay, so just want to clarify the motion, Vice President Arenas. You're moving to receive report, approving the legislative policies as amended here.
As amended.
And also the third
this
item is the additional 2025 proposal regarding standby guardianship, all of those, correct?
Right. Well, I think it's integrated into those policies, those priorities. So yes,
Yes, okay,
absolutely.
that's the motion. If a
That
second?
is the motion.
Second, happy to second, but I
Yes.
do have some questions for discussion.
Sure. All right, motion by Arenas and second by Young. Go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you, Vice President Arenas, for the edits. Mr. Campos, you had offered earlier in your presentation that we could be briefed by Deputy County Executive Casey Halcone on the Standby Guardianship Program. I would like to take you up on that offer. My office has received questions. There is some confusion as to what the program looks like today in relation to what the program looked like during the first Trump administration. And as ICE activity continues to increase in our districts, in our county, I think this will be important for us to have in a very public-facing agenda meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Young, and through the chair, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Deputy County Executive Casey Halcon.
Good afternoon, Deputy County Executive Casey Halcon. So I apologize, I was stepping in and out to take some calls related to some of the discussion that we were having earlier. I would also like to encourage County Council Tony Lepresti to jump in if needed at any point, as I've been working really closely with County Council on this item. Part of what we are attempting to do with the standby guardianship is to create a better pathway and opportunity for families who may be impacted by some of the orders from the new administration. Particularly, we are concerned for our mixed status families. And so that would be parents or caregivers who are undocumented with children who have citizenship status or legal residence here in the United States. The standby guardianship, the way that we have crafted it and are attempting to shape it, would allow families to essentially create a family planning packet in the event of deportation consequences. So this way they could proactively identify caregivers, identify family members, other loved ones who could care for their children in the event of a detention or deportation order. What's unique about this is if you were to do a typical guardianship, you can't have a precipitating event. But this would create that mechanism so they can have the paperwork done and completed, but it does not actually go into effect until that deportation or detention happens. So it gives the families some protection, some peace of mind in a very difficult situation, and also limits the ability to have that guardianship fully active without that detention or deportation order. We've also attempted to put some checks and balances in there to ensure the safety and return of these children to these loving parents, providing that detention and deportation does not go through. Because what we do recognize is that these are loving families, cherished children who want to return to their families, families who desperately want their children to stay with them. And these guardianships, we hope, will give families a better option to both protect the rights of these loving parents who would like to be with their children, and also to give them some peace of mind in the wake of a detention order.
So this program is underway right now.
It is a legislative item that we are seeking to pursue. I see David leaning in.
So if I may, the way that this document works, right, is that it gives our team the authority to pursue a concept, a legislative concept, with the understanding that the details of the legislation will still have to be worked out. And quite frankly, as we develop those details, we're happy to consult and even bring the item back to the board for discussion. But we believe that we need to have the authority to pursue this idea, because unless we have that authority today, given how the legislative process works and the timelines that are implicated, if the board were not to give us the authority today, we would not be able to pursue it for this legislative session, which we feel would be a detriment to the families that would benefit from us at least exploring this option. And so I know our county chief operating officer wanted to add something.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing to make sure the board is aware. Right now on the OIR website, we do have some resources available for parents as to what they can do under current law to protect the interests of their families and children. This would give us an additional tool and option to present to families. So just wanted to make clear also that at the current time, and Casey can flesh this out a bit, we are also offering resources to families for what they can do immediately, while we would also then pursue this legislative strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Campos. Thank you, Ms. Halcone. There was ICE activity in my district on Sunday and ICE activity in my district yesterday morning. So I share your sense of urgency by the speed which we need to pursue these additional tools and options for our families right now. The second question and last question I have is that a number of our refugee resettlement program, nonprofits administering these programs, received notices to cease their services yesterday. I'd never like to ask questions which I have not prepared staff for, but if there's any feedback, movement, analysis of this right now, I would welcome that.
That was one of the items I was referencing earlier under the county executive's report, that we had some contractors receive stop notices. We have just become aware of them, and we really don't know anything more than the content of that, which is they've been directed to cease activity under those federal contracts. And our understanding is that affects the refugee supportive services programs here in Santa Clara County and presumably across the United States. The administration also, this is prior to this OMB directive, issued a total freeze on U.S. foreign aid assistance, and people may have seen the reporting related to that, including an immediate halt to continued distribution of HIV medication through George W. Bush's program that has been extraordinarily successful, that's interrupting people mid-treatment. So that was prior to this OMB order. So my working assumption, this is not validated, but my working assumption is that probably the stop orders are more related to that couple-day-old now broader sweep of activity associated with actions related to refugee programs, related to foreign aid programs, related to other immigration and asylum-related programs, rather than this most recent OMB order. But of course, there's overlap.
If I may add one piece of context for some of the things that are happening or not happening in Sacramento. there are mixed status families throughout the state. And in Southern California, you actually have a much larger number of those families. But one of the things that we are seeing in Sacramento is that not a lot of legislation is coming out of Southern California because the fires have really become the focal point of their attention, and understandably so. So in some respects, I do think that we are in a unique position to be able to think about these issues and move it about these issues, even though they implicate more than just our residents. And so I think that's a very unique role that we have an opportunity to play, and we want to make sure that that tool is in the toolkit for our families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again for the great work and this great update. Things are moving very, very quickly, and you guys definitely have stepped up to the plate to make it happen. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart on this. All right, no further, oops, Vice President Arena?
Actually, as part of the motion, and it's separate from, but as, well, it's all kind of together, because I know a lot of families are trying to figure things out, and we've heard folks, when people are desperate, fraudulent folks come out and take advantage of that. And so one of the things that I've been hearing is that folks have had, a huge amount of money charged to do a power of attorney, and that is a misconception in terms of that allows for or has some coverage with children. Obviously, it does not. But I'm hoping that we can, and as part of the motion, to work with County Council to provide more informational in the interim. Obviously, this is going to take a while for us to find somebody who's going to carry it, for this to go through the whole legislative process. And in the meantime, we need to have an interim safety net, if you will, for our families. And I'm asking our county council to work with me and any of the other board members who are interested, so that we can have some interim steps and safety net, if you will, strategies to protect our families. Whether it's a notarized, I don't know, whatever's the simplest thing that we can offer folks and recommend for folks to do in a very concerted and coordinated effort through our board offices. So I'm going to add that.
Tony, you have response?
Supervisor, I think just within the confines of the Brown Act for this particular item, it would need to be focused on legislative policies and what we're moving forward legislatively. Certainly happy to work with you on what you're
asking for efforts to happen in the interim of a legislative action taking place. The action hasn't taken place. We're going to approve the priority of that policy area, but what do we do in the meantime?
So I think we could certainly look at potential legislation, what legislation's actually, what law is actually out there that speaks to what you're concerned about, and couple together with that, what actions that we're taking to address the concern you're raising.
Okay, I'll take that, and then I'll produce a referral for the remainder. Thank you.
Okay, all right, got a motion and seconded, and no public comments?
We already took public comment.
Okay, we're good to go. Let's take a roll.
Okay. Supervisor Abacoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion
And
carries.
it's already 1:08 on my clock, and let's go ahead and break for lunch, and we'll return back at 1:40 p.m. Does that sounds good? All right, thank you, everybody.
Hello, audio testing 1 2, audio 1 2, test 1 2 3 4, audio test 1 2, testing testing, not working, testing 1 2, audio 1 2, test test. Are you hearing it out of the speaker though, Rob? Yeah. Testing 1 2, audio test 1 2. It's fine. Oh, good. Oh, thank you.
Okay, I have 1:42 in the afternoon. I just want to get my colleagues to get back on the dais, and we'll start getting ready for the afternoon session of our board meeting. All right, clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Abe-Koga?
Here.
Supervisor Jung?
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Here.
Vice President Arenas?
Yeah, here.
President Lee?
Good afternoon,
Thank
President.
you. Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. So, of our afternoon session, we will start with item, we just finished 18, so we'll be starting with item 19 to consider recommendations relating to various robotics platforms from the Sheriff's Department. And do we have a presentation, Captain? Good afternoon.
Let me turn this on. Good afternoon, Supervisor Lee and members of the board. My name is Jeremy Jones. I serve as our commander of our Special Operations Division. And to my right, who will introduce himself shortly, is my Assistant Division Commander, who will be available for questions after I pass it to him. But we just want to say thank you for your time and consideration on item number 19. So now passing it to my right.
Good afternoon, President Lee and members of the board. Thank you for your time this morning. We do have a brief presentation on our robot platforms as well as our surveillance use policy that I can share. I'm Lieutenant Piazza. I'm the Assistant Division Commander in our Special Enforcement Division, and I will share our presentation now. So this presentation will cover our bomb disposal robots, our tactical robots, and our underwater robot, as well as our surveillance use policy for all three. So we use robotics to deliver public safety services to the residents of Santa Clara County. We leverage the use of these robots to navigate dangerous and hazardous environments from a safe distance. These robots enhance public safety as well as our staff safety while resolving critical and/or violent incidents through increased situational awareness and command decisions. So just an overview, we understand that robots are a surveillance technology. We currently have a surveillance use policy for our bomb disposal robots and our underwater robot. Those policies were approved in 2022 and 2023 respectively. We propose that we consolidate those two policies with also our tactical robot surveillance use policy under one overarching surveillance use policy.
Actually, I'm going to ask the board members, actually, do you have any further questions about this specific issue, whether we listen to it, or do you think you're ready on this one? I just want to check in, folks.
I'm ready with one comment.
Oh, okay, all right. So I just want to speed up the process, but thank you for the report. We all have read it, obviously. So I just want to also open the public hearing, public comment period as well. Anybody in public like to speak on this item?
I have no request to speak on item 19.
Okay, all right. I'll close the public comment period. And do I have a motion from my colleagues?
Sure, motion to approve.
Yes. That's the recommended action A, B, and C, and then report 19, correct?
Yes. I'll second that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
moved.
and just with a comment that I really appreciate when the robots are brought out to community engagement opportunities and celebrations. I hope to see more of that, and just thank you for that.
Great, thank you. Moved and seconded. No further comments. Let's take the vote.
I'm sorry, did we ask for public comment? Okay.
Supervisor Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Thank you. That's
Thank you.
unanimous.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then moving on to item number 20 is the recommendation from the Office of County Council, use of audio and visual photographs and recordings of accident sites captured by retained consultants on manned aerial systems for litigation defense purposes.
We do not have underwater robots, so
Darn.
we are seeking approval for contractors to be able to use drones to photograph accident sites for litigation purposes. Happy to take any questions you have.
Great, thank you. And yes, Supervisor Young, your light's on.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Okay, seeing no questions from my colleagues here, do we have any public speaker on this item?
I have no request to speak on item 20.
Great, go ahead and close the public comments period. I entertain a motion from my colleagues.
Motion to approve.
Abe Koga moved.
Second.
Ellenberg seconded. All right, let's go take the vote.
Supervisor Abe Koga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Thank you, that's unanimous.
Great. Now, I believe we finished the items before the item 26 consent, or we have things that have been pulled earlier today from the consent calendar. I believe is item number 76 and 77 on the appropriation of elimination of the DA's, district attorney's positions as part of the attrition plan. And I believe this was Supervisor Young. Would you like to hear both items at the same time?
Yes.
Jointly? Okay, great. Yes, go ahead. Please proceed.
As both items are related to each other, I understand that this is a budgetary action based on last year's budgetary process, but I do want to afford the Public Defender's Office the opportunity to forecast for us what's to come, and in light of the continued onslaught of executive orders targeting our most vulnerable communities, what we can look to in the future, what plans are in place. Thank you.
If I just approach the
Definitely. Thank you so
podium.
much, Damien. Yes.
Members of the board, President Lee, thank you for your time. I want to just, I know the events of today have been very hectic, so I intend to be brief, but I do want to thank everyone for their support and interest. Briefly, the budget reductions are always a challenge and frankly painful for everyone. I want to make, first of all, unequivocally clear that I'm confident that no one welcomed reducing the public defender budget. That was neither the public defender team nor county administration, and certainly not our Board of Supervisors. However, county budget shortfall and the June 2024 adopted budget did create circumstances that required some very difficult decisions. We are grateful to the CEO's office developing a negative appropriation plan that allowed us to use attrition to delete positions after resignations and retirements rather than having to basically institute layoffs. Our budget is 85 to 87% salaries. There are no reductions without predominantly reducing staff and services. Today, we deliver phase 2 of our plan, and we'll return on February 4th with the last and final phase. We will ask that you empower our office today to move forward and adopt the plan as we have submitted, because I am aware of no other viable option at this time. While popular, it is our obligation to focus initial reductions on non-mandated services provided through our outreach and pre-arraignment representation. While part of our core service, it is not part of our core delivery model. We must serve people in the courtroom, and once appointed, we want to serve people directly in community and prior to arriving to the courtroom. It is better, but is not necessarily mandated. Finally, we have and will continue to diligently work with CEO Williams, COO Hansen, and their administrative team to explore strategies to maintain a service footprint in these areas. I commit that this is not the end, but an opportunity for a new and different beginning. The county's leadership has repeatedly invested in protecting the vulnerable and ensuring justice. We have so much work ahead, whether in attacking historic and systemic racism, whether sitting with our children and adults during the legal process, and probably no more apropos today, but our service in protecting our immigrant community. Due to its timeliness, and in particular, I'd like to highlight our plans moving forward with our immigration attorneys who focus and are currently focused on the currently shifting landscape as they're advising our attorneys who are helping all of our non-citizen clients. And we will redouble our efforts in that context. They are also ramping up accelerating post-conviction relief to protect them and avoid deportation proceedings. We now look forward to a future where we expand back into robust community outreach and pre-arraignment advocacy and invite all of us to continue that conversation in the months to come, as well as ramping up other critical services to be responsive to what's taking place at the national level. At this moment in history, the work of our office in this county has never been more pressing and critical. I'm thankful to the partnership with everyone in these chambers. I'm happy to answer any particular questions.
President Lee, if I can add.
Thank you, Damon. Yes, James, go ahead.
Just a few additional comments. First of all, I really want to thank the public defender, his team. I know his administrative service manager is here as well. We've had very productive conversations in recent weeks with a different tone and focus that have been really positive, and administration's committed to continuing to work closely with the public defender's office. And we'll continue to very actively explore all opportunities, possibilities for restoration of these services, but there's a very strong shared desire to close out what really is a last year budget item and move forward, especially given all of everything else that's going on. I did want to add one specific thing related to immigration. We have received some specific requests for one-time funding from both the Public Defender's Office and the District Attorney's Office that we are closely vetting in conjunction with the numerous requests that we received from CBOs for additional services targeted to helping our immigrant communities, and those are under active consideration, and we'll be bringing those pieces forward as they come together. So that is something we're separately, in addition, engaging with both offices on, along with all the other many moving pieces. But I really just wanted to thank the Public Defender's Office. This has, of course, been very challenging for everybody. These are services we all care about. Certainly we do personally care about those as well. And I think there's just a shared interest in closing out what really is a last year budget item.
Thank you, James. Yes, Supervisor Young, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you to James for that update. Thank you to the public defender and to his team for being here and for your diligent work during these challenging times. You're right, we do have a rough road ahead of us, but I do believe we have the best team, both in the Public Defender's Office and the District Attorney's Office here at this county, led by a fantastic administration. So with that, I move to approve items 76 and 77.
Second.
Moved by Young, seconded by Ellenberg. And I see more lights as well. Vice President Arenas?
Thank you. Thank you for the update, Damien. I know that I've expressed my interest in your office as in general, because we know that brown and black, especially youth and males, are come through our system, unfortunately, because the other systems have failed them. And the added concern for me is Prop 36. Could you tell me what you're seeing currently? And I know it's rather new, so it's not like you're going to see everything, but do you see additional an augment of brown and black youth and adults coming through the system because of it?
We're certainly seeing a trend, an upward trend in additional filings. I'll have to concede, and we have been working with the CEO's office in assessing multiple data points and trying to understand exactly what that trend looks like. We're really only into about 4 weeks of implementation. We've also been working directly with the court to build the infrastructure to provide the services to those particular clients. But our sense is, at least in the first 3 weeks, and I believe this is somewhat consistent with what the sheriff has also reported out, is we've been seeing between 10 and 15 additional felony filings per week. Now, having said that, initially that may not sound like a significant amount, but if you actually calculate that over a year, that could be as much as 600 to 700 additional filings. I have had contact as recently as today with the district attorney's office that suggests there may be some additional context for those filings and how they're impacting workload. I just don't simply know that particular answer today. In terms of an equity lens on that question, I can tell you this, that basically we should anticipate, if historic trends maintain, that probably about 75 or more % of those new filings will be people of color from the BIPOC community.
Yeah.
Not sure if I completely answered your
No,
question.
I mean, you're giving me a little taste of what is happening. And I certainly, I'm not an attorney, so I don't understand. Some of the pre-arraignment duties that you have, I think, are being really reduced. And so I think it's only felonies at this point that you're doing some pre-arraignment.
That is correct. And a lot of those numbers that we're talking about, without getting into the weeds of either Prop 36 or necessarily the penal code, is charges can be filed both as misdemeanors or in alternative as felonies. It did expand what was traditionally, at least in recent years, only misdemeanor filings to felony filings. Most of our focus really has been on our felony clientele for the exact reasons you bring up, which is in part it impacts their custody status. And at least initially, we were seeing a high percentage volume of the people facing Prop 36 charges actually arriving detained at the time that they came to the courtroom, which should be a collective concern of ours, both for equity reasons, but honestly, there's some very practical dollars and cents reasons associated with it as well.
Okay. This really concerns me. I know this is a vote that we in a direction that we all agreed. Well, a portion of us agreed last year to take, but our what we're dealing with and the new administration on top of it is very concerning to me. I don't know that I can continue to support this attrition at this point. As a matter of fact, I think, and this is for our county executive, that we need to take a look at how we are going to create balance with not only Prop 36, but with the targeting of brown and black community, because that's usually who comes through. Statistically, that's who's coming through. And what are we going to do, James, to, one, to take a look at pre-arraignment for cases that are not just felony, because now you have a misdemeanor, and you're not able to talk to your attorney until right before they see a judge, and that makes a difference between whether that person, where they're going to land in terms of their cases. And I'm concerned that we're going to help continue to build a pipeline.
Say a couple things. One is administration, as was referenced in a discussion about Prop 36 earlier in the meeting, is closely looking at what's happening and evolving with Prop 36, and we'll assess that along with other programmatic impacts in the context of the upcoming year's budget. As I said earlier, with respect to this item, we are continuing to work with the Public Defender's Office to identify any possible additional funding streams or alternative strategies that would allow, to the greatest extent possible, restoration of these particular services, which are certainly important services. But obviously, we're dealing with a very rapidly evolving and shifting broader fiscal picture for our county organization. And as that evolves, I think is going to place an extraordinary number of pressures across many of our critical safety net services, public defender's office included among them.
No, I understand that, but this is, these are primarily males that I'm concerned about that are coming through at a greater degree. And that means, and if you're telling me that they're coming in already detained, that means they're not working and not contributing to their household. And on top of that, if they are receiving some kind of federal support, they will no longer be receiving that. It puts a family into a unbearable predicament. I have to rethink what I can live with and can't live with, and I am asking you as our county executive to look at the structure of the public defender's office to see if it's, to help us see if it's, because this board appoints you, we oversee you, but obviously our county executive carries out a lot of the work and direction that the board provides. And what I'm seeing is that we got rid of folks from, I think, the Immigrant Affairs Department, if memory serves me, which sometimes it doesn't. And I remember having this conversation, like, if Trump wins, how are we going to replace those folks so that we can have additional people? So we haven't had those conversations. I know this is not part of that, but this decision to cut positions, I think was for me, the most hopeful and the best kind of outcome. And that's not what we're seeing. And California also, chose to do something differently through Prop 36. And so I'm hoping, who's the maker of the motion? Okay, so I'm hoping that you can add as part of the motion, let's see, on which one? So it could go in under item 76, and Tony, help me if I'm, this falls out of the parameters. But I'm hoping, because this is an approved request for appropriation modification, transferring funds of the Office of Public Defender budget, making 0 changes to estimated expenditure appropriations. And because it's dealing with a budget, I'm hoping that I can ask our county executive to, along with the public defender, of course, take a look at the staffing structure of that department for an analysis that could help the board continue to support the kind of staffing and support that is needed because of Prop 36, because of this new administration. Just this augmented for the very short period of time, and if we took what we're seeing now and applied it for the rest of the year, we're seeing an augment in numbers. And for me, that's very concerning. I know we have a lot of fires to put out, but what I don't want to see is people of color, especially men of color, who are the ones who are in our jail systems, to remain there because we're putting out, the rest of the fires that we have to put out. I think we have to make sure that we are also keeping ourselves to the principle of equity and justice under this department. So anyways, I know that's really long.
We'd be happy to do that
Yeah.
analysis.
Perfect.
And happy to amend the motion to approve items 76 and 77 with the staffing analysis as explained, described by Vice President Arenas. And I think at this time, there never was a better time for me to share that my county career started with the Public Defender's Office. I went to law school to become a public defender. Things turned out differently. But yes, I'm happy to amend that motion. I looked to my seconder to make sure that's okay.
Seconder is in strong agreement. Thank you. Got a lot of advocates for your office up here.
Thank you, Damon.
Okay, motion seconded. Have we done public comments?
We have not.
Okay, on the item 7677 regarding Public Defender's Office, is any speaker?
I have no cards in chambers. I have 2 hands up in Zoom. Just to clarify for the Zoom requests, this is for item numbers 76 and 77 concurrently regarding the Office of the Public Defender. If that's your intent, please keep your hand up. If you intend to speak on item 13, please put your hand down at this time. And they are holding at 2 requests.
All right, 2 minutes each. Let's go.
Our first speaker is Ben Z. We'll open your microphone. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, on one hand, you know, it's a shame that we have to cut positions from the public defender's office when sometimes, you know, people, they need representation, and they need help getting through the court system. But on the other hand, we have to be mindful of abuses within the public defender's office that just harm litigants, and we have to keep in mind that all this stuff is being funded by the taxpayer. If I can provide you guys an example, I had charges filed against me, and during the proceedings, I'm being assaulted, and you know, I tell the person who's representing me, Allison Gomez, I tell her, look, I'm being assaulted. Can you do something to either stop the proceedings, protect me in some way, ask the court to protect me in some way? Because my kids, they're being sexually abused, and these proceedings are being used to cover up the sexual abuse. And the public defender has all the information. She has the pictures of the injuries, the social media threats, the information about my kids being sexually abused, and she doesn't care. She just keeps going with the proceedings. And I mean, it provides information that jeopardizes the safety of my children. I mean, this is being funded by the taxpayer. I mean, the taxpayer would never want to fund this stuff, but I mean, we're being forced to go through this. I mean, we got to change this, cut this fat out. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Sarah Ehrlich. We'll open your microphone. Please accept. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sarah Ehrlich. I'm the policy advisor with the Center for Environmental Health, commenting on item 13 to support receiving the report, adopting version A of the ordinance.
Apologies. This is item number 76. Item 13 is next.
Okay, I apologize.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
All right, go ahead and close the public comments on item 76 and 77. Before we vote, I just wanted to say thank you for both Damon and your office, and also James. I know during the June budget hearing, I requested that the cuts be delayed until March so that we can have further conversations between both your office and the Public Defender's Office, James. And it's understanding that this took place. It has been fair and productive, even though the outcome is not exactly what we are thinking is called ideal. I surely hope that we would be able to find a way to save these positions and programs. And I want to thank James and your team for keeping this line of communications open. Hope that these discussions will continue as we think about filling these gaps in service moving forward. All right, that's all I have. And Jess, would you mind takes the vote?
Supervisor Abekova?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Abstain.
And President Lee?
Aye.
Thank you. That carries with 4.
Okay, 401 for the record. All right. With that, we are down to the last item on the agenda left, which is item number 13, which is regarding the prohibition on ordinance and prohibition of new installation of artificial turf and synthetic grass on county property. And this item's supposed to be heard no earlier than 2 p.m. It's already 2:12. I think we could probably begin. I'm going to just ask folks, since there's so many folks coming in, I'm going to take a 3-minute recess to let people sit down, and then we could start with that. Would that work, everybody? Thank you.
While you're doing that, I'll just share, we're getting
Yes.
news that a temporary restraining order has been issued by a federal court in D.C. against the OMB direction, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Recess at 2:12.
Till, yeah, recess to 2:15. Thank you.
Reminder from the clerk for those in the room, if you intend to speak on item 13, please make sure you have a yellow card turned into the clerks at the back table. And for anyone on Zoom, if you intend to speak on item 13, now is the appropriate time to raise your hand.
Okay, good afternoon. Calling our session back in order. We are going to address our last item on the agenda today, item number 13, relating to the ordinance of prohibiting new installation of artificial turf and synthetic grass on the county property. Before we begin the discussion on turf, I just want to take a minute to acknowledge the amount of news that we received today from the Office of Management Budgets, direction of withholding federal funding, and that everything else on our agenda may seem as small. I have every
President Lee.
faith that our amazing county executive staff and county council will do everything in their power to protect our county safety net, and this fight will be taken to the courts. And the current federal administration will obviously have a lot of work that we are going to work hard on prohibiting from happening, but I just want to thank my county staff for doing all the amazing work. And moving on, and we'll just go ahead and present the next item on this agenda. Given a number of attendees, and I believe we have a lot of speakers who would like to speak today, I do want to try to maintain as much order as possible to make sure this item get heard fairly, transparently, and thoroughly by everybody who submitted a card or on Zoom that would like to speak today. The few housekeeping notes I would like to try to show you how we're going to handle this item. Actually, no, sorry, Tony, you have something you want to say?
Go ahead and finish, but when finished, we just need to do a roll call to reconvene.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, let's do the roll call for. I'm sorry. I think I'll let Supervisor Young come back and we'll do roll call. So first, the steps are going to be as follows. First, we will go ahead and hear the staff report, and then I'll go ahead and open up for the clarifying questions from the board members only, and not entertain any motions at that time. After these clarifying questions have been answered, I will then open up the item for public comment. And based on the number of individuals speaking, we'll try to allocate the time. If there are 90 or less, I'll try to do it 1 minute each, but if there's more than 90 people that can speak, given the number of individuals, we might have to shorten that. And so I just want to explain this is the process we'd like to proceed. And let's go ahead and take the roll to reconvene.
To establish a quorum, Supervisor Abekoga.
Here.
Supervisor Jung.
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas.
Here.
President Lee.
Good afternoon, present as well.
Thank
All
you.
right,
I have a
so
quorum.
let's go ahead and proceed. Sylvia, our Deputy County Executive, Sylvia Gallegos, will present the staff report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and with me to my immediate right is David Bruno, a Program Manager 2. Further right is Dr. Sarah Rudman, our Deputy Public Health Official, and to my left, Deputy County Counsels, Christina Stella and Tamara Zekum. Flip the order of the two. So the matter before you is two versions of an ordinance that were prepared in response to a referral sponsored by Supervisor Lee that asked us to prepare ordinances to consider the prohibition on the installation of new artificial turf on county property. The item was scheduled to be considered in August of last year, but the board deferred the item to this month. I want to underscore one point before we begin the presentation in earnest, which is that the ordinances apply to county-owned property. There's been significant confusion among the public, and I wanted to make sure that we clarified that point. While our report with the public health attachment is about 40 pages and considers a wide variety of associated considerations, we've shortened the presentation in the interest of time to focus on 4 main topics to inform the board's decision. The first is the potential exposure to harmful chemicals that have been detected in artificial turf. Second, the potential for shedding of microplastics into waterways. Third, recycling and disposal of artificial turf at the end of its useful life. And lastly, operational considerations, including playing time and associated costs.
Good afternoon, David Bruno. PFAS chemicals, of which there are over 15,000, have been associated with a number of adverse health effects, including cancer, liver and kidney damage, immune system dysfunction, and developmental problems, among other negative outcomes. Exposure to these chemicals can occur via many pathways. PFAS have been used in nonstick cookware, cosmetics, medications, clothing, and many other consumer goods. With growing scientific understanding of the potential adverse health effects of PFAS, manufacturers have increasingly sought to remove these from their products. As with many products, PFAS have also been used in the manufacture of artificial turf. As stated in Attachment D, the Public Health Department's report, artificial turf poses potential risks to human and environmental health that are not posed by natural grass. However, it is difficult to draw conclusions about the severity of these risks or compare them to other potential exposure types, given the limited studies that quantify risk to human health. With regard to the traditional crumb rubber infill, crumb rubber has been the most common infill for artificial turfs and is made of used car tires that have been ground into granules. The raw material of car tires includes many harmful chemicals and metals, and though the EPA considers the risk of direct exposure to these chemicals and metals in crumb rubber to be low, there is still the potential for groundwater contamination. However, we would point out that the industry is moving away from crumb rubber in favor of alternative infill products, including sand, zeolite, cork, and nutshells, or turfs that require no infills. Microplastics, which are plastic particles less than 5 millimeters in size, including crumb rubber, have been found in drinking water, waterways, wildlife, and the human body. Research on their health effects is limited and is ongoing, but studies have begun to shed light on the potential health impacts of microplastics exposure, ranging from cellular damage to metabolic disease to chronic lung disease. According to UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission's Ocean Literacy Project, plastic waste makes up 80% of all marine pollution, and approximately 14 million metric tons of microplastics have accumulated on the ocean floor. In a National Academy's report published in 2022, an estimated 8 million metric tons of plastic is dumped into the ocean each year, the equivalent of a garbage truck every minute. And a 2017 study estimated the annual global release of microplastics to be approximately 3.2 million tons. Plastic waste is now found in every marine habitat and the ocean surface, from the ocean surface to its deepest recesses, and a 2018 study also highlighted pollution on land, estimating microplastic pollution on land is 4 to 23 times higher than marine pollution. Artificial turf components may shed microplastics. As noted in the public health report, a 2023 study found turf fibers in half of samples taken from rivers within and coastal waters around Spain. Notably, crumb rubber infill is itself a microplastic, and synthetic grass blades that deteriorate over time may be shed from the turf carpet. Indeed, the European Union ban on microplastics, enacted in 2023, includes crumb rubber infill. That study also concluded that artificial turf fibers from the synthetic grass blades accounted for a high proportion, as over 15% of the plastic debris in aquatic environments, especially on the sea surface. Turning now to issues that arise at the end of a turf field's useful life, there are very limited options for recycling artificial turf to avoid disposal in landfills. In general, there is growing consensus around the need to reduce plastics consumption, and according to a 2020 EPA report, of all plastics produced in the United States in 2018, only 8.7% were recycled. Plastics recycling is challenging, requiring sorting and processing according to the specific resins used in their manufacture. Mixed materials like artificial turf present greater challenges as the constituent parts must be separated and cleaned, as there are very few options for recycling artificial turf in California. As a result of the limited availability of recycling, artificial turf has typically been repurposed or disposed of in landfills at an average of 250 tons per field. Most recycling facilities are not equipped to handle artificial turf, though staff have identified one specialist recycling facility in the state associated with field turf that can mechanically recycle artificial turf fields. Additionally, chemical recycling systems have been utilized to handle artificial turf in a process that separates the chemical components for conversion to feedstock for new plastic products. We've been apprised of at least one chemical recycling facility affiliated with 10-Kate grass located in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that will recycle artificial fields produced by any manufacturer. Based on the potential negative health and environmental impacts that have been set out in the staff report, and with all factors being equal, staff would have proposed a straight prohibition on artificial turf. However, there is a significant feature of the product, its durability, that must be considered. Staff reviewed research conducted by the Toxics Use Reduction Institute at UMass Lowell, as well as accounts of field operators and other jurisdiction staff reports into the difference between artificial turf and natural grass. At the behest of environmental advocates, staff also reviewed the natural grass management programs of the City of Irvine, the City of Springfield, Massachusetts, and more, which have reported success in achieving playable times on natural grass that are comparable to those of artificial turf. Staff also discussed playable hours and maintenance with field operators with the cities of San Jose, Palo Alto, and Morgan Hill, among others, to understand their operational needs and experiences with artificial turf as compared to natural grass. Their experience broadly is that artificial turf can be used for around 3 times the hours of natural grass. With respect to Irvine, in late 2024, the city opted to expand its use of artificial turf at its Great Park Sports Complex, despite the city's adoption of a natural grass management program, converting 2 grass fields to artificial turf. That brought the total number of artificial turf fields at the complex to 10 of 25 fields. The city's staff recommendation for artificial turf was based on the level of demand for playing fields and their experience with natural grass fields that required frequent repair or resodding. Our purpose was to better understand whether natural grass could achieve the playable hours of natural turf. Our conclusion at this time is that it cannot.
As I said at the outset, before the board are 2 versions of the ordinance that would prohibit the installation of new artificial turf on county property. Both ordinances would be subject to 2 limited exceptions, and version B would include a 3rd exception. The first exception in both ordinances would be in cases where continued use of artificial turf is required by a county lease that is current of the effective date of the ordinance. The second exception you'll see in both ordinances is for we call it our park at our Animal Services Center. It's a signature feature of the center, and it's an inviting area where prospective dog adopters can meet our adoptable dogs. The staff spray a disinfectant 1 to 2 times a week there, and also to avoid communicable diseases passed among the dogs. And then also they will disinfect it 1 to 2 times a week as well. The last exception, and that's captured in version B, would be for playing fields, which is generally defined in the ordinance as a large area of level ground designed intended for team sports and are marked with lines consistent with the sport's specified dimensions. In essence, version A would be in effect a complete prohibition on new artificial turf installations, and version B would be a partial prohibition with regulations pertaining to the use of artificial field for playing fields, insofar as it would, among other requirements, prohibit the use of artificial turfs that contain PFAS and infills. A co-benefit of the board adopting either version of the ordinance is that it would add the county to a grassroots movement of local jurisdictions enacting similar prohibitions, which may result in pressure at the state level because the artificial turf industry would prefer consistent regulations at the state rather than a patchwork of local regulations. Next slide. So the recommended action is to receive the report, adopt the ordinance, either version A or version B, and then also, and I want to spend a minute on this last recommended action, direct staff, to the extent it's budgetarily feasible, to conduct a possible time-limited pilot project to evaluate whether a natural grass turf, where we select the type of turf, drought-resistant, more durable, and then install and maintain it to best practices as identified by various case studies, whether in fact you could get the same amount of playing time as asserted by environmentalists as you would with artificial turf. And the reason we're interested in exploring this, there have been a few case studies, but as you heard in the presentation, based on extensive work with field operators, that just hasn't proven to be the case. And if it were not for the fact that artificial turf provides 3 times the amount of playing time, we would have, as we stated, provided a strict and narrow prohibition without any exceptions other than 2 we identified in both. And so, as you heard earlier today, you know, we, the county, may be experiencing some very significant budgetary adverse actions by the federal government. And so we are going to place a significant emphasis on trying to find a partnership either with the local city, a school district, possibly Stanford, or even the earthquakes have indicated a willingness, depending upon, you know, the board's direction, to install natural field turfs for the public at the fairgrounds. But we're interested in a partnership to the greatest extent possible, either cost share or reduce the general fund share in order to accomplish that. So with that, that's the end of our formal presentation, and we'll be available at the end for any questions you may have.
Well, first I would say thank you very much, Sylvia, for many months of hard research to come up with the report, and I just want to thank your team for a very comprehensive report on all sides of this very complex issue. So at this point, I was just going to check in with my colleagues just on any follow-up or clarifying questions you might have. Go ahead and turn on your lights and ask those questions of staff first. We'll address those before we hear the public. If there's none, then... Oh, okay. So without any lights here, so it looks like I actually have some questions myself just to make sure I'm clear. There have been some misunderstandings about what this possible ordinance will do and how it would impact our county, and I just want to check in with you, Sylvia, to confirm, and as you have, I think you've said it already in some ways regarding the limitations of this ordinance. This ordinance does not affect the entire county's land. This is only about county-owned property, which is a significant small amount of land that we're talking about, such as, I would say, Twin Creeks, right? The dog park, the Los Gatos Creek County Park, I believe at the county's Tasman building site we have small installations, the VMC campus, and the over 3880 Middlefield Road in Palo Alto, that's operating on the ground lease. And potentially, if something's happening at the fairgrounds, those are the only areas we are talking about on today's ordinance, correct?
That's correct, county-owned property.
Right. And again, this has nothing to do with city parks, school fields, or people's front yard or backyards that's privately owned, correct?
That's
Just
correct.
making sure. All right, so I think there's a lot of concerns or fear that people have voiced to me. I just want to make sure that part is clear. All right, thank you. Now, let's see. Jesse, how many speaker cards have we got today?
At this time, I have 121 total requests between in-room and online.
Boy. All right, so with 121, and so I'll just last call for anybody, cards or Zoom? Calling 1, calling 2, calling 3, we are done.
Cards are held. Zoom has slightly increased.
All right, so let's hold to those, and I think we're going to cut off the speaker queue completely. So how many total do we have?
Closing the queue with 76 in chambers and 48 on Zoom.
All right. 76 plus 48. All right, so given the number of folks we have, we'll be giving each speaker 30 seconds to speak. Now, one thing I want to mention is that if multiple speakers would like to join together, I'm certainly happy for you to work together and add your time together if that would be more helpful for you if you want to have a longer amount of time to speak because you could join together. What's really important is that please try not to repeat something that's been said 5 times already because we've heard it. Another thing I do want to mention is for the respect and decorum of this chamber, we would like to respect everybody's opinion, and so we do not really permit clapping, loud yelling, or jeering. What do you like hearing something? I'm not like hearing something. We have developed some ways here, and I'm going to show you. If you really support something that's been just said by a speaker, you could raise your hand, do the little shaking here. All right, it's very quiet, but if a lot of you doing it, it could show the support of that individual, that opinion. So I think that has been quite successful, so we'll try that later today as well. All right, sounds good, everybody? Okay. All right. Okay, Jesse, go ahead and read out the first few names, and we'll try to do this at batches. So for those of you who heard your name, please stand near the mic so we could get you come up fairly quickly and keep this moving. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our first speakers will be Michael Shull, Malia Gonkoff, Ricardo Orozco, and Dr. Fad Khan. Again, if you can form a line, if you've heard your name, come form a line in the center if you're able to keep the speakers moving. Go ahead and approach the podium. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Schall. I'm representing myself today as an independent recreation and parks professional. I retired as the general manager of a large municipal recreation park agency in 2022. I'm not in favor of banning artificial turf, mostly concerned over our most vulnerable communities who lack park space and fields to play on. Equity in an available park space is a huge issue impacted by this potential ban. Recent EPA studies have found no significant difference between natural and artificial turf. There are many natural organic options in lieu of crumb rubber. Wow, that's it.
Yes, 30 seconds is very short, but thank you very much. So I'm going to ask folks to try to be brief and concise on your comments. I really appreciate it very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Fad Khan. I'm president of the Santa Clara County Medical Association. Thanks for having me. The health of our youth and environment must be safeguarded, and ensuring access to high-quality, well-maintained natural grass fields is a crucial step. Natural grass not only enhances groundwater recharge, but also helps sequester carbon, combats climate change. By contrast, plastic turf increases harmful water runoff, releases microplastic, and emits greenhouse gases. For this reason, I urge you to support an ordinance prohibiting new artificial turf installation on county property. Thank you.
I forgot to mention earlier, and that is, if you have longer comments you would like to provide, which is written, please provide it to our clerk, and we will include your entire comment into our record. Number one. Number two is, again, no clapping. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Malia Gunkoff, and I am here today not only as an employee of Purchase Green Artificial Grass, but also an end consumer of synthetic turf. 2 years ago, I installed synthetic turf into my backyard to give my 11-year-old stepdaughter a safe, reliable surface to play soccer on and enjoy the outdoors year-round. As a stepmom, it ensures she has a safe space where she can practice and simply be a kid. As an employee of Purchase Green, I also have access to extensive testing and safety data regarding the materials we use. I can confidently say that our industry is committed to providing products that are safe, sustainable, and beneficial.
Thank you. After Ricardo, we'll hear Coach Noe Guzman. Yasmin Balderas. Thank you so much. Rocio Sosa. Dr. Angela Bymaster. Ricardo, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Ricardo. I would like to express my thoughts and voice my heavy opposition against this ban. Been in the artificial turf business for 13 years, seen all aspects and benefits of turf, from manufacturing to consumers, to even testing on these very claims pro-ban. It is no secret that there have always been concerns on the use of turf. These concerns have not been ignored, and in fact have improved the artificial turf experience. One thing is very clear: hundreds of thousands of lives will be affected with this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Noé Guzman. I work with Hispanic kids of color, low-income families, and if you ban this, I guarantee you that you're gonna have a lot of people feeding that pipeline of your incarceration. So this is not just, I know there is a lot of studies made on, you know, the oceans and all this stuff, but there is a lot of kids that don't have a place to play. And that is true. And you don't have to do many studies. I welcome you to come to my neighborhood and see it. If you don't make this ban go, a lot of kids are going to be in jail. Thank you.
Rocio and Yasmin are both online. Do we have them speak now, or?
No, good. Yeah, if you're ready to speak, you could just go speak to the
I'm
mic.
after Rocio and Yasmin. So they were before me, but they happen to be online right now on Zoom.
Yeah, no, we have to do it. What we do here is we always take the comments of individuals who is here in the chamber
So I
first.
can
I'm
speak
sorry.
then?
Yeah, you can go and speak for your 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Angela Bymaster. I'm president of the Santa Clara County chapter of the California Academy of Family Physicians. This is a risk and benefit discussion. We must consider the vote today from the perspective of children who live in poverty in Santa Clara County. Their risk of developing health problems from artificial turf is essentially zero. Their risks of obesity, diabetes, hypertension, mental health, and violence are all going to decrease if they have access to sports. So a vote for the children is a vote no on a ban of artificial turf.
Next up, we'll have Ethan, last name M, Dr. Cindy Russell, Danny Garza, Tim Oy, Karen Rubio. If you could, again, please form a line in the center if you've heard your name. Doesn't need to be in order, just state your name when you start speaking.
My name is Tim Wee. Please ban plastic turf with version A of the ordinance. I was a soccer coach, referee, and coach instructor for 20 years and trained over 2,000 soccer coaches. I and most of my players prefer natural grass over turf as it's softer, safer, healthier, and much cooler. Humans are creating and trashing far too much plastic in our environment. Don't let convenience trump health, safety, and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here today to support adopting a ban on plastic turf without an exception for sports fields. I first started playing on artificial turf at the age of 12 and remember how every summer the plastic pellets baked our feet in our 90-minute games. Year-round, our coach warned us not to slide on the turf to prevent turf burns. And when we came home, we would dump those petroleum pellets that got everywhere. We played on that turf because we had no other choice. They were the only fields available. Someone had decided that building plastic turf was more cost efficient than growing grass fields. I'm here to say the true cost is paid by every player with their burns and with their long-term health.
Hi, I'm Dr. Cindy Russell and Santa Clara County Medical Association. The association is in favor of version A that includes sports fields. After extensive review, we feel that the living natural grass that can be grown organically and managed regeneratively can have comparable playability to artificial turf fields. And it's healthier for our children, the athletes, and the environment, and it will be cheaper in the long run. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and Board, my name is Danny Garza. Coming from our East Valley neighborhood, we're coming to this issue with community inclusion requests. Let's look to the future. Our county parks need to be natural habitat related. We already create creeks with habitats and our county trails. If this issue comes to life later, then we need for the county to be flexible and reach out to the community on a case-by-case basis and let our families decide.
After Karen, we'll have Annie, Cole Davis, Frank Hewitt, Jose Espinoza, and Brian Carr. Again, please come to the middle. It doesn't need to be in that exact order.
Karen Rubio with Plant-Based Advocates. I'm one of almost 100 organizations supporting version A. Some of those organizations are health ones, such as Santa Clara County Medical Association, California Nurses for Environmental Health and Justice, Families Advocating for Chemical and Toxic Safety, Gardner Health Services, Defend Our Health, San Francisco Bay Physicians for Social Responsibility, and Center for Environmental Health, and youth organizations, Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action and Youth United for...
Thank you.
I'm Annie Belt from District 4 in the county. Please vote yes on Ordinance A. I support Ordinance A for many reasons detailed in my letter. One reason is plastic turf and its underlayers are not recyclable. A typical sports field lasting only 8 to 10 years will add from 240,000 to 720,000 pounds of trash to our landfills. Another reason is plastic turf releases greenhouse gases throughout its lifespan, worsening climate change.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Cole Davis, and I'm with the IUPAT DC 16. You're going to hear from some of my colleagues. We oppose the ban. As a father of two, my kids play on turf fields, and I feel that it's actually safer and it's a better alternative for children to play than sports and than grass. I urge to oppose this ban.
Hello, my name is Frank Hewitt. I represent IUPAT DC 16 turf installers, and I am humbly asking you to oppose the ban on artificial turf. I do not take away the livelihood of these hardworking men and women who have supported you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Jose Espinoza. I'm a representative with the IUPAT turf installers. I'm humbly asking you to oppose the ban turf. We have a lot of members that support the work. Thank you.
After Brian, we'll hear from Carl Van Rees, Charles Frawley, Amanda McMarrin, Tom B., Sean Blakeman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brian Carr, for move to amend. We can't avoid exposure to plastics. They're in the air, soil, ocean, artificial turf, and food we eat, documented particularly in lower income people. As a result, they've been detected in almost every part of the human body, including skin, heart, brain, and the blood of newborns. In view of the refusal of the artificial turf industry to fully disclose the chemical composition of their product and the clear threat to human health, please pass version A of the ordinance.
Hi, my name is Carl Van Rees. I'm Environmental Commissioner for the City of Los Altos, but I'm speaking today as an individual. While this is only affecting county-owned property, I believe your decision will have an impact on giving guidance to those cities within the county. There are so many things to say about the biodiversity benefits here, but the big takeaway is that touching grass is this expression because we've become so bereft of nature. At least let kids keep touching real grass. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chuck Fraley. Banning artificial turf will not solve the plastic waste issue in Santa Clara County.
Over the course of a typical turf field's 15-year life, residents are going to generate 15 billion pounds of plastic waste. A turf field has about 68,000 pounds of plastic. Banning turf isn't going to do anything about plastic waste. Banning turf won't make our kids safer. The Public Health Department report found that turf fields aren't any more likely to generate injuries than grass. Please, we need to encourage outdoor play, not take away places for it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda McMaster. I'm the president of the board of directors for Palo Alto Soccer Club, and I, along with our 2,000 members, strongly oppose a ban on artificial turf fields. I know firsthand how this ban will harm youth health, both as an administrator for the club and as a former player at Palo Alto Soccer Club. Banning turf negatively impacts children's physical and mental health by contributing to childhood obesity, increasing injuries caused by poor grass maintenance, and will take away kids' ability to exercise and socialize. We already deal with a shortage of athletic fields, and 3 to 4 grass fields would be needed to build, and we don't have that ability.
Hi, my name is Tom Brough. I'm the general manager of Almden FC. We serve 3,500 kids in the local community. I'm here to strongly oppose the ban on the artificial plastics. We have a shortage of fields. There's 50 fields short, I believe, in San Jose alone. We need to make sure that we have accessibility. Reducing it by a third makes no sense. Also, the environmental issues, you need to look at both sides. There's water, fertilizer, and everything that's needed on grass fields, so it's not a simple apples-to-apples comparison. Thank you.
After Sean Blakeman, we'll hear from Bruce Patton, Susan Hinton, Walter Johnson, Anna Koster, and Sharmeen Sultana. Again, please form a queue in the center of the room. Sean, go ahead.
Sean Blakeman, NorCal Premier Soccer League, representing 275 clubs and about 125,000 children, both youth and recreational. On behalf of our board of directors, we strongly oppose this ban. Playing time, water conservation, and just health for the children to keep them playing. Professional fields, 6 MLS teams are currently playing in all-weather sports fields, and they are essential if we want to keep the game growing and keep our kids active. Thank you.
My name is Walt Johnson from the city of Santa Clara. I urge the county to pass Ordinance A, which bans new artificial turf installations on county-owned property, including schoolyards, playgrounds, sports fields, and landscaping areas. Artificial turf contributes to pollution, contains harmful chemicals, and retains excessive heat, posing heat risks. Natural grass supports local ecosystems, promotes biodiversity, and provides a safer environment. Ensure a sustainable, healthy future. Vote yes on Ordinance A.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Hinton of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta Plastic Pollution Prevention Committee. I urge the supervisors to vote yes for Ordinance A, a ban on new installations of plastic turf on county-owned property. I'm for Ordinance A because it provides the best opportunity for creating a healthy environment for our children, our athletes, our senior citizens, our workers, our pets, and our wildlife. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Koster. I'm asking you to vote yes for Ordinance A. Others have detailed the toxic pollution at all stages of plastic grass, from mining to disposal. County staff have heard from the industry, and we even have industry employees here making comments today. I ask you to listen to those people whose primary interest is the health.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Sharmeen Sultana. I'm the Senior Health Program Director in Breathe, California of the Bay Area, Golden Gate, and Central Coast. I'm a physician too. Today I am here to express our agency's support on item 13. Our children and athletes should be playing on well-maintained natural grass fields and that they do not risk their health, harm our environment, and contribute to the climate crisis. As a physician, I understand that artificial turf contributes to chemical runoff, microplastic pollution, and the heat island effect of all.
After Bruce, we'll hear from Jed Met, Haruko Matsuda, Ernesto Gonzalez, Gail G., James Eggers. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Payton. I'm the chair of the County Sustainability Commission. Our commission voted in May to unanimously to recommend a ban on artificial turf in all new installations, so equivalent to version A. We also would like you to adopt option D, and we've provided letters with more detailed descriptions. But you're being offered a false choice. And pay attention to that, please.
Hello, my name is Jed Meddy. I'm the COO for the San Jose Earthquakes. First, I'd like to thank the county staff for putting together a great comprehensive report on this topic. From the county report, from my reading of it, this report does not provide conclusive evidence to support a ban at this time outright on turf. The conclusive data point we do have is that it will limit access. Grass fields provide 30% of the play, as artificial turf fields do. So a vote for this ban is a vote to limit access.
¿Me voy a expresar en español?
Sí.
¿Sí?
You can speak in Spanish. Habla en español and we will translate it for you.
Mi nombre es Ernesto González, represento a la Liga Winchester Soccer League. Actualmente contamos con 900 niños. Se fundó en 1999 en el área de Campbell, San José, en el distrito 1 de Winchester y Cadillac. Y pues estamos a favor de este proyecto porque nuestros niños disfrutan más su deporte. Gracias.
Gracias. And now, translator, please.
Thank you very much. So my name is Ernesto Gonzalez, and I belong to the soccer league, and currently we have 900 children. We were founded in 1999 in Cambridge, San Jose, District 1, and currently we are in favor of this project because children enjoy it a lot. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Haruko Matsuda. I'm with Sunnyvale Alliance Soccer Club. In the previous agenda item, the Supervisor Arenas mentioned an overwhelming trend of brown and black people represented heavily in the criminal justice system. The additional hours that artificial turf fields provide help keep at-risk youth off the streets and have them engage in meaningful supervised activities. Please allow artificial turf to remain an option to serve the at-risk youth communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gail John Siracusa. I'm also with Sunnyvale Alliance Soccer Club. What we have not seen is reports on obesity and isolation with students that could be mitigated through team sports. We know that we have a deficit of fields, and this is actually way worse in the wintertime when all natural grass fields are closed. We just can't get out there. So please go against the ban. Thanks.
After James, we'll hear from Andrea Smith, Joe Cannon, Maria Hernandez, Stephen Meyer, and David Kay. Go ahead, James.
Good afternoon, President Lee, Vice President Arenas, other supervisors. My name is James Eggers. I'm in District 2 in San Jose. More importantly, I've been a soccer player for more than 4 decades in 7 countries, always preferring natural grass. More importantly, I'm a father and grandfather and want my children only to play on natural grass. And in addition to that, I'm also the executive director of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter, 30,000 members in this county, 94% support version A.
Hi, I'm Andrea Smith, a sporting soccer mom who is against the turf ban. When my daughter Tirza, who's deaf hard of hearing, gets on that soccer field, she's no longer the deaf girl, but a fierce member of her team. This turf ban will skyrocket the cost of kids' sports, and underprivileged minority families will pull out because of higher fees. It takes multiple grass fields to make up for one turf field due to the tearing up of the soil and weather and maintenance. When our daughter played in a club with grass field, she missed 6 out of 8 games, and half the spring soccer was done.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joe Cannon. I'm the Executive Director of M Valley Soccer Club. I've been a goalkeeper as well. I'm in the San Jose Earthquakes Hall of Fame. I want to thank you guys for your time. It's great being here in person. I also want to thank my colleagues who are on the front lines, being great role models and supporting our youth, my friends at the Earthquakes. All I want to say is my favorite nights are when I go to Shoreline Athletic Park in Mountain View, and I see hundreds of kids playing. I see adult softball, and I see adult groups in the patches, and everyone's just enjoying life. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Hernandez. I represent Madre Madre, which is a Latino empowerment group for women in a low-income neighborhood, the Guadalupe, Washington neighborhood. We are against the ban because there is no space for our kids to play. I see kids in our neighborhood every day playing in very trafficked areas, almost getting hit by cars. The amount of traffic incidents is insane, but there is no place for them to play, and artificial turf would allow this. These are signatures we've collected from people in our neighborhood who want more fields, whether that be artificial or real, but any field is a good field.
Hi, my name is Steve Meyer, and I am a regular volunteer at Fremont High School. And I spend a lot of time around synthetic turf. And one time, I'm a 4-time champion of the watermelon run. On one of those runs, it was 105 degrees out. I suffered severe respiratory distress from the vapor that was in the air. Luckily, I didn't have to go to the hospital, but there is a real risk to our kids and all adults being around this material that goes up in the air and goes in our lungs. Thank you very much.
After David, we'll hear from Cynthia Lee, Jared Shawley, Pam Bond, Kevin Moore, and Rena Ventura. Go ahead, David.
Good afternoon. My name is David Kesting. I'm the chairman of the Parks and Recreation Commission for the City of Sunnyvale, speaking in a personal capacity. I'm going to urge you to please keep the field turf use for fields, for sports fields in the county of Santa Clara. In the city of Sunnyvale, we've seen that the use of field turf has increased usage by over 600%, specifically at Fair Oaks Park. I can't urge you more to specify the use of field turf specifically to these playing fields. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Lee. I'm a freshman at Homestead High, and I urge you to adopt version A of the ordinance. Every day in PE, we have to run a big lap around the artificial turf field, and the toxic smells of PFAS are truly disgusting. When me and my friends play on the plastic turf, it burns our feet crisp, and it scrapes our knees raw. Please protect our health. Our kids deserve real grass fields. Just say no to artificial turf. Thank you.
Supervisors, my name is Jared Shawley, president of the San Jose Earthquakes. The proposal to ban turf athletic fields will severely limit needed recreational access for our community, especially our youth. The reality in our county is that we are one of the most under-resourced metro areas in the country for public field space. Existing turf fields we do have are located in higher income areas, and prices to rent those fields have increased almost 100% in the past 5 years. Public grass fields cannot fill this gap. We urge you to vote no.
My name is Pam Bond, and I spoke to many grass experts, including Kevin Hauschel, who sent you an email this morning. He works with grass technology and organic management practices for sports complexes to improve efficiency and sustainability. He, along with Greg Elliott, who is the head groundskeeper for the SF Giants, along with multiple turf grass professionals, agree that if we utilize modern technologies in grass breeding and grass maintenance, we can match or exceed the actual playing hours of synthetic turf.
Hello, my name is Andrea Ventura. I am a resident of Willow Glen. I am also the policy director for Clean Water Action. You want to protect children from childhood obesity, then do not expose them to plasticizer chemicals in turf. You want to protect their immune systems, do not expose them to PFAS. You are concerned about money not coming in from the feds. My well in Willow Glen had PFAS in it. It's going to cost San Jose millions, if not billions, to resolve those problems. This is not an either or.
Thank you.
After Kevin, we'll hear from Leah T., Zikun Lee, Richard, Frank Guerrero, and Nicole Lee.
Hi, my name's Kevin Moore. I've been a groundskeeper in many high-profile fields in the county for over 20 years, and I have access to all the technology for fields, and I am here to say that 1,000 hours on there is the limit. I have the ability to have every piece of equipment, every chemical, everything, and we have not been able to exceed the 1,000 hours. And it's been through many different colleges, pro teams that we've done this for.
Hello, I'm Nicole Lee, the president of Saratoga High School's Environmental Action Club, and we urge you to approve Ordinance Version A to ban new artificial turf on county property. I've played on my school's artificial turf during color guard and PE, but the grass feels weird, always gets on our clothes, and makes it easier to slip. Additionally, it has alarming health harms that many before me have already iterated. I know artificial turf, just like cigarettes, is a cumulative, slow poison, so I can only hope I don't develop cancer in 20 to 30 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Leah Tennisgetter, President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. We're here today because we have a sports economy and the potential for a sports economy ahead of us. The events that are coming in 2026 will bring nearly $500 million to our county, which is a benefit to us. The access to practice fields, to all fields, really starts with youth sports and the ability for the community to use them. So we are against the ban and appreciate your consideration.
Hi, Supervisors. Zikun Lee, Executive Director for Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I represent our 7 teams of students in Santa Clara County, climate leaders. I just want to say, through history, we have seen over and over again that, when we make decisions for short-term costs, that sacrifices long-term environment. We really see the effects of it. Look at LA, look at all the natural disasters around the world. It's time to change our ways and for you all to be leaders in making that decision for us. Our health.
Esteemed Supervisor, my name is Frank Guerrero, a 30-plus-year resident of Santa Clara County. As a youth soccer coach of many years, I come to you today to voice my support for the use of turf in county fields. Never in countless practices and games have I ever seen any injuries due to turf. What I've seen is sprained ankles from uneven grass fields, as well as interruptions to already short seasons due to rain-soaked grass fields or maintenance. One doesn't forget the look of disappointment on children when they're told they can't play due to field conditions. So I ask you for support in the use of turf for our children. Thank you.
One more call for Richard, no last name. Then we'll hear from Roman Aponte, Cynthia Fan, Leanne McAuliffe, Deborah Johnson, and Sandra Todd. Please approach the center. Whoever gets there first, come on up.
I'm Roman, coach of Sky FC, part of the 55 teams of Soccer United Club playing in District 2. I'm not in favor of the banning yet, but in 1 or 2 decades, while there's a responsible transition with the acknowledgement of realizing how much it's going to cost keeping green fields well maintained. Cities and the county haven't taken enough care of artificial turfs, and this provoked an injury in one of my players in last weekend game. We can make a better transition. Thank you.
Cynthia Fan. You've heard plenty from plastic turf manufacturer Tenkate and their industry trade group.
To balance their input, what analogs from the real grass industry did you outreach to? I'm not referring to managers of lousy condition grass fields. I'm referring to service providers that exclusively support building and managing real grass fields like the ones we sent you case studies about, proving it can handle our needs. Do any other major turf manufacturers make sports systems without infill, as required by Ordinance Version B, or will Tenkate be the recipient of all county business? Infill-free systems require double the plastic, support Version A.
I'm speaking on behalf of a petitioner, Romanda Celestin, who is lead representative of IFPTE Local 21 and who strongly supports version A of the ordinance. They state, landscape workers for the City of Sunnyvale who have worked on both types of turf greatly prefer grass turf. Please support worker health and safety and good union jobs. Ban plastic grass without exceptions for sports fields. Personally, I have yet to see third-party testing proof that plastic turf have no PFAS. Thank you.
May I have your name, please, to the last speaker?
Oh, Leanne McCullough.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Johnson. I'm a Santa Clara County resident and parent of student athletes, and I support Ordinance Version A. I want to point out something that I'm hearing is that this is not just a risk-benefit analysis, it's complicated, but predominantly a short-term versus long-term thinking plan here. It's clear the data says it's not a long-term sustainable option, not environmentally, not economically, and certainly not from a health perspective. I hope you think long-term because the costs will come later if you don't. Thank you.
After Sandra, we'll hear from Courtney Jansen, Dylan Chan, Karen Rubio, Andrea Wald, and Sarah Kensler. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sandra Todd. I've been coaching and organizing youth sports for 20 years. I love the life lessons and community that sports provides. I've been voluntarily working with local youth sports organizations on this. Their first reaction is always shock as to why this would even be considered, as it's so incredibly anti-sport. Local youth sport clubs are run by volunteers. They do not have access to national or statewide mailing lists. Even so, we received hundreds of emails sent by your residents supporting the use of artificial turf. In addition, local sports organizations have been circulating a change.org petition in excess of 1,200 signatures. You can come up closer. Thank you. Okay. Courtney Jansen, soccer parent, resident, and co-founder of Community for Natural Play Surfaces, and I'm here today on my own behalf. Community for Natural Play Surface has been joined by many, many organizations and individuals in this effort who all support a full ban on artificial turf with no exceptions. While many of those organizations cannot be here today, we want to acknowledge them now. Organizations who support Ordinance Version A include, but are not limited to,
Quick note from the clerk, we can hear you best if you stand at the center of the podium. The flat microphone will pick you up.
Hi, my name is Diane Chan, and I'm a county resident, and some of the, just a few of the community organizations who support Version A: Latinas Contra Cancer, La Mesa Verde, Latina Coalition of Silicon Valley, the Si Se Puede Collective, including Amigos de Guadalupe, Grail Family Services, School of Arts and Culture, Somos Mayfair, and Vegilution, Asian Americans for Community Involvement, International Children Assistance Network, Vietnamese American Roundtable, and more.
Thank you.
Okay, the organizations that I'm here to talk about are faith-based communities: St. Julie's Climate Justice Committee, El Camino Real District United Women in Faith, San Jose Friends Meetings, and Friends Committee on Legislation of California, and children's advocacy organizations: Green Schoolyards America, Kids in Common, Living Classroom, Moms Advocating Sustainability, Children's Garden Preschool, California Parents Union, Clean Earth for Kids, and 1,000 Grandmothers for Future Generations.
May I have the name of the speaker who just spoke? Thank you.
Hello, thank you for hosting this very, very important discussion. My name is Sarah Kensler, and in addition to my friends, fellow county residents here, I just want to say these organizations, including the environmental ones, support and represent people from all walks of life. Their health and safety should not be compromised. Providing natural grass should be the gold standard for everyone, especially for families living closest to the fairgrounds. We hope that you will all join all of these amazing organizations.
Thank you.
And do we have Karen Rubio? She already went earlier. And are you, Richard, come on up.
Yes, come on up so we could hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Richard Kelly. I work for Purchase Green Artificial Grass.
Thank you.
I heard a lot of talk about microplastics, but I want to interject some stuff about microplastics. They're included in your deodorant, your shampoo, your conditioner, your shower gel, your lipstick, your hair dye, shaving cream, sunscreen, insect repellent, ankle wrinkle cream, moisturizers, hairspray, facial mask, baby care products, eyeshadow, mascara, and everything else. Plus, there's no water. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Carrie Levin, Shay Salinas, Ruth Marino, Luda Hutchins-Knowles, Linda, obviously, Evan Matau. Again, in any order, please approach the center and form a line.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carrie Lay. I urge you to ban artificial turf with no exceptions because it can be dangerous and a public liability. Several teens have died in the past few years from heat stroke, and other dozen fifth graders have suffered from heat injuries, all while playing on artificial turf in hot weather. Artificial turf carries increased risk of legal liabilities, environmental harm, and public health challenges. By choosing natural grass, communities can reduce these risks, promote sustainable, and ensure a safer and healthier environment.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shay Salinas, and I oppose the ban on turf. I represent over 800 kids in Santa Clara, and it would be a lot more if we had more field space. Unfortunately, every 6 months we have tryouts, and we consistently turn away kids because we do not have field space. Our soccer team has access to 4 grass fields and 4 turf fields, and unfortunately the 4 grass fields are never able to be utilized. They're constantly being reseeded, resodded, resurfaced, and we're never able to use them. Please ban turf. Please allow turf.
My name is Ruth Marino, and I'm with San Jose Community Energy Advocates. I ask you to support the artificial turf ban without exceptions. Artificial turf, like other artificial surfaces, including asphalt and pavement, heats up much more than real grass, and this will only get worse each year. In October, San Jose had its hottest 7-day heat wave ever recorded, and the artificial turf can raise concerns of heat-related illnesses. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Hutchins-Knowles with Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley. On behalf of our 2,500 members, we urge you to support version A. Please reject false choices. All kids deserve healthy grass fields. The solution to poor quality fields is not plastic grass. That hurts players. Instead, insist on hiring experts to design and maintain high-quality grass fields. The video we sent shows that grass fields can provide as many hours of play as plastic. Defend play and the players. We are counting on you. The 93 organizations and nearly 1,000 petition signers ask for your support.
After Evan, we'll hear from Joel Gonzalez, Alvin Roberts, Star Law, Cindy Choi, Cindy Russell, and Dennis Murphy. Go ahead, Evan.
My name is Evan Matau. I work for Juvenile Hall Staff, and I'm also the Milpitas PAL president of football and cheer. We serve over like 200 to 300 kids, but I'm here to advocate for the youth and adults that we serve. There is a proposal before you to ban artificial turf on county property. In version B of that proposal asks that athletic fields be exempt from that ban. Our facilities at Juvenile has a field, but it doesn't have turf on there. But, shoot. All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Joel Gonzalez. I work as a group counselor at Juvenile Hall. I'm representing the youth in our care. These are the most at-risk youth when they get released to our community. And because of that, we propose version B. They need to reduce their risk factors and not be on the pipeline of prison when they get released. There's also no links to cancer. The fields are 3 times more durable. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alvin Roberts. I work for the County of Santa Clara Probation Department. Our department provides youth and young adults with an opportunity to go back into their communities healed or a better version of themselves. It is well documented that restoration and mental and physical health are primary goals in rehabilitating our youth. Having a TURF will allow us, or adopting version B, will allow our youth and our young adults to participate in physical activity. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cindy Choi, and I am a supervising group counselor in Juvenile Hall for the Probation Department. I am here to ask the board to please approve version B. We have a great PE field, but yet we are not able to use it, and it has been years, due to all the injuries that the kids have went through because of the potholes. So we would really appreciate if you would approve the artificial turf. Thank you.
Hello, Dennis Murphy, Senior Manager of Water and Policy for Clara, Action for a Healthy Planet. We strongly support Ordinance A and D. A plastic turf field is a clear and present danger. 220 tons of single-use plastic. Only potable water is recommended for cleaning and cooling. Microplastic runoff pollution with added PFAS flows directly to the bay. These fields are notorious heat islands. Any day with air temps over 90 degrees should be considered unplayable.
So I have a card for Star Law, who I believe left written comments. Double checking. And Cindy Russell already went. Thank you. Next we'll have Patricia Smith, Lisa Barboza, and David Beanie. Followed by Audrin Cashman, Zoe Samuel, and Cynthia Lee, who I believe we also had already. Yeah.
Go ahead. Hi, my name is Patricia Smith. I'm a proud soccer parent of 3 children, and I'm against the ban on artificial turf. I think that there are much more considerations to be made about improving anything that seems unhealthy, but I think as a parent, I of course care about the environment and the health, but I think that banning artificial turf will take away too much from.
Hi, my name is Jose Rivera. I'm speaking for David Beanie, Executive Director of Santa Clara and San Benito County Building Trust Construction Council. We represent over 35,000 union construction workers. And we have many priorities to balance, including safety, water use, community benefits, sport, field usability, among others. An additional consideration is the impact on the workforce and might be negative affected and if projects become infeasible and the use of water. I haven't heard any complaints on soccer fields.
Hello, my name is Lisa Barboza. I'm the chair of the Guadalupe Regional Group for the Sierra Club, and I live in District 5. I just returned from a month in Antarctica doing plankton studies. In our plankton studies, we actually found microplastics. We're polluting our oceans. Without the oceans, we have no air. I urge you to approve Ordinance A. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zoe Samuel. I speak only for myself today. I co-founded the largest internal climate group at Google,
And I'm a climate investor and venture capitalist. So time to hear from a capitalist who is pro banning this stuff. It's horrible, it's not recyclable. Anyone who claims that it is unfortunately mistaken. But let's speak about precedent and liability. The precedent that you set here, as I've learned from my work in the climate community, is going to matter. It will affect what Sunnyvale does. It will affect what everybody else does. And so the precedent that you all set is important. And then think about your legal.
Thank you.
Audrey Cashman, I oppose the ban on turf. I have 2 kids that play competitive soccer. We are a little soccer family, and we are on turf every day of the week. We are active, healthy, mentally and physically, thanks to turf. We play at the Santa Clara Youth Soccer Park. We have 1 turf field, 2 of the best grass soccer fields available. And the turf is always packed, and the grass fields are always empty. They must be rested to be in playable condition for our games. A ban would mean a reduction in playable facilities.
All right, that takes us to Zoom speakers. Our first speaker on Zoom will be Taryn Obaid. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Oh,
We've
30
asked
seconds.
Oh,
He said 2
30
minutes.
seconds, apologies.
Sorry. Just to be clear, thank you.
Everybody in the room got so mad. 30 seconds to speak.
There we go.
Please accept the unmute. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Taryn Obaid with Sonoma County Waste Management Task Force. Plastic turf is not recyclable. That's just a fact. It is not recyclable. And to claim that plastic turf is better for social justice is really social exploitation of the industry that is here today. There is new science, new technology that we've been neglecting for decades. Bermuda ryegrass and bluegrass equal pay and less cost and less water.
Our next speaker is Diane Wolke. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Diane Wolke, board member, Safe Healthy Playing Fields. We support an amended version of option A, including leased land to protect vulnerable populations and animals and to remove the outdated PFAS testing parameters that are quoted. PFAS has been found to be associated with obesity and can be dermally absorbed. Endocrine and cardiometabolic toxicity is also associated with artificial turf. The state is under regulation of this product. Please amend.
Our next speaker is Ulka Agarwal. Please go ahead.
My name is Ulka Agarwal, and I'm a physician and member of the Santa Clara County Medical Association's Environmental Health Committee. I join my medical colleagues in support of Ordinance Version A. Artificial turf is a public health issue. We don't have the luxury of choosing our personal preferences over our children's health and that of our planet. Version A will protect all children's current and future health, and that of our soil, waterways, wildlife, and the air we breathe, all at the same time. And when it comes to our children's health, we have no time to waste. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Bottorff. Please go ahead.
CleanersForKids.org supports option A with no exceptions. Playing on plastic grass increases the chance of lower extremity injuries at every level of play, along with heat illnesses. Kids breathe in toxic chemicals every time they play on plastic grass. Playing time is not as important as keeping kids safe from the cancer-causing toxins found in plastic grass. Making poor kids play on toxic plastic grass is not equity. There are other ways to get at-risk kids in team sports without increasing their chance of cancer. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dia Khandra. Please go ahead.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Dia Khandra, and I'm a Morgan Hill resident and college student leader in Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I oppose the installation of artificial turf because studies from Penn State have shown that turf can be 35 to 55 degrees hotter than natural grass, which can induce heat stroke in hot weather and cause third-degree contact burns. As a marching band student in high school in Morgan Hill, our natural grass fields were never a cause for injury. Please protect students' health and safety and ban artificial turf today.
Our next speaker is Diana Zuckerman. Please go ahead.
I'm Dr. Diana Zuckerman, president of the nonprofit National Center for Health Research.
We urge you to approve version A and action item D. The scientific evidence is clear that children and adults playing on artificial turf have more ankle and knee injuries, more concussions, and more turf burn abrasions that can become dangerously infected. The chemicals and microplastics in artificial turf are dangerous.
Our next speaker is Sarah Ehrlich.
My name is Sarah Ehrlich, Policy Advisor from the Center for Environmental Health, commenting to support version A of the ordinance. The safety of artificial turf has yet to be proven. The majority of artificial turf contains PFAS, among other chemicals, and there is no safe level of PFAS exposure. Ordinance A would protect many children from dermal and oral exposure to these chemicals, prevent the release of microplastics and other toxic chemicals into the groundwater and soil, and conserve potable water. We encourage the county to protect more children and animals from artificial.
Our next speaker is Mila's iPhone.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mila Bakula, and I'm a university student, District 2 resident, and member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I'm encouraging the board to pass version A of the ban. Producing plastic artificial turf creates damaging byproducts and emits greenhouse gases, then releases solution as it degrades, and what's more, all these impacts are repeated every time turf is replaced each 10 years. Play surfaces for children shouldn't be constructed at the expense of these same children's futures in the changing climate. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Beyond Pesticides, Sustainable Parks. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rika Gopinath, and I want to thank Supervisor Lee and urge support for A and option D. I represent and manage Beyond Pesticides Sustainable Parks program and currently work with 19 cities across the country organically managing natural grass demonstration projects with different city staff over 2 years with no cost to the city. The difference in all the examples in the staff report is they use synthetic fertilizer and pesticides, and that is what our program does not do. By harnessing the soil science, we can get...
Our next speaker is Tony de Trinidad. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony de Trinidad with the IUPAT District Council 36, Floor Layers Union, and we are in opposition to item 13. We feel these types of projects put our membership and our community back to work who live in the local area and region, and we make sure the product we install is not hazardous and safely installed. Furthermore, there are studies that show that there are more PFAS chemicals in fertilizer and seeding products for natural grass than turf itself. So we ask you to not be misinformed by fertilizer grass seed lobby groups, and we humbly ask you to...
Our next speaker is Barbara Fukumoto. Please go ahead. You'll have to click to open your microphone. One more time, Barbara. There we go.
Barbara Fukumoto, sorry. Do we really want our playing time to come at the expense of our air, land, water, the climate, our future and future generations? Please focus on providing quality natural gas playing fields that do not compromise the earth on which we all depend. Please respect the earth's limits. Option A and action D. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Smith. Robert, you'll have to click to open your microphone or press *6. Robert Smith, last call to open your microphone. We'll come back around. Our next speaker is Poonam.
Hi, my name is Poonam and I'm a parent and I want to vote yes on the ordinance version A as well as option D. My child has been playing soccer for past 10 years and he has come home with turf burns, so I have seen those problems. You are in a most innovative green state and should be able to identify an environmentally friendly alternative. Many other parts of the world are using natural fields and we should be focusing on finding a natural solution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlene Liu. Please go ahead.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you for taking my input. My name is Charlene Liu, and I'm a resident and mother of Sunnyvale. I urge you to adopt version A, the ban on artificial turf. My daughters went to high school at Homestead High and had to play on artificial turf for their Homestead marching band, and I wish they didn't have to. They came home with terrible skin rashes and burns. I would urge you to live within our Earth's capacity to accommodate.
Our next speaker is Bob McCarty. We've given permission to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Bob McCarty. I'm president of Silicon Valley Rugby, where we're looking forward to Rugby World Cup in the USA in 2031 for men and 2033 for women. We've used grass fields and we've used synthetic fields. Synthetic turf is available in all weather in all 12 months. Grass is not. It's highly durable and available for intensive use. Grass is not. Ask yourself whether the county can afford maintenance on the number of grass-only sports field residents needs. I think you know it can't. The county and cities in the county have not historically and do not today.
Our next speaker is John Kehoe. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is John Kehoe. Please approve version A of the ordinance on county property. Please demonstrate an environmental ethic that serves the whole community for generations to come. We need to look beyond the rhetoric of the synthetic turf industry and keep our natural grass. Synthetic turf is not essential, and forever chemicals used to manufacture it are classified as high risk to our community.
Our next speaker is Aaron Pang. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Erin Pang, representing Save the Bay. We support passing version A of this ordinance to ban artificial turf. Save the Bay advocates for reducing pollutant runoff into the San Francisco Bay and improving climate resilience for our communities. Artificial turf is inconsistent with both these goals. It causes PFAS and microplastic runoff, which leaches into our waterways, harming human and environmental health. And it also contributes to the urban heat island effect. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Hill. You'll have 30 seconds. Please go ahead.
I'm Steve Hill. Retired artificial turf is considered hazardous material and cannot be placed in landfills. For its 10-year life, artificial turf is considered safe for children, and then overnight it is declared a hazardous material. The county cares more about the health and welfare of a landfill than children. Isn't that weird? I support version A.
Our next speaker is Lisa Scotch. Please go ahead.
I'm a Sunnyvale homeowner and youth sports advocate. I strongly oppose the ban. I firmly believe youth sports access creates healthy, well-rounded adults for many reasons already stated. I see an acute shortage of fields that artificial turf can help solve by increasing the usable hours. I do not see a discussion on what happens in communities where kids and adults do not have access to outdoor sports. I believe sports teaches incredible life lessons, and decreasing the opportunity and access to these sports participation by this ban is short-sighted.
Our next speaker is Kristen Kusinovich. Please go ahead.
Hi, I support version A. I'm Kristen Kusanovich, and I direct a climate action initiative at Santa Clara University, despite the fact that many athletes say they prefer it, and I am an athlete. I'm concerned about the way the plastic industry and sports industries are not always willing to be a part of a just transition away from cooking the planet and the players as temperatures rise. Artificial turf does not help low-income people's health, and in a climate crisis, all outdoor activities will be more compromised every year. Real grass can be prioritized for now and should. As for the industry profiting.
Our next speaker is Jackie Nunez. Please go ahead. Your microphone's on. Go ahead and begin your comments.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it. Okay. Hi, my name is Jackie Nunez. I work for Plastic Pollution Coalition. I'm the Advocacy Engagement Manager. I'm in favor of adopting version A. When you speak about comparing 3 times playing time, that's 3 times chemical microplastic exposure to those children and the community members playing on plastic grass fields. Make no mistake, artificial turf, syn turf, eco turf, or field turf is single-use plastic grass, plain and simple. Unlike natural grass, plastic grass breaks up, not down, goes back to the earth and our environment as a contaminant.
Our next speaker is Kathy Batat. Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Kathy Batat. I'm a volunteer with the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter and a resident of San Mateo County. I urge you to adopt version A of the plastic grass ban and to also approve action item D. A recent study in Europe found artificial turf fibers in half of water samples taken from waters off the coast, with 50% of those threads classified as microfibers.
Our next speaker is Amy Sabik.
Hi, my name is Amy. Thank you to the board for listening to us today. I am in support of version A of the ban on artificial turf. We need to take the time, energy, and money to find ways to promote climate resiliency, and using artificial and plastic products is not the way to do that. We need to use natural grass, natural resources to build out climate resiliency. We need to build this for the future, not the present.
Our next speaker is Wendy Chow.
Hello, my name is Wendy Cho, and I'm a staff member with Clara, a nonprofit locally. I'm also a parent. I'm adding my voice to all those who are urging the board to vote in support of version A. This action is needed to protect our climate, the health of our children, and our precious water quality. Thank you.
Next is Jeffer Razai.
Hello, I'm Jeffer Razai, member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, and I urge you to adopt version A, the plastic grass ban. I'm here to express my concerns about the creation of artificial turf. Artificial turf consists of largely non-biodegradable material, causing different microplastics to ruin the soil underneath. Artificial turf also has major health concerns, as it can reach dangerous temperatures during hotter climates. Please protect the health of our athletes and our residents. Thank you.
Next is Mia Napolitano.
Hello, my name is Mia Napolitano. I'm a soccer coach in Santa Clara County. I'm currently standing on a turf field with 100 high school-aged women's soccer players. When it rains for 7 days straight next week, I'm confident that turf will allow my players to stay both physically and socially active. Grass fields can't handle the usage and strip away these invaluable opportunities. Please do not ban turf. Thank you.
Next is Abigail Hinson.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Abigail Heinzen, and I'm the Advocacy Manager at Vegilution in East San Jose, and a member of the Cisa Puebla Collective. I come here today to urge you to approve version A of the ordinance to ban artificial turf on county property with no exceptions and action item D. All kids deserve to play on the safest and best playing surface, which is well-managed natural grass. Thank you.
Next is Mani Bekel.
Hello, my name is Mani Bakala, and I'm a County District 2 resident, high school student, soccer player, and co-lead of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action San Jose team. Please approve version A. Please note especially the serious mental health consequences on kids restricted to artificial environments like plastic grass, presented by the Medical Association. Let's not replace one problem with another. More affluent areas are already opting away from plastic turf. Please don't install artificial turf in our name.
Next is Elizabeth Sarmiento.
Yes, hi. Thank you for your leadership and on this. And I'm Elizabeth Sarmiento, representing District Esmarias Education from District 2 in favor of the ban. Plastic grass contributes to pollution at every stage of the life cycle, production, use, and disposal. Low-income communities often bear the brunt of this, as landfill, incinerators.
Next is Green Foothills.
Good afternoon, President Lee and Supervisors. My name is Alice Kaufman. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director for Green Foothills. We urge you to approve version A of the ordinance as well as action item D. And you've received over 320 emails from our supporters in the last couple of days urging you to approve the ordinance. One of the critical benefits of natural play areas is climate resilience, especially in urban areas where the heat island effect results in exacerbation of extreme heat events. We need all the natural green spaces in our parks we can have. Thank you.
Next is Colin McCarthy.
Hi, Colin McCarthy, soccer, Silicon Valley, lawyer, county resident. Please keep the soccer playing fields. I speak from experience. You have two examples, O'Malley Fields in San Jose, that have been operating for 20 plus years now without maintenance, without recycling, cheaply, and providing large opportunities for kids. When we tried to put grass fields at Pioneer, it didn't work. So please keep the playing fields.
Next is Andrew Rowley.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Rowley. I'm with Field Turf. There have been over 110 technical studies by the U.S. and European governing bodies, World Health Organizations, universities, and independent scientists that have confirmed there is no health risk from artificial turf. As a company, we've eliminated PFAS from our products, underscoring our commitment to safety. The fields are also 100% recyclable. There are over 500 fields in Northern California with organic infill. We've not had a single issue or complaint regarding health or safety for over a decade. Non-infill turf, on the other hand, is outdated technology.
Next is Dana Bunnett.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Dana Bunnett, Kids in Common. Kids in Common, we ask policymakers to put children first in their decision making. And when it comes to children's health, we should follow the precautionary principle. People say our low-income kids won't have access to playing fields if we ban plastic turf. I think this is a false choice and also an equity issue. I encourage you to support version A of the ordinance. Thank you.
Next is Prakash Giri.
Prakash Giri, youth cricket organizer and a passionate advocate for community sports. Artificial turf is essential for ensuring that year-round playability and accessibility, as there is a great demand for outdoor sports. It is important for youth sports leagues, school programs, recreational players who depend on consistent access to fields. By banning, we risk reducing playing opportunities and adding to field shortages in your community. Please do not ban artificial turf.
Next is Diana Conway. Diana Conway, you'll have to click to turn your microphone on. You should have permission. Last call, Diana Conway. Okay, seem to be having technical issues there. We'll move on to go back to Robert Smith. Robert Smith, can you open your microphone?
Anderson Allied Trades District Council 36. I've been working for the last couple of years on both issues of recycling and zero PFAS. We are currently looking at getting to zero PFAS with legislation. We're also looking at full recycling. There's going to be 2 bills ran this session in regards to that. I ask you to vote to extend.
Next is Kuyen Vong.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Quinn Fong, Executive Director of ICANN. I'm all for the environmental protection and reducing plastic use. However, I am quite perplexed with this issue, and I'm going to go with asking you to vote for version B, because I think we need time and flexibility to better solve this complex issue. Not all parts of the county are the same. So we need to find a way to protect the environment while increasing the opportunities.
One more call for Diana Conway. Diana Conway, are you able to unmute? Not hearing from Diana. So that concludes public comment for those who made their request prior to the queue being closed.
Well, thank you very much, Clerk, for organizing. How many speakers do we have total? Do you have a count?
104 with a cross-reference to happen later.
Well, good job. Thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for everybody who came to speak with us on this very important issue today. I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. And as a board president, I'll take the prerogative to kick off the discussion on this item. To me, the question today is not a choice about building more soccer fields or not. Everyone agrees that we need more soccer fields in our county, especially in San Jose, and we will definitely do what we can in the near future to build more soccer fields in here and other places in our county. The question today to me is whether our county believe our kids deserve to play on grass fields or whether plastic turf fields are good enough for additional playtime. Plastic turf fields are definitely cheaper to maintain, but in life, we also learn that you get what you paid for. Side by side, plastic turf fields are not as good as properly maintained grass fields, and we know that because professional athletes and games are played on grass fields. Ask a golfer, does anyone play on the plastic turf golf course? In adopting the proposed ordinance, we are saying that we believe our children deserve the better choice for their health and for the long-term well-being, as supported by our own doctors. Voting for the county ordinance today does not mean kids will not be able to play on new soccer fields, just that those new fields in the future won't be made of plastic. I understand that poorly maintained grass field example in our county are very disappointing and discouraging, but that is not the fault of the natural grass itself. It is a maintenance issue. Recent case studies in our own state, country, and abroad have also shown that high-quality natural grass fields could withstand high usage, and there are new innovations to improve grass fields. Action D in our motion today has been shown in our report, talks about how we may be able to show by determining the best practice for a natural grass playing field with an improved performance profile through a pilot project as an experiment. It took decades to regulate asbestos and lead, after so much damage was already done to public health. As Supervisor Arenas has mentioned previously when we first about this item, that no amount of lead should be okay for our kids to play with. And we should think about the same thing for plastic. With doctors and researchers ringing alarm bells about possible health risks from chemicals and microplastics in our plastic turf, we believe acting now to protect the public health is the right time. When it comes to protecting our children's health in particular, exercising caution is not just important, it's essential. This is not a debate between access to playing fields or greater health protection. To quote a former youth soccer player in our community, he believes this is a false choice because we can have both. The California Department of Toxic Substances Control is still researching the various candidate chemicals in plastic turf because they, quote, are concerned about the potential for adverse impacts to humans and the environment from exposure to candidate chemicals in plastic turf, unquote. Experts, including the Santa Clara County Medical Association, the Children's Environmental Health Center of the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, Director of Western States Pediatric Environmental Health Specialty Unit at UCSF, and the President of the National Center for Health Research, all have urged us to apply the precautionary principle and prohibit plastic turf. Our own Santa Clara County Sustainability Commission unanimously voted to support a recommendation to this board to pass a full ban on plastic turf, and this was their very first action item that's been passed since this formation. The best soccer players in the world also prefer natural grass. In the discrimination lawsuit filed against the U.S. Soccer, the United States women's national team, our 2024 gold medal winners, successfully demanded to stop playing matches on the artificial turf. In an open letter during the fight to no longer play on the artificial turf, these brave women athletes said, quote, "We have become so accustomed to playing on whatever surface is put in front of us, but we need to realize that our protection, our safety is priority number one," unquote. There have been many studies presented that conflict, some funded by the industry group and some not, but I want to focus today on the facts that we can agree on. We know that plastic is bad for our environment and needs to be reduced. Plastic polluting our water is bad. Climate change is bad. And diving on plastic surfaces also pose dangers, as evidenced by testimonies and photos from athletes like soccer goalies and rugby players. The recycling of plastic, especially of plastic turf, has unfortunately not kept pace with the plastic production in the U.S. Currently, except for one company in Louisiana, no other company actually recycles plastic turf. This is why Stanford had to actually, after removing its plastic turf, ship the material all the way to Louisiana to get recycled. These environmental consequences affect both public health and well-being of future generations. And when it comes to potential health risks of heat and chemical and plastic turf, we shouldn't expose our children to these hazards until it's unequivocally proven safe. We also should not be using taxpayers' money on harmful plastic, and this is why we have a county ordinance against single-use plastic water bottles. If we can use plastic bottles, why would we allow plastic turf on our county-owned properties? It's been said in the old movie, The Graduate, that says, the future was plastic. That movie was 58 years ago. I believe the future is not plastic. It should not be plastic. And for that reason, I move that we adopt actions, which is A, B, and D. A is to receive the report. B is the adopting the ordinance of version A. And D is the one that talks about a proposal to have a pilot project to work on finding a proper grass that might be able to be used for future to improve the performance profile. And for this motion, I would like to see if I would be able to get a second.
Second by Abikoga.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And I certainly have spoken enough, so I will open the discussion to my colleagues to voice your opinion, please. Or to the second first? Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, President Lee, and thank you for the presentation. And thank you to everyone who came out and wrote in your public comments. It's really a good thing. This is democracy in action, as we've talked about in the past, and I very much appreciate the participation from so many folks in the community. I come to this issue as a mom. We tried soccer, but my girls weren't into that. We ended up in the volleyball world, but I learned all about club sports and travel team and was the team mom for many years. So very much appreciate the importance and the value of youth sports. And there's many aspects to it, and I also come to this topic as many of you know, a breast cancer survivor, and because of that, my increased interest in the environment, sustainability, climate change. I've worked and been on many regional boards, including the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, Silicon Valley Clean Energy. So sustainability and climate change has been one of my priorities. And so that's really the issue here for me. I think President Lee very eloquently talked about, what I agree, the many issues around this topic. I think it is a false choice. I've, as a former council member, I see Mountain View in the House, and we've talked about fields for many, many years, and I've been, for the last 16 years, a part of this issue because we have seen an increase in interest for more fields. I've always preferred natural turf. Way back then, it was about the injury issue. Then there were arguments made about artificial turf being lower cost. So I know we have artificial turf fields, water use, but things have progressed over this time as well. We now use non-potable water, recycled water, and that continues to increase. So I think that has addressed the water issue quite a bit. I think a few folks mentioned it. It's about long-term versus short-term costs for me. I think that health is and we're trying to get rid of plastics, right? We've done all these bans, single-use bags, and this and that, and so it's really hard for me, in good conscience, to support continuing what I consider large uses of plastic on these playing fields. I was actually thinking the opposite and I know there's like some smaller uses that may be acceptable, but to do playing fields, it's just a lot more plastic. And I know that the industry has improved, and I very much appreciate that. I appreciate meeting with industry members to learn about the technological advancements, but I still believe that in the end, natural turf is the better material, so yeah, I don't really see that this being a either or choice. I believe that we should be, using the best quality product, which I think is natural turf, and it's really about maintenance. And I know some folks talked about access for lower income families. I actually don't think that that's very much related to this issue of artificial turf. If we can maintain grass fields, and I'm very proud that I think in my community we've done that. So we've had groups come to the city and asking the city to maintain the fields because we do such a great job. So I think that, it is possible. I understand the use, the number of hours and whatnot. But I think what I discovered in my many years is that there's another piece to that, in that, again, I know, I'm sorry if I bring my own city's example quite a bit, but when we were discussing field use and the need, what we discovered was that our city was charging less per hour for the use of fields than the neighboring cities around us. So a lot of the sports teams were coming to Mountain View, and then our fields were getting used up. And so then, there was demand to build more fields. So I guess I, questioned, and I was looking online with what, the fees are, and they're quite different. And I actually was interested in San Jose because they charge double for the artificial turf than they do the natural turf. So this issue of cost is questionable. I'd like to learn more, but there's a lot, what I guess I'm trying to get to is there's a lot more to it than artificial turf or natural turf and fields and use and demand. So I think we have to really, look at, and this again, as mentioned, is only affecting county-owned properties. So at this time, it's really just Twin Creeks. I know there's been a proposal to build more fields, but it's not just the building of fields. It's going to be about how you operate them and who gets access to those fields. And I'll be, frank, club sports, we pay thousands of dollars for our girls to play. I think soccer and, Little League is a little cheaper, but that's the real barrier there. I know that a lot of these programs offer financial aid, but when you have to, still look at paying thousands of dollars, that becomes a barrier for me in terms of access. So, and then if we, with the existing fields, I understand if we were to go or switch to natural, that might limit the hours. And so then the question would be then who would get access to those hours? So a lot more complex, I believe, than just, doing natural versus artificial. But in the end, I believe that there still is a lot of information. I think there's growing information about the effects of the environment on public health, plastics. I appreciate the advances in recycling, but it was explained to me that one option of that is to melt down the plastic to create another version, but you use the catalytic cracker technology to do that, and that's what refineries use to refine oil, and that actually emits air pollution. And so we've, at the Air District with President Lee, we've worked really hard to crack down on air pollution, and there's a correlation to low-income neighborhoods being near these refineries. So lots of complexities to this issue, but I think there's just still a lot of concerns on public health and the environment. What may seem like short-term cost efficiencies, long-term, as mentioned, may not be so. So I guess I believe that we should, we should do natural turf. I think it's worth the money, frankly, to use the right product. So for that and many other reasons, I am very happy to second this motion. And I did want to mention that I do support the study because I think that it's important to continue to research this issue. I just happened to be talking to some of my city council members in District 5 about this issue because I know cities are looking at it too. I think there's interest in maybe partnering with various cities. So that's what I would do, is ask for a call of interest from the cities to see if there would be interest in a partnership in the study. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no light, I'll go ahead and call the vote, please. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to say something? Yes, Supervisor, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Sorry.
First, I want to thank all of our members of the public who took the time to provide public comment today, both in person and over Zoom. I know that that's taking time away from work, from family. In my case, for a lot of my folks, time away from preparing for Lunar New Year tonight. One of the primary missions of county government is to protect the health of its residents. I'm deeply concerned about the health of Santa Clara County residents and our county's overall environmental health. And as the mother of a school-aged daughter, I share the same worries as many of the speakers today. However, I am among the supervisors who represent the poorest districts in the county, and I myself am a product of District 2. I have personal experiences with how few recreational spaces there are for the people who live there. And I'm keenly aware of the unfortunate history past of our county where people who do not live on the east side have made land use decisions about the east side for their own purposes that continue to impact the health of east side residents to this day. This is both an environmental issue and an equity issue. And I want to thank our staff for providing nuance to a discussion that has been very black and white during this deliberation. We have a deficit of fields, we have a deficit of hours, and we have no deficit of public comment. On balance, we have heard equal public comments from pro and anti, from both sides of this debate. We have heard from doctors on both sides of this debate. We have heard about science that lands on both sides of this debate. Both sides of this debate has called this a false choice, and I agree. This item, which you have brought forth presently, I appreciate it. I've learned a lot more about turf and about soccer fields in a very short amount of time. I don't personally sport, but my daughter does, and her soccer league. This issue, at its core, is an environmental issue, but in its application will immediately be an equitable access issue. I believe that all children deserve natural grass. All of our households should have native plants, gray water systems, and the best standards of environmentalism. Our kids should also have access to organic food, access to clean air, clean water, and on-demand access to playing fields. By rejecting a complete ban on artificial turf, we are preserving future flexibility to respond to each individual community and neighborhood's needs. We're preserving the flexibility to be able to respond to developing science. We are preserving our ability to choose. We've also heard from probation officers today asking for a field at Juvenile Hall and a ranch. Those are our black and brown boys who are in our custodial care right now. So this is something that I've been completely torn on. It is a false choice to balance the well-being and immediate access of our children, especially our most underserved communities, with environmental values that we all deserve to have. Not supporting a complete ban is not supporting natural turf. But in support, for me, I'm in support of flexibility, options, and choice, with this board always looking to the most natural resources as our North Star and allowing us to make a case-by-case decision based on what's available before us. I cannot in good conscience support an ordinance that tells community members in those places, whether it be on the east side, Little Saigon, South County, or juveniles at the James Ranch, that it is grass or nothing. And since grass is not practical where you are, you get nothing. I know that's not the message we're trying to put out there today, but in its application, I believe that is the message that will land. I hope that is not the message we'll be sending out today in our vote. Again, I support the most natural resources, the healthiest options for all of our children, but we must balance that with options, with choice, and with flexibility as the science on this matter continues to develop, as kids continue to be denied access to play, as parents and groups, soccer leagues, and nonprofits continue to fight each other for hours of play on a field. For these reasons, I cannot support a complete ban. Thank you.
Yes, Vice President.
Thank you. I, of course, have always had children and families as my focus. It's the reason why I came into politics, my son, so that he could get the services that he needed and children just like him. And so I've never lost that as my guiding star. But what we have in front of us is just one of among many issues that families are facing, and it is also part of environmental justice, because we want equitable access. I also would really love to have grass, but as a council member, I saw how difficult it was for a city that has resources dedicated to actually do that, to maintain parks, and we couldn't do that. We couldn't, it just not well enough for kids to run on that grass evenly. And so you have to think about what other options there are, and some of the concerns that rose to the top were PFAS and infill, the rubber infill. And I think, you know, there are other turfs that provide alternatives. Now, I'm not advocating for one particular company. You know, that is a competitive process, and whoever is the agency that or company that works with whatever field gets done is out of my hands. So the point to all of this is I know that I said that, and thank you for the reminder, President Lee, that and we were talking about the lead that is released from some of the gasoline that airplanes use over in the east side, and there's a big difference between exposure to lead that kills brain cells, that really reduces the cognitive ability of a child and has no repair to it, and exposure to a field that a child may or may not get hurt from. My son plays football. He doesn't play on a natural grass field, and I've seen his contact sport. I'm always holding my breath, but I'm not holding my breath because of the turf that he's on. It's because I'm a mom and I'm worried about him. My daughter is in softball, and as much as I would love, she is out in those fields that I just talked about that are uneven, full of holes, and once in a while they get a really great spot. So I have two children with two different kind of accesses, if you will. And neither of those two options really worry me as a mother. What worries me is what we haven't talked about, and this is something that I'm very concerned about that impacts my district, and that is what chemicals and pesticides our families are exposed to, as I have the last agricultural land in this county, and it's in my district. And when you think about that as an environmental justice issue, that is more on top of mind for me. I think I've shared this before on the dais. My parents were farm workers. That's how my dad immigrated to this country under the Bracero program. He died of pulmonary fibrosis, undetermined damage to his lungs. So did 3 of my uncles. And then my mom died of stomach cancer, which is correlated back to pesticides. And so when I think about what is really going to damage a family, I think more pesticides are going to do some direct shortening of life and absence of parents. And I don't think about turf, not one bit. And actually, it's something that, to be honest with you, there's so many things that we're facing as a community collectively that I hope that we band together, irregardless of how this vote turns out, to focus on how we are going to protect our community, all of our communities, from some of the devastation, either from federal funding that is being reduced or cut, or the ice raids that are happening throughout the country. There's lots and lots of other things that we need to focus on. And so, as you can tell, I'm leaning towards something that is middle of the ground, because I think I'm a reasonable person, and we've addressed PFAS, we've addressed the infill, the staff and has allowed us to learn more about what those options are, and I appreciate that. So I'll support something that is alternative if any of my colleagues decide to put this on the table. Myself, I'm not that motivated to do that. And like I said, there's greater things for me to worry about than artificial turf. And the only thing that I will say that I won't support is a project that, or this experiment to figure out what, if we could grow our grass organically in a more effective way. I know that the city of Palo Alto is already doing something similar, and the cost of water is going to increase regardless of whether you save or not, or you have artificial turf in front of your house or in the back. And it's going to happen on an average of 10% for the next 10 years. And so to spend public money on that kind of experiment is not something that I'm willing to do when we just reduced funding for the public defender. So I put this all into perspective because this is how I make decisions. Anyways, I appreciate, I would love to hear from the rest of the board, and thank you for everyone who came out, and regardless of whether you were for turf or against turf, I appreciate that we all love our children and love our community and want more access to fields overall. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further lights, I'll go ahead and let's go take the vote. I'm sorry, Supervisor, oh, okay, you're ready for the vote. Okay, go ahead. Yes, let's call for the roll.
Supervisor Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
No.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
No.
Vice President Arenas?
No.
President Lee?
Aye.
The vote fails 3-2, or
2-3.
2-3.
That's right. Okay, thank you. And now just, Supervisor Young, do you have a motion to make? Vice President Arenas?
I'll go ahead and make that
Sure.
motion. I will make the motion in support of option B, accept the staff's report, approve the ordinance with the version B, with the provisions requiring PFAS and free of PFAS and rubber infill. I'm also going to ask that we collaborate with the City of Palo Alto on the natural grass playing field project, and not do our own experiment. I'm also going to ask for our environmentalists, our turf industry folks, and any stakeholders to work collaboratively to develop some comprehensive regulation guidelines for artificial turf, so that we can have the best kind of guidelines from all sides of this issue.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
Is that something you want our staff to spend time on?
Well, they're going to have an ordinance that has version B, and I want to make sure that we work with environmentalists and everybody who is involved just to have some guidelines around artificial turf, because there's some organic material that, there's a lot of different choices, and I'm not the expert in that area, and I would love it if our staff worked with those folks to hear what those concerns would be with any of those materials.
So I was very moved by your previous comments that with all of the things we have going on right now, that this is not necessarily where we should be spending staff time or resources. The vote failed, so we're not going ahead with option B, but
Option A.
Option A, but it was just now brought back for another vote to reconsider.
No, I believe
Let me
the
ask
motion.
the maker of the
version B.
motion, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I
to
believe
explain it
that
to
the
me.
confusion is the fact that action B is version A and action C is version B. I think that's where the confusion is. That's where, and I believe the maker is talking about version B, which in this case would be action C. Am I correct, Vice President? I'm trying to clarify.
I'm sorry, can you put that up on
I
the,
have no
because
idea
I
what's
don't
happening.
know what option
What
C
is your intention without
But my
the names?
intention, okay,
Is
so
to
my
have some
intention
ban?
is to have the second option, which allows for PFAS free and infill-free options to be considered. It's not the ban.
So to be
It's not a ban for the playing fields. I think that's what you meant, correct?
Right, it's not the ban on the playing fields.
Is it a ban on anything else?
It is whatever they have. What is it? Can you detail it or put it up on the screen, please?
Sylvia Geigus, Deputy County
Thank you.
Executive. So version B of the ordinance would prohibit the installation of new artificial turf and synthetic grasses except for subject to 3 exceptions. So the third one that's the subject of the discussion would be for playing fields as defined in the ordinance.
The other one was the animal shelter.
That's
right?
correct.
And then
and county property that are currently constrained by leases.
right.
So we're carving out just about the largest portion of this. So the ultimate impact is negligible, given the fact that the leased properties are leased for decades. I think I'm going to pull back I'm just a little bit flummoxed now because we're, again, looking at a lot of time on an item with extraordinarily small impact. And if there are safety and health issues and we have just carved out the biggest chunk of county land where this may apply, I am having just a cognitive dissonance in trying to understand that, but I'm happy to continue listening.
Sure. I don't believe we have a second yet, do we? I'll go ahead and second this one for the purpose of discussion. Yes. go ahead.
No second yet.
Right. I'll go ahead and second it. Yeah. Go ahead. So Supervisor Young, go for it.
Yeah, so
I really appreciate your comments, Supervisor Arenas, and all the comments and discussion that's been here before today. Supervisor Abikoga, President Lee, Supervisor Ellenberg. I'm not an expert either, and with the version B, there is a section of no infill, correct?
That's correct. If you accept playing fields,
Mhm.
we are proposing to regulate them, and among the requirements would be that the product would have to be PFAS-free and use a non-infill.
So I've heard a lot of discussion on both sides, equal and opposing, on the science, the medical implications, the accessibility, the equity, the environmental impact of this argument. I have not heard any disagreement that PFAS is bad. We don't like it. I've also received lots of information from both sides arguing that there's no such thing as synthetic grass with no infill, or that no infill is possible, or that organic infill is bad, organic infill is good. No infill means double the plastic. Infill means half the plastic. Some infill will make it warmer, some infill will make it cooler. Supervisor Arenas and Supervisor Lee, I still believe that the best option is for us to have autonomy, flexibility, and evaluating proposed fields on a case-by-case basis, always looking towards the North Star of natural grass first, always. And then when there's no other options, start considering the use of artificial turf for its balance with its intended purposes and an evaluation of the science that's available to us. So Supervisor Arenas and Supervisor Lee, in an effort to find a middle-of-the-road approach here, while maintaining flexibility, while adhering to our environmental values, would you be amenable to the infill clause being a little bit less restrictive because the science has fallen on both sides? It's unclear to me right now which is a good idea and which is not.
No, I'm not open to exemptions. You could always do a substitute if you like.
Actually, let me ask staff. Staff came up with this suggestion about the no infill. Is the infill you talk about mainly based on the recycled rubber tires? I think that's the one that most people have most concern about regarding infill, is the fact that these recycled rubber tires previously think, oh, what a great idea, you can get rid of the black tires by putting its infill, and I think that has been one of the most controversial ones. Is that the one that you have most concern about, Ms. Gallegos, based on what you've been learning from the discussion on infill?
To answer your question, we were most concerned with crumb rubber.
Crumb rubber, thank you,
And
yes.
so in August, we had originally prepared an ordinance where we proposed that we use alternative infills. Subsequently, we updated the recommendation to reflect no infill, and that was in response to what we heard from environmentalists that raised concerns about these alternative infills. Additionally, we were apprised of new products in the marketplace, both here and in Europe, that use no infill products. And so there are a number of manufacturers that do have a non-infill product, including Field Turf, which prepares field hockey fields with no infill in Europe.
Okay, so no infill is certainly a quite widely available product in the world at this point, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that's what I need to clarify. Thank you to the maker. And second thing, to the maker, I would like to ask a friendly amendment. As we have been saying, we want PFAS-free. Would you be okay to be lead-free as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right, so we're trying to work this out. We have a motion and I have a second. Do we have any more speaker on this item? All right, if there's none, let's try to take a vote on this one. Let's see who have a better shot. Oh, yes, go ahead, please.
Just for my own clarity, this is to approve possible actions.
Yes, I believe the motion is to A, receive the report, and for C, which is also adopt the ordinance, the version B, with the comments and the amendment as stated earlier.
With requests for staff to collaborate with
Yeah, and
Palo Alto.
I can leave that piece out. It's I hear you, Supervisor Ellenberg. I was just hoping that the environmentalists would play a role in providing some guidelines. As I've stated earlier, I'm not an expert in this area. I just understand that some of the top concerns were PFAS and infill, and so that's what I'm going by. Anything else, I'm not an expert in, and well, I'm not even an expert in that. And so that's why I was hoping to do the environmental and stakeholder guidelines. But I can take that out just so that everybody's comfortable. And then the last piece was to direct the staff to collaborate with the City of Palo Alto on the natural grass playing field project, and not do our own. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion, I have a second, and are we ready to vote?
I just want to,
sorry.
I just want to clarify one point.
Tony, go ahead.
So what you're proposing, Supervisor President Lee, is on A18-174B, you want to add a fourth point there that says it is lead-free?
Correct. Yes, the material that we have been talking about would be both PFAS-free and lead-free.
Okay.
To the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion, may I offer a friendly amendment to also include the option of organic infill as a consideration in addition to no infill? And the reason for that, again, not sporting, not science. What I've heard from our environmental advocates too is that when there's turf, when it doesn't have infill, it's double the amount of plastic used, or it's just, and my fumbling of this just indicates the unsettled science, and I wonder if that would be would you consider this friendly amendment? Of including organic infill as an option.
Yeah, I think you offered that earlier, and I'm not interested in splitting hairs here. I think I'm seeing that people are concerned about PFAS and infill, and of course lead. But I'm not interested in splitting any more hairs from here on. I think I've been very reasonable in terms of the exemptions, and I think that's as far as I can go.
Yes, Tony, go ahead.
I'll just note that we have not collected any information related to lead content in artificial turf. To my knowledge, I'll ask staff if they've looked into that. So it's a little bit of an unknown quantity.
Yes, Sylvia, you were saying?
On the question with respect to lead-free artificial turf products, we are aware that certain manufacturers do advertise themselves as offering lead-free products. So we think that they are available in the marketplace.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. And regarding this question of organic infill, do you have any, are you aware of any issue of having to use double the amount of plastic, or this is?
I can't speak directly to the amount of additional plastic by having a non-infill product.
Okay, maybe if I could ask, not changing the motion, but asking maybe as a future, is this something you can get back to us to see a organic infill might actually affect, if it's double the plastics being made, certainly this is going to be a concern, but not to change current motion. I think we should let go, but this might be a interesting further discussion in the future, if that's okay with staff?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you very much. So we'll look at this. Thank you. All right. Clear as mud, everybody? All right, let's go and take the vote.
So the motions for possible actions A and C with a request to collaborate with the City of Palo Alto and President Lee's amendment.
Thank you.
Supervisor Abe-Koga?
Nay.
Thank you. Supervisor Jung?
No.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
No.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Yes as well.
Motion fails 2
Fails
to
as
3.
well. So let's see if we have any. Okay, Supervisor Young, you have a lights is on. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll turn the light off.
Okay, sure. All right, so right now I have no motion, on this item. I can try to give it another shot and see if we have something to come out today than nothing. So I would go ahead and try again on the motion, which is A, receive the report. By the way, great report, Sylvia. I definitely want to do that for today at the very least. And then regarding version B, as stated in the report right here. So I just go ahead and move on A and receiving report, and also just the version B as is as stated. Try to keep it as simple as possible and see if I have a second. Oh, yes, just the motion is to receive report A, and then the version B, the ordinance of the board on Chapter 9 of Division A18 of the Santa Clara County Ordinance Code relating to artificial turf and synthetic grass.
So possible actions A and C
Yes.
is the motion.
Is that your original motion?
No, my original motion was the version A, so now I'm going to version B, which is
Oh,
very much similar
version
to yours.
B, and
Right.
then
Then receive the report.
receive the report, and what else?
That's it. I'm not going for the D, which was rejected by you, and I don't believe I have enough votes for it, so
Oh, got
I'll
it.
just go with,
Just B.
Yeah, just a version B, and to receive the report.
Got it. May I make a comment?
Do you want to second it first?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you.
So, anyway, well, listen, I'll wait to see. Obviously, we're not all in agreement. And I want to know, Sylvia, from what you've researched, are there companies that have organic infill or organic material in their infill that are available here in the U.S., but may offer a different no infill in Europe?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that that company has the capacity to provide no infill, right? They're just deciding that the U.S., that they will have an organic material in the infill, right? So, yeah, so the technology is there, their ability to produce is there, but they don't want to provide that option for the U.S., but they will provide it for Europe. This is where I am not going to agree if there is any other splitting of hairs here in terms of organic infill, especially with companies that can make and produce this in one continent and not in the other.
To my colleague, I just want to see, since we have worked so hard on this issue, I just want to make sure that we do have some results. In addition to receiving a beautiful report, thank you, Sylvia, for many months of hard work to get to where we are today. So if there's no further comments, we'll go and take the vote.
Supervisor Abe-Koga?
Nay.
Supervisor Jung?
No.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
No.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well, so
Vote
motion
fails
failed
2 to 3.
Okay, I don't think there's any lights on to try another motion on this issue, so I think this issue has been resolved today. Yes? James? Correct? Tony?
We have nothing else.
Okay, all right, very good. Well, thank you very much for everybody for coming today. We really appreciate all the comments that's been given. It was very helpful for us to learn, and we are now going to adjourn to the next meeting, which will be exactly 1 week from now on February 4th at 9:30 a.m. Thank you very much, everybody.